Hey everyone, and welcome back to a video in which I am about to do a big, major, massive, in-depth review of the Harrow Faire book series by Kathryn Ann Kingsley. You may have seen this series in parts on my channel before. I've been releasing it bit by bit, kind of book by book, but this is the big, massive, long compilation of the entire 5 books reviewed, kind of as it's meant to be seen, but I've also added an extra section onto the end in which I respond to a few comments that I got on those videos, a few kind of criticisms and people kind of like picking at things, and I also recommend some good books and resources for anyone who was affected by the stuff in this video series. So if you would like to skip all of the stuff that's already been posted on my channel and jump straight to the brand new content, then I will leave a timestamp on screen now, or there will be chapter markers. Otherwise, please enjoy, or, you know, it's not necessarily enjoyable, it's a very difficult subject topic, please be aware of that, but I hope you find this interesting, I hope you learn something, and thank you for being here today. Hi everyone, today I want to introduce you to Harrow Faire, a world filled with magic, mystery, creepy fairgrounds, interesting and unique characters, and oh yeah, a major problem with romanticising, abuse and domestic violence. Let's jump into it. Today is going to be a massive video as we deep dive into the world of the Harrow Faire books by Kathryn Ann Kingsley. And before we go any further, spoiler warning, spoilers ahead. I am going to be discussing the plot of all of these books in quite a bit of detail, although I'm kind of going to be glossing over the magic and fantasy and the good elements of the plot and focusing mostly on the primary romance between the two main characters, Simon and Cora. Also, content warning before we get any further, this is going to be a hard video for many people to watch. It was a hard one for me to make. As many of you know, I have been a victim of domestic violence and abuse within relationships myself, so this one really affected me, and I want you to know that while I love the setting of these books, hence the fairground, carnival, circusy themed makeup today, I want you to know that all of this doesn't downplay the seriousness of the topics we're going to be talking about. This has been a really emotionally draining video for me to work on. I have been up until like 5 AM most nights working on this script. It has been intense. As you can probably tell from the length of this video, it's a big boy, and sometimes I need a way to cope. And this time it was about kind of channeling into the more creative side of things and wanting to do something quite fitting to the setting of this book. This has been a hard video for me to make, and sometimes I need a little magic and wonder to help me get through it. So let's start in the beginning. I first picked up the Harrow Faire books, well, not literally because I read the ebooks, because I was intrigued by their covers. The cover art is absolutely beautiful, it's stunning. The cover art is very reminiscent of tarot cards, which is really cool. I also kind of got some stained glass window vibe from it. The colours were vibrant and fun, the character designs were amazing. I was like, ooh, these look good. And then the brief synopsis I read of the books focused primarily on the fantasy elements and the plot of the first one, which I'll summarise for you now. There's a young photographer named Cora who suffers from some chronic health problems, and she visits a local fair which seems to have kind of sprung up overnight, a little bit out of nowhere. And one day it was full of abandoned buildings, now it's a fully functioning fairground. Her price to enter the fairground is to give up a little piece of her satiety, which is a little piece of herself, her soul, her personality, something about her that makes her unique and special and her. It's later revealed that the fairground as a whole is basically this magic sentient being, and each person who works at the fair is no longer human. They're more of like a non-aging, non-living ghost demon type creature who feed off these little pieces of satiety and personality that they collect from visitors. The fair is host to a whole bunch of familiar characters known primarily by their titles: the ringmaster, the clown, the soothsayer, the rigger, the diva, and the mysterious puppeteer, who is the guy who ate a little piece of our protagonist Cora's satiety. He took her favourite colour and ate it. Literally. After having just a little taste of Cora, Puppeteer and his strange, independent, sentient shadow, not even joking, begin to obsess over her. They stalk her, they terrorise her, all with the hopes of turning her into one of their living, sentient, human puppets. The setting's fun, but the plot's quite dark. Basically, the idea is turn Cora into one of these life-size human puppets so he can eat her soul and her deity piece by piece over the years. However, the Faire itself, which is a sentient being in its own right, has other plans, and it begins to start sending Cora these ominous messages, kind of through her camera and showing her visions and showing her crazy photographs and stuff like that. And it's really, really cool because the Faire wants to claim her for itself. The Faire wants to make Cora a part of it. It wants to welcome her into the fold as its contortionist. Hence why the first book is called The Contortionist. You see what I mean? Now, are these the most deep, well-written, complex books ever? No, but they are engaging, and the setting is one that I've always been a fan of, and the execution and creating of the setting is pretty good. It's pretty unique, and I do like it. There's a lot of these kind of fairground type books out there, but this is one of the few I've seen where the fairground itself is basically a character. It is sentient, it is its own being. I thought that was really unique. I really liked that. All the characters in the Faire, like the members of the Faire, I think they're all really unique takes on what could very easily have been cliched archetypes, and I was absolutely fascinated by all of them. I thought, even though some of them end up being relegated to just side characters, because there are a lot of them, I thought each one was really, really intriguing, and I really liked them. As I say, the plot is what grabbed me in the first place, and as it went on, it was a little slow in places. I felt there could have been more to it. I felt it could have been more complex, but I did enjoy it. I did like it. I did like the reveals as the books went on. I did like how it did become more complex, even though it wasn't quite as much as I would have wanted. And again, spoiler, once Cora joins the Faire and she becomes a part of it and starts to get to know everyone more, and she learns more about the fairground and how it works, and she explores it, and she like sees the different tents, the different attractions, all the different acts and stuff like that, I really liked those parts of it. I thought they were beautiful. I thought they were really intriguing. The zookeeper Rudy is fantastic. He's got this whole little like arena to himself where he keeps not only like the kind of animals that we would see today, like dogs and cats and stuff like that, but he has these like mythical creatures and stuff, and there are these like tiger moose hybrid things. There are some like giant snake type. It's really, really cool, and none of them are like necessarily real animals. They're kind of like magical animals, none of them being harmed. They're all very well treated. It's really, really cool. Like, I want to work there. I want to work in that animal tent area thing with tiger mooses, is what I'm saying. So, like I say, it all sounds pretty good. And as the series goes on and the 5 books progress, we learn more and more about all these people who make up the Faire, why they're unique, what their backstories are, where they came from. And they are these really vibrant characters who have a lot going on, and there's a lot of potential around them, which I think is really, really cool. What is a shame is that I don't think that potential is fully explored in a lot of them, which is a shame, but we'll talk about that as the video goes on. We learn in the first book pretty early on that the Faire communicating with Cora is completely unusual, and we want to know why. Why is it breaking its own rules? Why is it changing now? What's different? What's special about Cora? And I think that is really, really fascinating, and I really enjoyed that aspect of it. Cora herself is also a really cool character because she is kind of depressed at the beginning. She's a bit beaten down. She's struggling with this chronic illness. She's a photographer. There were many parts of her that I could relate to in that way, and I really liked her for that reason. And then we see that once she becomes the contortionist, she starts learning these new skills, these new strengths. Her chronic illness is gone, and she feels full of life. She feels vibrant. She feels herself for the first time in years, and we see her becoming stronger and more confident and more independent, and I loved that character growth for her. And one of the first things that really grabbed my attention from reading the first book was that the puppeteer, Simon, the guy who is basically stalking Cora, trying to eat her, trying to turn her into this human puppet, he is absolutely terrifying as a villain. He is, oh my god, he's unpredictable, he's irrational, he's controlling, aggressive, he is violent to the point of killing and maiming other characters. He keeps trying to kill Cora, even like trying to like trap her in a doll after she's joined the Faire and all this stuff. He invades her dreams, his shadow invades her dreams, he stalks her, his shadow stalks her, he tries to stop her from socializing from anyone else in the Faire, he comes close to raping her at a couple of points, including one scene in which he breaks into her trailer in the middle of the night while she she is asleep and gropes her and opens her legs and tries to enter her. He has blackouts where he can't remember a thing that he does. He has this magical power where he can use invisible puppet strings to literally grab hold of other people's bodies and control them and wrap them up and move them around like they are his puppets. And all the while, he is quite attractive. And he's very charming, and he's funny, and he's clearly intelligent. He's literally one of the most terrifying villains in fiction I have come across in a really, really long time. So you might ask, with all these good things, why am I making this video? What is the problem? Well, the reason not enough time is spent on the actual plot and not enough time is spent fleshing out these potentially interesting, fascinating characters who are relegated to just side characters is because so much time in these books, in all of them, is taken up with the romance plot. And I get it, these are kind of dark romance books, but I would say, especially the third book, probably about 75% of that book is taken up with the romance plot. And overall, this wouldn't be such a bad thing. Romance books aren't bad. Love interests aren't bad. None of that is bad, except the main love interest in these books is also the book's main villain. Yeah. By book 4, Cora is regularly sleeping with and professing her love to the man who tried to kill her multiple times, rape her, is verbally and physically abusive, and incredibly controlling and jealous, and spends all his time stalking her and telling her what to do and stopping her from speaking to anyone else. That's romantic, right? These 5 books are literally the epitome of romanticizing abuse, domestic abuse, sexual abuse, violence against partners, and I was absolutely disgusted by it throughout the whole series. I literally only kept reading because 1, I liked the other plot elements. 2, I was hoping she would dump him or the character would die at some point, or we would get this amazing triumphant scene at the end where she would be like, "Oh no, I don't actually need you, I'm a strong independent woman. Screw you, Simon." Spoilers, we don't. And 3, I'm lucky that I read this book when I was at the right point in my life, if that makes sense. If I'd read this even maybe 6 months earlier, I think it would have messed me up quite a bit. I'm lucky now that I'm in a place where I'm coming up to about 2 years out of an abusive relationship, and after a hell of a lot of therapy and time and work and effort and healing, I feel like I'm finally strong enough now to be able to read something like this or see something like this or hear about something like this and be able to recognize the abuse and to call it out and not feel like I myself am the victim anymore. I feel like I'm finally at a point in my life where I've kind of switched from victim to survivor, if that makes sense. And that's why I felt strong enough to keep reading this with the intention of, I guess, using it as a teaching tool for other people. I feel like for so many people reading this series, it is incredibly dangerous because they're going to look at the actions in this book and think, this is love, this is romance, this is glamorous, isn't this great? And they're going to let other people get away with it. Or for other people who aren't quite at the same stage as me in their healing journey, it might be incredibly triggering again, it might be quite difficult for them, it might reintroduce some trauma into their lives or get them remembering trauma, you know what I'm trying to say. And I think these books are incredibly dangerous and I want to call it out, I want to educate people. These books glamorize abuse, there's no two ways around it. They excuse abuse. They literally tell you that it's okay if someone abuses you, as long as you love them, as long as they're hot and the sex is good, they can get away with doing anything else to you, right? And if you don't want to have sex with them, that's okay. They'll wear you down until you do think it's consensual and then continue to have sex with you anyway. Apparently, this author specializes in a genre known as villain romance, which I didn't realize was a thing before I read this, and now it's opened up this whole incredibly messed up world to me that I have things to say about. But I think the problem is that there's a huge difference between, hey, this character was a bad guy, redeemed themselves, and now they can find love, which is what I would have expected from villain romance, and these books, which are, this man is actively abusing you, and he's threatening to do it again, look how hot and dreamy he is. And I think that is incredibly problematic and dangerous. And how the hell did these books get published? There is so much wrong with these books. There are so many facets to how this relationship and romance is wrong that I barely know where to start. So, I think the best approach is we just take it in order, start with book 1, end in book 5, see where we end up. We are going to be going through these in a lot of detail, talking in detail about what is wrong at each and every stage. You may notice some repetition at points because there are so many actions he does over and over, but like kind of escalating. So at each stage, I'm going to be pointing out what's wrong and why. I am going to warn you now, as I say, we are going to be touching on some very, very difficult topics in this video. Domestic violence, sexual assault, the big ones. So if this is something you'll struggle with, it's okay. You can take your time, watch this video in sections, come back another day, or skip it altogether. That is absolutely fine. But for now, let's have a look at book 1, The Contortionist. Hello. Can I say hi, my coo? Say hello. I'm here to support my mama. You're a little protector, aren't you? This is comfy for you. Thank you. So as we've already briefly discussed, in book 1, The Contortionist, a mysterious fair appears in town. It's in the same location, it used to be abandoned, now suddenly it's full of life, all changed overnight, and Cora's like, we should check this out. And to enter the fair, Cora agrees, instead of paying an entrance fee, she is going to give up a little part of her satiety in payment for entering the fair. Of course, she doesn't believe in magic, she doesn't think this is real, so she's like, I just have to walk through a silly dark tunnel to get in here. No big deal. But, of course, magic is real, and a little part of herself is taken. So while Cora is alone and vulnerable in a dark tunnel, Simon, the puppeteer, and his shadow, who we learn much later is actually a part of himself when he was so heartbroken about losing his fiancée 130 years ago, he literally cut out and kind of threw away as like this separate, now sentient part of himself. So Simon and his shadow terrorize this vulnerable, alone, scared Cora. They take this little piece of her individuality, her satiety, and they eat it. So Cora is trapped in this literally pitch black tunnel, and she quite literally runs into Simon, although she can't see him, pitch black remember, and says, "Can you help me get out of here?" And why would I want to do that? Now there was danger in his voice. His tone dropped and became gravelly, sultry, and no. Fear made the hair on her neck stand up. She was trapped in a dark place with a dangerous man she didn't know. No, this wasn't happening. Not again. She screamed and could only hope someone could hear her. She broke off as hands cradled her face, holding her between gloved palms. Their touch was warm and shockingly tender, but they still sparked a deep intrinsic fear. So, yeah, if someone is naturally giving you a deep intrinsic fear, I'd say probably stay away. Not a good guy. And yeah, trapped in a dark place with a dangerous man she didn't know. I think that is every woman's worst nightmare, biggest fear. How is this the start of apparently a great love story? He then makes some really creepy jokes about how it would be fun to be groping her in the dark without her consent, and then offers to take all her pain away, by which he means turn it into one of his puppets, although he obviously doesn't tell her this, he just offers the pain relief. She says screw you and runs away and is free, and we're like, oh, thank God, this girl has some brains, she got out of there, good on her. And I would like to say that's the end of the book, end of story, fantastic, brilliant, good on you, Cora. She lived a happy, long life without Simon and everything is good. Okay, maybe that didn't happen. We then get this creepy third-person insight into what he was thinking, and this is where the red flags really started waving at me, you know? Because this is the first of about 300 instances of Simon, the puppeteer, lusting over Cora that are intertwined indistinguishably with his desire to physically harm her and kill her and eat her. Yeah, because lust and wanting to murder someone, they're basically the same thing, right? I'm sorry, but that is not sexy. I mean, call me a prude all you want, but I just don't find violence against women sexy. Maybe that's just me. He says, or the book says, she says, Kathryn Ann Kingsley says, he'd rather be winding a lock of Cora's long dark waves through his fingers. She had big, beautiful grey eyes. They seemed to change from dark to light as he watched. They had been brimming with wild terror and edged with some kind of dark and haunted memories. She was so full of pain, in her body and in her mind, and it made her all the more delicious. He was going to savour this one. He then talks about eating her satiety as having tasted her. Now he was going to have the rest of her. Oh, she'd play hard to get. The fish would dart and nibble the line. He would have to be patient and sink the hook just right in order to puncture through her flesh. But the lure he dumped into the waves in front of that particular tasty piece of tail, he stopped to laugh at his own terrible metaphor, was too tempting to pass up. She was perfect. He could feel it. He had meant his words. if, no when, she came to him, she would learn that he was not feeding her mistruths. It might take a few attempts, it might take a few pieces of bait on the line, but she would come to him. She would also learn there were far worse things in this world than a liar, and he was the very worst of them all. Now, I think I said this in one of my video reviews of either Andrew Tate or Rouge Fee, but, again, call me crazy, but I don't think the whole predator and prey analogy is sexy. I don't want to be someone's prey. I don't want a man thinking, oh, she's attractive, now let me think about catching and murdering her. That is not normal and not okay. It is the sign of a dangerous, abusive man. We then learn of the still sentient living dolls or puppets that he creates and feeds off, and we see him just kill one of them on a whim for literally no good reason, because this is the kind of man that Simon is. But father, came the broken whisper from one of his dolls. The thing that had once been a woman lurched up from the pile. Very little of her remained inside the shell he'd crafted for her. He'd taken her slowly, bit by bit, and only scraps remained. How sad. His jaw ticked. Anger rushed over him fast and without warning. Madness! It had its upsides and downsides. He thrust his hand out and fingers spread and yanked his hand back towards him. The doll hurtled through the air and stopped in front of him. And why would I waste my time with the likes of you, He tightened his hand into a fist and the doll contorted. He knew she was in pain. That was entirely the point. Boring, broken, incomplete thing that you are. I'm surprised anything of you still burns in that shell of yours. And then she's dead. So he recognises pain, sees she's in pain, and just feels no empathy at all. He does not care. He is so quick to anger, and he is quick to let that anger turn into violence and aggression. Fantastic as a villain, horrific as a love interest. On my first reading of this book, because I've now read each book in the series a couple of times, far too many times, but on my first reading I actually felt like, oh my god, I'm reading about my ex here, my abusive ex. And I was so glad that someone like that was being shown as the villain, and I felt so disgusted by his sexual remarks to and about Cora. I was like, this is brilliant as a villain. He is terrifying. This is exactly what these men are like. And I really hoped he was going to like get his comeuppance, and I thought, yes, if he can be destroyed at the end of the book, if he can be torn down, if he's rejected, if he's shown that he's not as strong as he thinks he is, that would be brilliant. So I was having all these thoughts and feelings, and when I found out he was the main love interest, and then the further I read into the series, I honestly just ended up feeling betrayed, and it was upsetting. It was really hard, knowing that this abusive individual, who reminded me so much of my abuser, not only does he not get any comeuppance, but he's actually rewarded for his horrific abusive behaviour. As I say, as a survivor, once victim of domestic violence, it feels like a kick in the teeth to people like me. So that first night, he invades her dreams, and at first she just thinks he's this beautiful, tall man making a painting in a field. It's just a regular part of her dream. It's not real, dreams aren't real, obviously. And she doesn't recognise him from the fair because she didn't see him because she was in a pitch black tunnel. He was beautiful and tall, easily over 6 feet, if not close to 6.5. It made him look thinner than she assumed he was. His features were sharp, and he had dark hair that framed his face in messy curls. A bit of paint smudged his forehead near his hairline. A smock over his clothing was stained with a myriad of blues, greens, and white smears. Except as she gets closer, turns out he's not painting with these blues, greens, and white smears. He's just painting the canvas with blood, literal human blood. Bear in mind, he has set up this entire scene. He's like, I am gonna go into her dream, paint this picture of me painting with blood, and he thinks that's the right way to introduce himself to a woman. Yep, totally normal, sane, such a nice guy, right? Cool. Anyway, they don't actually speak in the dream, and she still has no idea that he's a real person or that he was the guy from the tunnel or anything like this. So the next day, she goes back to the fair, where Simon introduces himself to her in person for the first time, kind of properly, where she can see his face and stuff like that. And he tells her, yep, I'm the guy from the tunnel, and yep, totally just crept into your dream last night. That was me, babes. She says that when she sees him, his grin twisted into a smile that looked predatory and hungry. She is obviously petrified. She can barely even speak to him, and he has no concept whatsoever of personal space. He gets all up in her business, physically touching it. No. Boundaries, consent, they're important. Don't do this to a woman. Don't do this to anyone. Then there are even more descriptions of how he is, and I quote, absolutely terrifying, and so on. And she goes to speak with other members of the fair, namely Aaron, the Barker, and Bertha, the bearded lady, and they warn her. They give her so many warnings. Stay away from Simon. Simon is dangerous, very dangerous. He's trying to manipulate you because he wants the rest of you. Simon is a dangerous, murderous piece of shit. Stay away from him like your life depends on it. Because it does. He's trash and very good at tricking people into giving him what he wants. And again, call me crazy, but if this many people are telling you someone's dangerous and you should stay away from someone because they're gonna hurt you, then they're probably dangerous and you should stay away from them because they're gonna hurt you. In the next chapter, he once again comes to her in her dreams, and once again, I had a little bit of hope still at this point in the story, because it said, monsters should appear in places suited to them, not inside her condo. Not all monsters needed a scary backdrop to be terrifying. In fact, some were more frightening without one. And at this point, I was like, yes, oh my god, this is brilliant, this is genius. They are showing what abusive relationships are really like. They are showing what abusers are really like. Not all abusers look like monsters. Not all abuse happens in dark, scary places. Sometimes, in fact, usually, abusers are beautiful people, charming people. They seem so wonderful and perfect and put together on the surface. And it's not some stranger who drags you into a back alley and attacks you. Usually it's this beautiful person who's built up trust with you who will hurt you in your own home, your own kitchen, your own bedroom. Places you should feel safe, places you used to feel safe. And I thought by having these lines and showing Simon being so vile in Cora's own house, in her own kitchen, in her own dream, I thought it was making a statement about that, showing the dark reality of abuse. We go on to meet Simon's independent and creepy shadow for the first time, and then the rest of Simon shows up. She tries to threaten real-life Simon with a knife, and he laughs at her because he knows that she can't hurt him. So immediately we have these like power dynamics established, and how he holds all the power, physical and in some ways emotional, and not okay. It's very much just like a typical abuser making their victim feel weak and having these delusions of grandeur that they're stronger and more powerful than you, stronger and more powerful than anyone. They're untouchable, you can't hurt them. A lot of abusers have that mindset, and it's terrifying. She literally begs him in the dream to leave her home, leave her mind, leave everything, and he just laughs. He refuses. This man does not understand boundaries or consent at all, and that is terrifying, and you just see it more and more and more and more as the series goes on, except it's meant to be portrayed as like endearing eventually, and I'm like, no, it's not. He then uses his magical puppet strings for the first time to control her body. First time, but not the last. But we'll talk about the issues around that as the book goes on. And he keeps literally physically moving her, restraining her, controlling her, and trying to convince her to be his puppet with lots of uncomfortable encroaching on her physical boundaries and personal space, and using the threat of his wires to be able to control her, leaving her absolutely terrified. She didn't like how close he was. His knees were on either side of her right leg, toothed together with hers. If she wanted to run, he'd easily catch her, but she was already trapped, wasn't she? Those strings of his, there was no telling what they were capable of, but she figured she had only seen the beginning of it. Later, in the real world and back at the fair, Ringmaster warns Simon not to turn Cora into one of his puppets or dolls, and Simon shows his anger yet again. So it's interesting to know that Simon is angry and violent towards everyone, but he only really, really pushes it with people that he knows he can get away with it from. So Ringmaster is physically stronger than him, and we find out later has certain magic that can, I guess, kind of control him, if that makes sense. So Simon can't always be as violent with Ringmaster as he wants. But with someone like Cora, who is weaker and doesn't have magic, with his puppets who are weaker and don't have magic, he can do whatever the hell he wants with them. So with Ringmaster, Simon tried to keep his temper down, but it was hard. He knew he was already shouting. He always felt as though he were chasing at the back end of a runaway carriage. His temper was always out of control. It went the way of his sanity, he supposed. He then sees Cora in the crowds and goes on about how he'd like to sleep with her before he kills her, because reasons or whatever. Cora Glass, savoury and sweet, and all his to consume. He'd not expected to want to kiss her. Madness. It did not make for repeated bedfellows. And oh, she was beautiful. He'd wanted to kiss her because he had, well, wanted to kiss her. She looked scared. She always looked scared. He wondered what she would look like when she wasn't. She won't get that far. She'll be a glassy, lifeless piece of porcelain before she ever stops looking at you in horror. Why did that disappoint him? Even a little. But it did, didn't it? He furrowed his brow in confusion. No, that couldn't be. He wanted to consume her, to peel away her satiety a little bit at a time, and drink her like a fine wine. It must be lust. He chuckled to himself. That was it. Well, damn, his libido hadn't flared up for a long time, but there it was, clear as day, waving at him like his damn shadow. It was desirous of the girl with the eyes that changed colour. And then we get what is supposed to be the first, I think, redeeming moment for Simon, but it just isn't. He's super creepy and threatening with Cora some more, and then Cora goes into the House of Mirrors where the Fair is sending her messages. She gets freaked out by that and she runs into a wall and dislocates her shoulder. And she stumbles outside and she asks Simon to help her pop it back into the socket. And as she does, she screams, and the other people she knows from the Fair, like Aaron and everyone, they all come running over to help her because they hear her scream and they think, oh my god, Simon's hurt her. Because that's the kind of person Simon is. He hurts people. Anyway, it was the fear she saw in Aaron and Jack's faces. Fear of the man who was sitting casually in the grass next to her like they were having a spring picnic. Like I say, if that's their first response, then maybe this man is dangerous. Maybe trust them. Talking about the messages that the Fair sent to her, Simon then responds by physically dragging her around, like grabbing hold of her wrists, dragging her along, and this brought back a lot of bad memories for me because it used to happen all the time. And then there's some very minor gaslighting, not the worst thing, but like a little bit, where Cora questions Simon on something that he said, and he's all like, what? No, I didn't say that, you're being ridiculous. Which is followed up by a little misogyny where Simon sighed. You modern women are so irritating sometimes. But somehow, like, throughout all of this, we start to see Cora, like, soften towards him a little bit for God knows what reason, you know, laughing at his jokes, admitting that she finds him quite charming. And I just want to make this very, very, very clear at this point. In the real world, no matter how charming a person is, no matter how funny or handsome or beautiful, that is never, ever, ever an excuse for abusive behaviour. Especially not physically abusive behaviour like Simon continues to show. The things I've spoken about so far have been very, very tame compared to what's to come, but anyway. In the next scene, we get Simon being patronising and rude and insulting and touching her without consent, but because she has a kind of physical reaction to it, she's like, oh, maybe I do like this. And it's kind of gross and it's very uncomfortable to read. Cora, Cora, Cora. He sighed and suddenly stepped into her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder to hug her to his side. You really are adorably slow. You should be so happy that you're beautiful. You heard me when I said we cannot die. I fear that without the threat of permanent harm, arguments become a bit more spectacular. He grinned viciously. I would never dismember you. There are many things I would like to do to you. Oh, such a list I've created in my head. His fingers on her shoulders spread, caressing her. But you're safe with me, says the shark to the fish. She pushed away from him. She didn't like the feeling of his arm around her neck. Not because it felt wrong, but because it felt too nice. The flags aren't just red, they're completely on fire. He was like she supposed the devil would be. Fiendish and cruel, but alluring. She knew she was attracted to him on a surface level, but the threats of violence, Trent being in danger, and the fact he was a supernaturally mortal murdering lunatic kind of tipped the scales out of his favour. Tipped the scales? It tipped the scales, did it? I'm sorry, but threatening you, threatening your friend, and being a murderer mean that the scales shouldn't be tipping in one way or another. The scales should be thrown out of the window and run away from as fast as possible, along with that man. And in terms of plot specifics, at this point, Cora has been convinced that unless she either joins the Fair or becomes Simon's puppet, then her best friend Trent will be killed. Should have mentioned that for context here. So she's trying to figure out how to save him and herself, hence why she keeps going back to the fair at all. And then we get the first proper act of major physical violence against Cora, where the ringmaster comes along to try and protect her. She took a step away from Simon. That was it. She was done. Sorry, Trent. She tried to leave, but suddenly she couldn't move. She struggled, but it felt like there were 1,000 tiny wires surrounding her. She caught the faintest reflection of light off silvery spider-like strings in the air around her. Simon twitched his fingers and she lurched, moving beside him. It was not of her own doing. Her feet moved and she had nothing to do with it. She wailed, "Oh God, oh God." His arms snaked around her, yanking her against him possessively, flushed to his side. "Shush, Cora," Simon snarled down at her. "Not now." She still couldn't move. Couldn't lift her arms, turn her head, nothing. She would be shaking, but she didn't even have that range of movement. Her heart was thumping so loudly in her ear, she missed part of the conversation. Panic was welling up in her chest. She wasn't claustrophobic, but being unable to control her own body was something new entirely. "Please," she whispered. "Please stop." She felt lightheaded. Simon's grasp on her was hard and reeked of ownership, like she was a toy and Ringmaster was threatening to take her away from him. She felt like an object on a shelf. She felt less than human. She also felt like she was strapped into a roller coaster and watching a solid wall come rushing towards her. Unconscious was probably better than this. Sure, why not? I'm sorry, but this is absolutely horrific. I don't care if we're talking real people or fictional characters here, but anyone acting in this way, if a person treats you like this, ties you up without consent, pushes you around like you're a doll, makes you feel less than human, terrifies you to this extent where you're having panic attacks, you can't move, all of this stuff, don't be with them. After this, there is nothing anyone can do to redeem themselves enough to be in a relationship with you. Nothing at all. And the worst part is that Simon doesn't even redeem himself. He carries on treating Cora like this, and they still end up in a relationship. He carries on actively abusing her and treating her exactly like this. The abuse only gets worse and worse, and they're still in a relationship. It is the worst, most dangerous message to be sending to your audience. So Cora obviously collapses, she faints, she's in a panic, it's understandable, and Simon is full of, "She's mine, Ringmaster, she's all mine." Super possessive, but Ringmaster manages to hold him off for a good amount of time. Ringmaster and the other fair members are super, super kind to her, they try and help her, but Simon's already keen on isolating her from them by shouting in her face that she can't trust them, stop talking to them, they're all awful people, he's the only one who can possibly help her. Typical abuser behaviour. Isolate your victim from any other support network. Make you reliant on them and only them. Typical of abusers. Luckily, this time, Cora manages to get home safety, and we're literally told by, I think it's Ringmaster and the other characters, that if Cora can stay away from the fair, everything will be fine. Everyone will be safe. Except Cora doesn't know this, and Simon decides he just has to, and I quote, has to find a way to get Cora to come back to him, because he wants her, so he's happy to put her in danger, you know? When he invades her dream that night, he tells her that she should become one of his dolls and ignore everyone else's warnings, because don't believe what these fools say. They hate me and they're jealous. They would ruin anything of mine to make me miserable. This is so bad. My ex was like this. Johnny would always tell me that, anyone who tried to warn me about his abusive behaviour or his cheating or anything like that, they were just jealous. They were crazy. They're the abusers, not me. They're the bad ones, not me. It was typical textbook abuse. And that is exactly what Simon is showing here in this book. There are so many passages like this in the books, and it's... there are no words for this. Stunned, she didn't know what to do. He was a madman. He wanted to turn her into one of his dolls, whatever that meant. But he was captivating. God help her, something about him caught her breath in her throat. He was monstrous. He was wicked. He was beautiful. He watched her with those fiendishly coloured eyes, and she saw desire in them. She saw mischief. She wanted to know what he was planning, because she might want it a little bit too. He watched her like a cat with a wounded bird that knew its victory was sealed, but he was dragging out the moment for a bit more fun. Again, with the predator analogies, can we stop? It's not sexy. Honestly, passages like this, they just make me angry and sick. Being a monster, being wicked, wanting to kill and eat you, this is not something we should be romanticising, and yet these books do. over and over and over. He talks about how he can't wait to rip her to shreds. He talks about how he wants to do all these things to her. He can't wait to hurt her. He wants to see her in pain. And like all this stuff. And she's like, maybe I want that too. I shouldn't, but it is pure romanticization of abuse. Is romanticization a word? It is now. Simon finally kisses her in a dream, and it's described as, it was slow, it was sensual, it felt like the definition of sin itself. It wasn't rough and it wasn't harsh. It was gentle and passionate, but all the same, the embrace was possessive. It was stealing a part of her, just as the fair had done. And I'm sorry, but combined with everything else we know about this man and what he's done, this isn't sexy. It's not romantic, it's not heartwarming, it's manipulative, it's disgusting, it's possessive, and it's just another act of him being abusive. I can't celebrate this. Afterwards, he tries to kiss her again, and she actually rejects his advances. But no, not because he's a vile abuser, but because she says, I'm not special, I'm not interesting, I don't understand. And she thinks to herself, stop kissing me. Don't stop kissing me. I need serious therapy. Why is this being portrayed as something positive? Why are so many women in the reviews for these books swooning over Simon and his romance and how perfect he apparently is? Stop it! And this idea of like, I'm not special, I'm not interesting, I don't deserve it. And like, no, an abuser will make you feel that way. But you are special, and you do deserve better, and you need to stop listening to men like this. On the subject of reviews for these books, let me read you a few reviews from women who have read these books and what they think of Simon, because this is why these books are so dangerous and worrying and why I want to talk about them. Actual real life women are saying, I loved this, and I bloody adore Simon just so much. He is so sinisterly sneaky. A complete enigma who is as certifiably mad as he is at times lucid. His lunacy is just as appealing to me as his other varied qualities. He has one of those vibes where you know you shouldn't, as he's definitely dangerous and bad for your health, but you just can't help stick your fingers in the fire to feel the heat all the same. I adored his total disregard for other members of the fair and their authority. Nothing dreamier than a man with no empathy and overt issues with authority. Simon is a perfect villain, so completely smitten with Cora, who's a total badass, that it's simultaneously disturbing and adorable. I can't believe I'm really rooting for Cora to fall in love with a murdering psychopath. Ha 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 ha. I love Simon. I love their connection. I love his protectiveness. I love his jealousy. I love his shadow. I love this author. Stop it. So, with the first kiss at least, he finally convinces her to become one of his dolls because it's not so bad and he'll totally eat you slowly and it'll save your friend's life, definitely, right? Yeah. So, Cora falls for it. And in real life, she goes back to the fair and into the puppeteer's tent, and she finally realizes what being a puppet actually involves when she sees his other sentient puppets, and understandably, she freaks out. Finally, she turns around and tells him, "You're insane," and tries to get away from him, and I'm like, yes, good on you for finally realizing it. More of this, please. That dangerous, fiendish smile split his face. Once more, he was the cat and she was the canary, and he couldn't be happier. I tasted a piece of you. Such a small, delicate shard, and I decided I could not live without savouring the rest of you. I don't plan to kill you. I plan to consume you, bit by bit, little by little, until there's nothing left of you. Her heart was pounding in her ears. You're insane! So she begs to be let go and she tries to run away, and Simon just will not let her go because this is who he is, and he pulls out this giant life-size doll of her that he's made, and he's promising, oh my god babe, you'll be my main attraction, it's gonna be so great, you're gonna be so beautiful. And it's like a big metaphor for how abusers so often will use you to satisfy their own needs, no matter the cost to you. All he cares about is his show and all that stuff and how it's going to benefit him and what he can do. He doesn't care about what happens to Cora. Funnily enough, I actually have a poem about this. It's called Misery Symphony. I'm releasing it soon. It's a nice video. Check it out. It's about musicians and artists kind of stealing bits of you for their own work, and also about how they essentially rip you to shreds because they think they're trying to do something better, but then when they realise they've messed you up even more and they've damaged you even more, they're just like, oh, screw this, I'm going to discard you. Yeah, poem about that coming soon. Check it out. Once it's released, I will leave a link to it in the video description for this video. Anyway, I would like to say this is a metaphor for that. I feel like it should be, but I don't think that is actually the author's intention. God knows what she was trying to do with all of this. I would like to have words with her, you know? Words. Cora tries to run away, but she is restrained by his puppet strings. Something wrapped around her throat and she gagged as the sudden stop yanked her back. It felt like fishing line. It burned and she wondered if it had cut into her skin. She went to grab at it. Her arms didn't move. He had her in those terrible, invisible, and impossible strings of his. She screamed. "Shut up, will you?" Simon snarled from behind her. "Such a noisy one you are." Suddenly she was moving, sliding backwards across the packed dirt of the centre of the tent. She wailed in fear. She wasn't moving her legs. So he literally has her tied up, in pain, unable to move. She begs to be let free, and then he kisses her against her will. It's all incredibly difficult to read. Like I've said before, excellent, terrifying villain, horrific love interest. At this point, nothing this man can do is going to make me root for him being with Cora. Thankfully, Ringmaster charges in and saves Cora, but sadly, he saves her by making her part of the fair. She becomes the contortionist, as you mentioned earlier, and Ringmaster does it so she is sponsored by Simon, which means a little bit of his self is inside Cora, and now he's kind of responsible for her and looking after her, and he can't kill her and eat her without hurting himself anymore. So it was a plan to save her from him. From then on, Cora's real life outside of the circus has been completely erased. All her old friends and family have forgotten her, and because Cora has this part of Simon in her, and Simon kind of has this connection with Cora, he is uncomfortable every time she's sad, and that makes him really, really angry with her. Cora struggles to accept her new life. Simon thinks to himself how pretty she is and how much lust he feels for her, and that is the end of the first book. Done. And so this is kind of like setting it all up. Like I say, this would be fine if Simon was the villain. This would be great if Simon was the villain and you knew he was going to get some comeuppance at the end. But Kathryn Ann Kingsley, for God knows what reason, decides Simon should be the love interest. Oh yeah, this guy's cool. We'll just make him fall in love with our protagonist, even though he's been abusing her. Book 2 gets so much worse. Let's talk about that. Book 2 is titled The Puppeteer, and it opens with the reminder that Simon is, and I quote, an undead psychopath to whom she was mildly attracted, but that was another stupid problem entirely. I agree, Kyra. Good on her. Cora's chronic illness is now better now that she has joined the fair, and most of the first half of the book is spent talking about her, like, you know, struggling in her new role, struggling to accept it, trying to escape the fair, meeting all the other characters in the fair who are great. I really, really like them. I wish there'd been more focus on them, especially in the earlier books, other than just Simon all the time, because honestly, he is boring compared to the others. Do not like him. Sadly though, within the first few pages of the book, Cora bumps into Simon outside her trailer, where she now lives, and he immediately starts using his puppet strings to control her because he can. Yeah. She pushed away from him and went to run. She made it 10 steps before her limbs froze in place mid-stride. She stopped in defeat. And then a little later, after he's finally released her, she thinks, with his size and strength advantage and the weird freaky string thing he could do on command, trying to attack him wasn't going to do her any good. And something felt weird sitting next to him, like she was supposed to be there. She had always been strangely drawn to him. He was beautiful, even with his wickedness. There was a sultry sinfulness to him, even if he was a murderous psychopath. But something had changed. It felt like there was a pull. No. Sorry, but no. There's no meant to be when it comes to abusers and people like this. Beauty, lust, charm, it is all a front and it is all fake. And yeah, they can absolutely cloud your judgment. It is understandable. I fell for it for a long time. Abusers, especially narcissistic abusers, are often beautiful and charming. They often use things like love bombing to make us feel completely special. And then you know, we're told that we're the most important people in the world to them, to everyone. We're special. They've never met anyone like us. They've never had a connection like this before. We're just meant to be. Abusers tell us this all the time, and then they tear it down in an instant when it suits them. They say and do whatever they can to get what they want, but the niceness is a mask that they can't keep up forever. All the love bombing, all the nice words, all the beauty, all the charm, all of that, it's all worthless and meaningless because it's all lies when the person is an abuser who doesn't respect you and physically and emotionally harms you. Simple as that. I can't believe they're literally romanticising it, but I hate books like this. Yeah. Cora's struggling to accept her position in the fair and she can't quite believe it's happening, so Simon decides to directly shoot her in the heart to prove that, yeah, she can survive pretty much anything, or at least physical deaths. So that's nice. I wish I was joking, but no, he literally just takes a gun and out of nowhere shoots her in the heart. And yeah, she can't physically die, but she still feels the pain. She still suffered that death and then had to wake up and heal from it. And the healing's quicker than normal, but still. So she wakes up to nice people like Jack, the rigger, worrying about her and trying to care for her. Meanwhile, Simon is just mocking her and asking her to make him breakfast. So her response is to hit him around the head with a frying pan, which I applaud and support. Normally, I'm not a fan of physical violence, as you can tell, but in this case, I think it was warranted. Like, I don't care if they can't die permanently. He still shot her in the heart. He's still physically controlling her. He's still physically abusing her and emotionally abusing her. And it's scary stuff. This is not a healthy relationship. This is not romantic. This is not funny. This is not sexy. It's not even fun to read. Honestly, it's just traumatic and brought back a crap ton of really, really bad memories for me, and I'm sure it would for other people too. There's a ton more of them making snarky comments at each other as he tells her about the fair, alongside getting all up in her personal space again, stroking her hair, all that cliched stuff. Just, yeah. And then the narrative switches to Simon's perspective, and we see the first hints of his manipulation and control and jealousy that only get a lot worse from here. First, she had to accept her new life in the fair. Then he could convince her that he was the right person to train her. After that, he could convince her that he was the right person to invite to her bed and let him do... He shoved those thoughts away. Distractions were dangerous. Besides, Cora had already let Jack near her, and she probably had already been suckered in by the sweet smile and handsome features of the rigger, just like every other girl who wandered through the park. He was tanned, buff, kind, gentle, and sane. Just about everything Simon wasn't. If Simon wasn't careful, the rigger would have her between his sheets before the week was out. Jealousy roiled in him. It was another dangerous thing. What he needed to focus on was the task at hand, ripping his stolen property back out of Cora and then devouring the rest of her whole. Or maybe not whole. Maybe he'd keep her for a while. She was wonderfully sarcastic when she wasn't weeping in a pile on the floor. She would be fun to play with, especially when she was a bit more obedient and didn't shrink away from him every time he touched her. Anyone who says they want their partner or potential partner to be more obedient, red flag. Again, massive red flag. That is not someone you need in your life at all. It is disgusting. It reminds me so much of all the Fundy books that I've reviewed on this channel, but like from the man's perspective, you know, all this men want obedient women, women be obedient, women be passive. Like, I hate it. I hate it all. And this is where the author starts to really ramp up. They're like, oh, well, he can't be that bad of a guy because Cora's attracted to him narrative, and it's just... I hate it all. They really push this idea that, like, every time he touches her and she flinches away, it's not because he's the problem. It's because she's afraid of intimacy in general, not him. Maybe she's afraid of him, but that's a good thing, right? It's, I don't know. I don't like it. I do not like it. Just like a typical abuser, Simon, as a character, seeks out Cora's weaknesses. He finds out what they are, and then he uses them to manipulate her, which is gross enough until you learn that Cora's weaknesses are that she was previously raped 5 years ago by her then partner, and is now pretty damn scared of men and sex and intimacy in general. She hasn't been touched by a man in 5 years since the rape, and he's like, I can use this. The author is pretty awful here. Simon as a character is awful here, because over the course of all these books, I feel like the author is really disrespectful of people who are getting over the trauma of a sexual assault. Like, I don't like how it's all portrayed, and I don't like especially that Simon as a character uses her assault as another means to manipulate her, and there's some really, really gross moments that we'll talk about when we get to them, but So let's read a few more passages. Something made her push him away. Fear, but not of him. He could use that. He could pull on that thread, and little bit by little bit she would let him inch near her. She was already becoming accustomed to him. She could be fleeing from him now, screaming and whipping fists at his face. Just yesterday he'd tried to turn her into a doll. Today he'd shot her. But she stayed at his side, moody and pensive. She must have felt some kind of pull towards him. Ah yes, the one and only sign of true love. You use their fear against them, and they stick around despite you trying to kill them multiple times. How romantic. Like, I'm sorry, but this is a dangerous message to be putting out there to the readers. When he wasn't chasing her, yanking her on strings, or shooting her, he wasn't totally insufferable. He was egotistical, snarky, sarcastic, and utterly self-centered. But he wasn't miserable to be around. Oh yes. What a dream. That's what I've always wanted in a man. Not completely miserable to be around. And the author tries to present him as like such a totally good guy, because when Cora was busy crying about her entire life being ripped away and her friends not remembering her anymore, he let her cry to him so he could use it as a way to try and sleep with her, because oh my god, like such a good guy. Don't you just wish there were more men like that? This is so totally dreamy. Like, where do I find a man like that in my life, yeah? And he had held her while she cried. He'd comforted her. It was only because he was trying to help himself, and by his own admission, he wanted into her pants. But one way or another, he was helping her. She had to give the man points for at least being honest. Most guys would lie and claim they felt something for her. He was very clear about what he wanted and why. So he wants to manipulate and use and then discard you, but at least he's being honest about it. What a good guy. Later that night, Cora has a dream, and this time it's not Simon who visits her, not real life Simon, but Shadow Simon, his independent, sentient shadow who can't speak in the real world, but can in her dreams. And in this dream, like I say, he has blue eyes as opposed to regular Simon who has red eyes. God. The reviews constantly talk about, oh my god, Shadow is like such a sweetheart, I just love him. Actual review. But no, he's really not. He's pushy. He doesn't respect boundaries, especially not physical boundaries. He's typical nice guy, and it's not cute. Is Cube snoring in the bathroom there? Enjoy. Quick warning, because we're going to be talking about some uncomfortable and difficult stuff in these next scenes. It only gets worse as the video goes on, but warning anyway. So this is how the Shadow introduces himself to her for the first time in a dream. Something tackled her. Full-on football linebacker tackled her onto the sofa. Cora! She screamed and landed hard on her back on the soft surface. Someone was on top of her, hugging her around the waist, pinning her down with all his weight on top of her. She smacked at the black fabric of their back. Get off! Cora, 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 hi! He rolled off her just enough that she could gasp for air, but he could still use her breasts for pillows. He had one elbow underneath her now, supporting his weight. Sorry, get off me! She tried to push him off, but he just gripped her harder against him. Her legs were trapped under his, and he had her well and truly pinned. Nope, not what I would describe as such a sweetheart. Getting this much into someone's personal space and touching them without their consent, not letting them move or leave, rubbing your head against their chest, when she's clearly saying no and get off, and he's just like, nope, and refusing. This isn't cute, this isn't romantic, this is sexual assault. It's bad enough that he's doing this to any woman, never mind a woman whose previous sexual contact with a man was rape. This stuff is traumatic. Pro tip here for your real life: if you explicitly tell a person to get off you or stop touching you and they immediately don't, that person is trash. Not super adorable. There's no risk of mixed messages or anything in this scene. She says get off, he says nope, and doesn't. He pins her down. That is assault. He continues to touch and kiss her without her consent, but it's okay, really, because look at his face. He's happy. Oh, he's only doing this because he's so lustful and affectionate. There's no malice in his eyes, so it can't possibly be real sexual assault, right? It's disgusting, and there's so much of this in this book, how touching without consent is different if the man is affectionate and lustful while he's doing it, you know? You'll see it over and over, and it is disgusting and incorrect and needs to stop. Then again, she tells him to stop, tries to push him off again, and instead of stopping, he asks, why? She asks again, and he sulks and tries to emotionally manipulate her. Stop! He sighed and stilled his movements, but didn't get off her. Fine, but you're no fun. He sniffed. This is not romantic. This is not sexy. I'll keep saying it. This is assault. Somehow, God knows how, he wears her down enough that he convinces her to let him kiss her properly, and she allows it for God knows what reason. And then the shadow decides to tell her that he loves her after, you know, having seen her around for all of 4 days and this being the first time they're talking. Typical love bombing. I'm not even joking. Seriously. Oh God. You know what? At the end of this video, I actually have a thing where we go through Dr. Ramani's checklist of like, are you dating a narcissist? And it's from her book, Should I Stay or Should I Go? That really helped me heal after an abusive relationship with a narcissistic abuser. And we are going to go through her checklist, and I think it's something like 30 questions. We're going to see how many of them Simon and his shadow fulfill. Spoiler, it's a lot. Anyway, the kiss is interrupted by a very angry real-life Simon. This is so messed up. A familiar voice broke into the dream. A voice that was already there, but this one was seasoned by rage. She's mine! Her dream broke like a glass thrown against the wall. Yeah, that's a healthy way to deal with jealousy, right? Bearing in mind, jealousy that he feels towards a part of himself. Red flags. Red flags everywhere. So many red flags. Here's a red flag, there's a red flag, everywhere's a red flag. Ugh. Back in the real world, we experience what's been happening from real world Simon's perspective. He was furious. Someone was kissing Cora. Someone was in her bed and it wasn't him. And that sent him into a rage, the likes of which he hadn't known in a very, very long time. He picked the lock of her boxcar. He was barely able to still his shaking hands long enough to do the deed, but he wanted to catch the lovers unawares. He wanted to sneak up on them, so he could snap his wires around their necks and rip her would-be paramour to smithereens. He would string them up by their feet and shatter every finger on their hands, one at a time. He would break their toes and every little bone they owned, then the bigger ones, and then the biggest ones, until they were a puddle of goo. He would reduce them to pulp. He would turn them into a decorative jelly mold that had long since been out of fashion and arrange them with a cherry on top as a warning to anyone who dared try to have her. She's mine! He pushed the door open. The poor girl hadn't remembered to set her deadbolt or chain. Not that that would have stopped him, and crept into the room. He wanted to catch them in the act. None of this is okay. None of this is even close to okay. We have possessiveness over someone he's not even dating yet. Major jealousy issues being expressed through anger and physical violence. Very graphic physical violence. You have him breaking into her home when he thinks she's in a vulnerable position of being naked and in bed with someone else. None of this is okay. All of this is abuse and illegal. But Magical World will let him off for that. Because I don't think the police can really police a magical soul-eating fair, so I'll let them off for that. Still abuse. None of this is an appropriate way to act, especially when you're not even dating someone. Like, oh. So he breaks in, he's angry, he's seething, and then he realizes, hang on, she's alone. And he realizes that she's actually kissing his shadow in her dream, and he decides to keep staring at her and perving over her while she's asleep and can't consent, and she's literally not conscious and half undressed in her own bed because he wanted her, and now seeing her like this, he had to have her. He had to. This is terrifying. I think this is one of most women's worst nightmares. Having a man perving on them while they're asleep and a man who then goes on to try and sexually assault them while they're unconscious. I think this is something every woman is terrified of. Cora sleep talks and she says to the shadow in her dream, Simon, yes. Clearly not directed to real world Simon. Clearly something she's saying in a dream. She is literally still unconscious. I think we can all recognize this is not consent. No way in hell any of this could be considered as giving consent. She doesn't even know real world physical Simon is there, never mind hearing it, never mind directing what she's saying to him. But Simon decides, screw that, that's all I need to hear. That was a beg, a plea, and far be it for him to deny her. He kissed her. Oh look, he's a sexual predator, and he's delusional. What a gem. Don't you just love him? He starts groping her and touching her, and she wakes up, and understandably, she absolutely panics. And she tries to push him off, and his response is literally to laugh in her face, because clearly she wants it, and this is, and I quote, a false show of dignity. I won't read it out because honestly, this scene, I don't really want to read this out right now. Honestly, there are worse ones later, and we'll see if I can deal with reading them out then. But for now, I'll put it on screen. So understandably, Cora has a full-on panic attack. Memories of her past rape come back to her, and Simon pushes further. He literally pushes himself between her legs, physically traps her, and she only manages to get away because by luck she scratches his face, and that shocks him enough for her to be able to escape. This is literally attempted rape. There is no other word for it. There's no other way of describing this. And again, other than the him trying to murder her thing before, at this point, I was definitely like, there is no redeeming this character. You can't have a character rape someone and then expect me to root for them being in a relationship, or try to rape someone and expect me to root for them being in a relationship. It's disgusting and it's not going to happen. It's repulsive. Cora then understandably blacks out for a while. Simon has his ego bruised and decides to respond by hitting his head against the wall until he bleeds and making her feel guilty for rejecting him. Once again, emotional manipulation, abuse. He then forces Cora to tell him about the time she was raped, and I think the author is trying to play this off as like, oh my god, how cute, they're sharing stories and bonding. But no, that's not what this is. He forces her to retell him and basically relive out her trauma. And she's like, no, I don't want to tell you, I don't want to. And he's like, tell me, I deserve to know, tell me. It's very forceful, not okay. And he then has the nerve to turn around and tell her, I wasn't going to rape you, Cora. I never would. Except that's not what your actions just were, mate. I read the scene, I was there. Who are you trying to convince? He then says, I don't often say this. If ever. I hope you appreciate it, as you won't likely ever hear it again. I'm sorry for scaring you. Is that meant to be some kind of redemption for the attempted rape? Because it's not good enough. It's just not. And he has the nerve to throw in, I would have stopped if you'd told me to. Except she can't say no, can she? Because she was unconscious when you jumped on top of her. An unconscious person cannot say no, which also means they cannot consent. I would have stopped if you said no isn't enough. Get actual consent. This is why teaching people about informed, enthusiastic, and explicit consent is so important. It's not just a matter of they didn't say no, she didn't say yes. Promoting this kind of message to people is awful and disgusting. And you know what? If this book was written 10, 20 years ago, maybe I could forgive it. Maybe I could be like, okay, well, you know, the author's just a product of the society she grew up in, she lives in, all that kind of... No, these books were released in the last couple of years. I think the last one was released this year, last year, something like that. These are a product of now, and she is completely saying, consent? What is it? We don't need it. It's dangerous, and it's disgusting. The next day, we get more anger and jealousy and delusions of grandiosity from Simon. This is a minor thing compared to, you know, the attempted rape and murder, but just one of the many things that all add up to him being a horrible, disgusting, horrific character who I hate. Basically, Cora tells him that the fair and Mr. Harrow, who runs the fair but is this mysterious figure that no one ever sees and apparently only communicates with the ringmaster, she tells him that they've been communicating with her again, and Simon is super angry because how dare Mr. Harrow speak to her and not to me? But he also thinks, and again I quote, how can I use this to my advantage? And we don't just see this once, but many times. A little later, she had received a letter from Mr. Harrow. It was frustrating. It was maddening. He was seething with jealousy. He needed to find a way to work this to his advantage. He just keeps doing it. He just wants to use her, and he's angry that she has any amount of power that he doesn't have. He then goes on this big rant to her face about how she's not actually special. She's never actually done anything good or worthwhile in her life. Unlike him, of course. And she actually ends up believing him and comes away thinking, damn, maybe I am better off trapped here and Simon's the best I can do. It's gross, and once again, it reminded me so much of the man who abused me. Because he used to make me feel like crap, like my accomplishments were nothing, like he was so much better than me all the time. And now I just don't take that crap from anyone anymore. None of that. There are a few, thankfully, amazing moments of Cora actually calling Simon out for the things he says and the way he acts and stuff, and, you know, messing around and using her own stuff, where she says, I don't belong to you. Great, love that, brilliant. But they're all completely undermined by the later books where she's like, oh, Simon, I totally belong to you. Not even joking. They're her exact words. And the fact that she usually follows up one of her outbursts of, I hate you, get away from me, you're a creep, I don't belong to you. They're usually directly followed up with her privately swooning over how handsome he is and her letting him get away with it all and, you know, getting all up in her personal space and stuff. She just lets him get away with it like it's no big deal. She's like, but he is quite hot, isn't he? Oh, he's very tall. Oh, he's very handsome. I'm like, no, he's a rapist. He keeps giving her these absolute crap speeches of, Cora, I'm the good guy here. I'm just trying to help you. All absolute manipulative rubbish. I wish she didn't fall for it. There's more of him trying to touch her, more of her being all, oh, she wanted to slap him and part of her wanted to kiss him. She even tells herself, no, 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 you're lonely, you're scared, and he'd be handsome if you weren't a murdering, lying, manipulative monster. Yeah, you're vulnerable. He's taken advantage of that. Don't let him. He is a monster, so get away from him, please. At this part, it starts to get very frustrating, quite repetitive, and I was just screaming for, like, look, enough of these scenes, please. I want more plot. I want more side characters. I hated all these moments of them together, with him manipulating her and it being passed off as banter. He manipulates her, he insults her, and it's all like, what cheeky bants, mate. No. No. And the thing is, you can't really blame Cora for her feelings and all this, because I get it. As I said before, abusers like this are charming, and you often have great chemistry with them, which convinces you into thinking there's a connection there when there isn't really one. They know how to make you feel special. And what is really dangerous about this series of books is that they imply that those things, the chemistry, the attraction, the charm, they're all you really need, they're all that matter, and that you can excuse the abuse, the harmful behaviour, because there's chemistry. You're not going to have chemistry like that with anyone else, right? He's special. You don't want to lose that connection. When in reality, that's not the case. In reality, there's no excuse for it. And you can have chemistry like that with someone else, except they won't abuse you while you have it. There's some great scenes where Cora practices her contortionist act for a bit, and then goes off to meet some of the other members of the fair. They're all having a nice meal together, having a few glasses of wine. Really nice to see, really enjoyed those scenes. And then Simon shows up and is angry because Cora is spending time with other people. And when Aaron lightheartedly teases him about it, like, ooh, do you have a crush on Cora? Simon responds like this. The next few seconds were mayhem. The bench tipped over, sending her crashing to the ground. She whacked her head hard on the packed dirt, and she lost a few precious seconds. There were smashing sounds, shouts, a scream, something wet splashing on the dirt next to her. When she came around, Bruce and Louis were kneeling next to her. When she turned her head and blinked a few times, she realised that the source of the wet slap was an arm. Aaron's arm, torn off at the socket. She knew by what. Strings. Aaron was on the ground, stretched prone, and Simon was standing over him. The air in the cafeteria was a wild, criss-crossing mess of silvery spiderwebbing strings. No one could get near them. Aaron was screaming. Simon was laughing. That loud, maniacal laughter that gave her chills. Cora was left to watch as the string around his neck tightened until he gagged. Then blood gushed from the wound. The string cinched tighter and tighter until his head just popped off. The wire cinched so tight that his head had no other choice. It rolled away from his body. Simon brushed his hands off, straightening his clothes. He turned to face her and smiled. Now then, where were we? Cora screamed and ran. Now I know this is fiction and fantasy, and I know Aaron as a character is immortal, so he will eventually heal from this, but it's still an absolutely terrifying and disproportionate reaction. A person who responds this way to a friendly joke out of jealousy of seeing someone they might be interested in chatting with someone else, if your response to that is this level of anger and violence, then that is not okay. If your response to seeing someone you're interested in having a meal with a group of people is anger and violence, then that's also not okay. So, Cora manages to... Hello, Kyra. So Kyra. Kyra and Cora. It's very hard to not get your names mixed up. Thank you. Oh, just one. If you were in this, you'd be tough, wouldn't you? Yes, you would. You wouldn't take any of that rubbish, because you're a tough girl. Mwah. A protector. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Not that Cora's not tough. She's a victim in all this. We're not blaming her at all. So, Cora runs away from the whole scene. Simon follows her, and Cora, she felt powerless. It was clear he could snag her with his strings at any point. He could tear her to pieces like he'd done with Aaron. Those feelings are not normal and not good and not okay. You should never ever feel powerless and in danger with a partner or potential partner ever. I know it sounds like stating the obvious, but clearly books like this are spreading the exact opposite message. He then continues to try on with her even more, and at this point she gives in for whatever reason, and there's all these descriptions about how the kiss is slow and sensual, and she feels like a fly trapped in a web. What is with all the predator analogies again? Cora asks, he just killed a man. He ripped him to pieces. Oh god, why am I holding on to him? Yeah, I asked the exact same questions reading this scene, to be honest. There's a lot more possessive talk and jealousy when he lectures her about how she's not even allowed to entertain the idea of dating with anyone else or sleeping with anyone else. It's messed up. Let me make one thing perfectly clear though, Cora dear. Nobody touches you but me. You can tell me no as many times as you want, every time I ask between now and when the sun burns out, but there's a part of me there inside you. And if they defile you, they defile me, and we can't have that. This is terrifying and controlling, and let me remind you, women are not property, and they can do whatever the hell they want with their bodies whenever they want. Thankfully, she actually sees this time, and she, claps back, and she's like, nah, mate, I liked this bit, I just wish she kept it up. It was like a spell had been shattered. She shook herself free of it and glared at him. I don't belong to you. If I want to go off and fuck every single person in this godforsaken fair, it's my right. And then she kicks him out, and it's one of the few interactions between them that I thoroughly enjoyed. More of that, please. More of her telling him to get lost and not control her. I liked that. Isn't that right? Cute one. I adore you. You like your belly rubs, don't you? Cookie face. And then finally we get a bit of actual plot, thank God. And this is actually important to what happens with Simon next, so I'll give you a brief explanation, but of course spoilers. So Cora goes to Mr. Harrow's little trailer boxcar and tries to communicate with him. Mr. Harrow is this mysterious figure, like I say, he's never seen, he runs the fair, he usually talks to Ringmaster, and through a little letter that he posts through the door to her, he offers her a deal that has never been offered to anyone else before. The letter reads, I will free you of this place, but it will cost the lives of all the rest in my employ. You have until tomorrow night at midnight to decide. So Cora has to make the decision between her life and everyone else in the fair. Interesting. A moral dilemma. Very much like the trolley problem. Coolsies, which you'll see is sort of the theme of this entire series in terms of the actual plot bits, not so much in terms of the romance bits. But then when she's not looking, Simon decides to steal the note from her and finds out what the offer is and immediately thinks, well, I wouldn't hesitate to kill everyone for my own benefit, so Cora must be too. Because that's the thing with abusers like this. They assume everyone else in the world is as bad and awful as them. And then there's another dream scene with the shadow kissing her without consent again, and then another time with consent, and then she learns a bit about Simon's past, and that's it. It's not that interesting. I found it kind of boring. He was a rich guy, he got engaged, then the fair took him, she forgot him. That's it. That's his big tragic backstory. In the waking world, Cora talks to more people and decides she can't possibly take the deal. She doesn't want to kill them, and she's like, yeah, no, my life isn't more important than all of theirs. But this doesn't matter because, like I say, Simon has already stolen this note from her and found out, and he is angry. And he says, best get rid of her before she kills us all. Oh, Simon, isn't he just adorable? What a lovely selfless love interest that we should all be lusting after. I wish all men were like this. So he plots to do the only thing he can, turn her into a doll and eat her. A rehash of the first book, essentially. I think the first book took place about 3 days ago in this in-universe timeline, so 2 attempted murders and a rape in 3 days. What a good guy. I'm totally rooting for them to get together, aren't you? And he can't understand whether Fair's communicating with her because in his words, she's just a girl. Some sad, foolish local girl. Again, if a man said this about me, if he thought this little of me, especially one who was trying to, sleep with me, I'd be like, hell no. I want someone who sees the good in me, not thinks I'm just some sad, foolish, lonely local girl. Wait, lonely wasn't in there. But you get the idea. Sad, foolish local girl. Cora, however, has no idea that Simon even knew about the deal, and she's like, well, it doesn't matter, I'm not taking it anyway. All goodsies. And she turns up at Simon's tent and finds him working on a puppet. Spoiler, it's the one of her, but it's covered in a sheet. And we are reminded that, bearing in mind he's working on the thing that's going to kill her right now. Holy hell, he was beautiful. She tilted her head a little bit. She wondered if she could cut her hand on those cheekbones of his if she hit him the wrong way. Attraction surged in her again, and she desperately tried to stamp it out like a wildfire threatening to catch. He was so tempting, like a sinful cookie in a glass jar. Even with his bizarre, terrifyingly coloured eyes, his devilish smile scared her. But it was also a large reason she was so damn attracted to him. So he's hot. That makes everything that's about to happen totally forgivable, right? Kaoru says no. So he tells her that they're going to practice her contortionist act together, but then he tries to seduce her instead before this happens. Cora tried to yank back from him, but his hand in her hair tightened into a fist. She pushed against his chest, but she might as well have been shoving against a wall. He was inhumanely strong. When she tried to rip away from him, hair be damned, he gestured his hand and suddenly she couldn't move. Simon! He had her in his strings, the ever-present trap that he could snap shut around her without warning. He stood, leaving her on her knees, and he grinned sadistically. He towered over her, cutting a frightening silhouette against the stripes of the tent. Simon, let me go. No, I was an idiot to trust you. I should have known you were as backstabbing as I am, he sneered. Before she could react, she was lashed to a post that held up one portion of the tent. Her wrists were bound tightly behind her back. She screamed. All terrifying but understandable things for a villain to do, not for a story's love interest that you want us rooting for. He gags her and she realises escape was hopeless. Escape had always been hopeless. Bowing her head, she let herself weep and waited to die, which funnily enough is exactly how you do feel in a lot of abusive relationships. Again, I could get behind this all as a plot point if the story was to highlight how awful abusers are, how difficult it is to get away from them, all of that stuff, but it's just not. The author actually wants you to root for this couple, to actually think they're good together. I don't get it. How do they have a happy ending together after this with no redemption or remorse from him for what he's done? There's more torture and screaming and crying, and then Cora manages eventually to convince him that she isn't going to take the deal, and Simon's like, well, I'm not trusting you anyway, lol. And then Ringmaster bursts in, and he's all angry and threatening, and he's like, Simon, you're not allowed to kill her and turn her into a doll, but that deal's bad. Better keep her tied up until after the deadline anyway, this poor woman. So Cora's in pain, she's uncomfortable, she is tied up and unhappy. Meanwhile, and I quote, Simon was having a blast. Not as much fun as he might be having if Cora had opened up to him and let him spread those pretty little legs of hers, but he would take what he could get. He thought he might erupt from the constant tension he felt low in his body. It was beginning to verge on pain. She kept keeping him in a state of constant torture, and so he felt obliged to do the same to her. This is so messed up. A woman not having sex with you, and you torturing, raping, tying up, and physically assaulting a woman are not the same thing. Anyway, I'll skip some of the worst bits, and long story short, he keeps her tied up until midnight passes, which was the deadline for the deal. The deal can't be made anymore. She is definitely trapped forever in the fair, and then the fair does this thing called inverting, where it sort of reverts to this ghost world kind of in a bubble, which is like away from the real world, so the fair doesn't have visitors, it's just the 20-odd fairground ghostly employee things all pottering around together. And yeah, that's where the book ends. So, on to book 3. Let's remember at this point, in the course of about 3 or 4 days, Simon has actively tried to kill Cora twice, rape her once, him and his shadow have groped and kissed her without consent, he has tortured her friends, actively followed her and stalked her around, broken into her home, stolen her belongings, and God knows what else. And now we're about to start the book in which Cora starts having consensual sex with him and starts a relationship. Yeah, not even joking. So, book 3 is called The Clown, and I haven't really touched on the character of Clown much in this video so far, but side note, he is adorable. He's very sweet. In the way that people call Shadow adorable and sweet, no, he's not. But Clown is. Clown is lovely. I really like him. I think he's a great little addition to the story. I think he's wonderful. I wish more time and attention was spent on him, and I wish we'd got even more of his backstory because I think he is great. Anyway, so at the start of this book, the fair has just entered the inversion. So now Cora is completely cut off from the outside world altogether. She only has her brand new fair friends and Simon to talk to. And of course, Simon is trying to avoid her being around anyone else, talking to anyone else. He doesn't like it very much. So she is pretty alone, pretty vulnerable right now, and she's not having the best time of it. Let's be honest. Weirdly, this book opens with Simon thinking and acting like Cora has totally forgiven him for trying to kill her twice because he didn't actually do it. He didn't succeed, so it's not like she actually has to forgive him, right? But she should anyway. And you know, there was that time that he let her cry on him a little bit, so all is forgiven. That was totally redemption, yeah? That said, it opens with Cora reminding everyone what she thinks of Simon at this point. What an odd man. He was cruel and caring, sweet and sadistic, gentle and harsh, and he managed it all in the same breath. If he had insisted on curling up in bed at her side, she would have welcomed the comfort of his arms. I have problems. A lot of goddamn problems. And honestly, writing this stuff, I think the author does as well, to be honest. I don't know how many times I can say it in this and every other video. Occasional sweetness does not outweigh being relentlessly sadistic, or any amount of abuse, to be fair. Then we get some really cute scenes between Cora and Clown. Clown is selectively mute and he decides to show her her newly appeared by magic tent, the contortionist tent. And on the way, he thinks what the puppeteer wanted with her on the surface was very clear, and by her own admission, it seems she wasn't averse to the idea. But there was always more to these things than met the eye. But one thing was certain. Simon would be furious that he was trying to spend time with Cora. Some more jealousy straight off the bat, and then the excuses start, of course. It was easier to believe the puppeteer was the demon that they had all painted him than to take the time to see deeper. Simon Waite, what an odd, tragic, terrible man. He was a monster, no doubt about it. He was a vicious, cruel, evil, and sadistic thing. He'd taken his heart and cast it into his shadow, because if he hadn't, there'd be nothing left of him to salvage. He would have ruptured at the seams and become a drooling, catatonic mess. And where would the fun in that be? So it's like totally not Simon's fault he's abusive, it's just like who he is because he was sad at that time. It's this magic thing because like he cast his sadness off, like that's why he's abusive, so we can like totally forgive him for it, yeah? Like, I'm sorry, but no, it doesn't excuse the abuse. And everyone who came to the fair had a really tragic backstory in one way or another. Every one of them lost people, every one of them suffered. Not all of them could rip out a part of their emotions that made them sad, but every one of them had pain and suffering. And none of them are abusive. None of them have tried to kill Cora. None of them tried to rape her. They can keep their emotions in check. Therefore, I don't care what his excuses or what his backstory is or anything, he's still an abuser. It's still not okay. Simple as that. I said in the video that I made on narcissistic abuse, and I do think that in these books, Simon is a narcissistic abuser. But I said in that video that I made that not all abusers are narcissists, and not all narcissists are abusers. Narcissistic abuse is a very specific type of abuse that can be hard to recognize unless you know about it, and that's why I try and educate people about it, because I've been the victim of it myself. And it is very specific abuse, and it's different to just domestic violence, or, well, not just, but you know what I mean. It's different to kind of other kinds of abuse. It's very insidious, it's very traumatizing. Like I say, I've been the victim of it myself, but you have to remember that not every person with narcissistic personality disorder is an abuser. Not everyone with a personality disorder will hurt people. Not everyone with a narcissistic personality disorder will be a narcissistic abuser. Therefore, while it can help explain the abuse, it's not an excuse for the abuse. It's not a matter of, oh, they can't help having a personality disorder, so they can't help that they abused you. We can't blame them for being abusive. I've seen all that stuff in the comments. I've been told all that stuff over and over and over again. And to some extent, they're right. People can't help having a personality disorder, but they can help how they treat people. Especially when that personality disorder is recognized, they can choose what they do with that diagnosis, essentially. They can get help, they can get therapy, they can attempt to control the behaviour regardless of the reason for it, and regardless of the cause, there is never, ever, ever any excuse for abuse. Simple as that. And that's why I can't forgive Simon's character for what he does to Cora throughout these entire 5 books, because no matter how much this book tries to push it, everything he does is inexcusable. They're like, oh, he's just mad. It's just his personality. He was sad. There's this magic thing. It's just who he is. He lacks empathy because of the magic. You shouldn't try and change him. You know, if you really love a man, you don't change him. Love him for who he is. But no, regardless of his reasons, he is an abuser, and he doesn't deserve a relationship with Cora or anyone else. I don't care if you're like, oh, but he had this sad thing happen in his past and that's why he's been physically violent with you. I'm like, no, it's not an excuse. It's never okay for him to be violent, to attempt rape, to emotionally manipulate, to be controlling, to be possessive, to be jealous, to be angry, violent. It's not okay. Leave him. Simple as that. I know I have no patience for these things, and my thinking is unusually black and white with topics like this, but my responsibility here isn't to make abusers feel better about themselves. My responsibility, if you can call it that, is to other victims and potential victims and survivors. And my goal is to help people understand what abuse is, how to recognize it, how to get away from it, and to give them the courage to get away. I want to try and help people before they end up hurt or dead. So I don't care if an abuser's feelings get hurt from my video. I care about the victims. Simple as that. So, back to the story in the book, because I am a little emotional. Cora's about to go take the stage in her tent for the first time when Simon comes in and gets all jealous because she's with Clown and not him, so he promptly kills Clown, rips him apart. This is a habit, as you can see. Just because they don't stay dead, it doesn't make the violence and the pain he inflicts on them okay. Not even a little bit. They still feel pain, they still suffer. These violent, angry reactions in response to any emotion are not healthy and they're not okay. And they are a sign of an abuser. He flicked his hand. She was worried for Clown for a split second, but it wasn't Clown Simon was after. Suddenly she was frozen in space, unable to move, unable to advance or retreat as Simon turned to her and walked, with a careful tempo, towards her. Simon, be quiet, Cora. His warning killed her words in her throat for once. He prowled towards her, drawing out the moment as long as he could, his steps silent on the packed dirt of the tent. As he drew closer to her, she was reminded of how tall he was, how easy it was for him to tower over her. There was a bare inch or two between them as he cradled her face in his hands. She wondered if he was going to snap her neck. There was no rage on his features, but she could feel it crackling in the air like lightning, like the invisible electricity before a storm. She wanted to beg him to stop whatever it was he was going to do, but he had told her to be quiet, and for once she thought it might be a good idea to listen to him. He picked up his hand from her cheek and flicked his fingers, and Clown collapsed on the ground, in 24 pieces or more. Simon's strings had diced the man into chunks instantly. Clown hadn't even had the time to react. It sent blood gushing down the steps of the grandstand in an explosion of red as all the liquid in the man's body sought to free itself in a few seconds. Oh God! Cora tried to pull back from Simon, but there was still no escaping the strings that held her tight. Please, stop, let me go. No, not until you understand. Simon shifted his hand to grasp at the hair at the back of her head, fisting it in his fingers, yanking her head back to look up at him. I sponsored you. I am responsible for you. I am your mentor, and no one else. I don't belong to you, he sneered. Don't you, though? He leaned his head down to hers, instantly capturing her in a kiss. She couldn't argue. She couldn't look away. How many times do I have to say, this is abuse? This is terrifying. This is not romance. This is not love. This is not, ooh, sexy, exciting fun. This is abuse. Cora manages to escape. She storms off, goes and gets drunk with some friends from the fair until Simon tells her that she has to go and practice with her act with him. She's drunk, and during practicing she falls from a piece of fairly high equipment and blacks out for a moment, and he absolutely takes advantage of her blacking out and uses it as an excuse to grope her and make a move on her. Remember this consent thing again? So, like I say, let's just take account for a moment of everything that's happened. She is in a new place. She's isolated from everyone and everything she ever knew. She's nearly died a number of times. She's just seen one of her only friends in the fair die. She's drunk and injured with a man who previously tried to rape and kill her, and he takes advantage of her, kisses and touches her, partly while she's unconscious and then once she's just woken up. How is this supposed to be a sexy, romantic moment? This is glamorizing abuse. There's more touching, more kissing. He tries to get her naked for a bit. He throws compliments at her like, my precious, beautiful Cora. But it really doesn't mean much to me when I've heard the way he describes her in private as just a girl, a sad local girl. And you're just two-faced, manipulative love bombing to get what you want. This book, book 3, has way more graphic sex scenes than the others, by which I mean it has sex scenes, which the other two didn't. And they're all based around Cora and Simon, and I am thoroughly repulsed by all of them. Not because I have a problem with sex scenes, but because of who Simon as a character is. I'm not by any means a prude, I just don't think we should be lusting after abusers and sexualizing abuse. Simple as that. So at this point though, Cora stops him before they actually have sex and runs away, and she goes and has a drunken nap when Simon's shadow decides to pop up in her dream and be creepy and possessive again. So he says hi to her by saying, pretty girl, such a pretty girl, mine. She became aware of herself already in the arms of someone nuzzling into her neck. She had a feeling she knew who it was. She planted her palm against his face and pushed. How a reader's saying this is adorable, it's creepy, stop it. Then for some reason she makes out with the shadow for a bit because, God, well, he manipulates her into it by saying, Simon doesn't really want to hurt you, like we're supposed to believe that. But like, that's literally the only redemption he ever gets for anything he did in the last 2 books. The shadow saying, he doesn't really want to hurt you. And that's it, we're supposed to be like, oh yeah, no, he totally didn't want to hurt her. Yep, they should be together. That's what the author wants us to think is ridiculous. No apology, no remorse, no redemption, no change in his behaviour, literally nothing. And that's it, okay, that's the end of that scene, cool. Back in the real world, Simon shows up at her door. Poor Cora cannot have a minute to herself. Either Simon's stalking her or his shadow. Like, even asleep, she can't be alone. I really feel for her. So Simon shows up at her door. Cora gets dressed for this party in her honour, and it's her first performance as the contortionist in front of her new fair friends and family. And while she's getting changed and she gets undressed, Simon's shadow sneaks in and watches her getting undressed without her knowledge or consent, and it's all laughed off as, ha ha ha, silly shadow, boys will be boys, it's your fault for being so pretty, Cora. It's disgusting. It's not okay. At the party, Simon tries to be all like touchy with her and possessive and ugh. Cora does her act. She's great. Everyone's like, yeah, cool, great, well done, Cora. And Simon decides while she's up on stage and can't defend herself or anything to boast to a bunch of the guys in the fair about how he totally slept with her dudes and he can totally get her to kiss him again in public to like prove it. I can't do douchebag voice. And he can like totally get her to like kiss him again in public to prove that she slept with him, yeah? It's not really gross, really childish, disrespectful. He makes a bet on her kissing him. It's grim. Simon's supposed to be at this point like a 160-year-old ghost demon man thing in the body of a 31-year-old man. This is not how a mature adult behaves. I hate all of this. I do like Jack as a character though, the rigger. He's sweet, he's respectful, he keeps his distance, and he doesn't speak creepily about Cora behind her back, and I'm just like, why can't she be with him instead? Why? Although that said, I would rather the books ended with her not being with anyone at all. I think if she found her like independence and stuff, like, that'd be great. So Cora comes over after a performance, finds out about the bet, and in a beautiful moment, she shouts at him, storms off, swears at him, it's brilliant, and I would love if the scene ended there. Over, done, she told him, empowering, beautiful, love it. Yeah, screw those abusive men. But no, Kathryn Ann Kingsley has to go and ruin it, doesn't she? Because Simon thinks, no, this is not how tonight ends, contortionist. Not if I get a say in the matter. And he stalks her all the way back to her trailer, and she's so angry with him that they have sex. That sigh from Kyra? That's how I felt too. So not only the character but the author are going to reward this childish, disgusting, abusive behaviour. They're going to give him exactly what he wants for being an awful person. Like, it's not okay. It's not okay. They make a really big point of like, oh, this is her choice, she's in control, and she might be in this one specific interaction to some extent, But if you look at it happening in the context of everything else between them, then he's her sponsor for the fair, so there's a power imbalance there. Plus, he has magical powers that can physically control her, so there's a power imbalance there. She's tired, she's vulnerable, scared, constantly talking about how scared she is of him, how he could kill her in any moment. He's physically bigger than her. He does literally use his puppet strings to physically move her around. This is not the empowering scene that the author tries to tell us that it is, and honestly, I find it grim. I find it repulsive. I find it very, very difficult to read. Clearly, nothing Simon can do will get Cora to stay away from him. And this isn't that's because it's like totally true love and like they're meant to be together. It's a dangerous message to be sending to the audience. Oh, there's this man who tried to kill and rape you and objectified you and embarrassed you in front of your friends and didn't even apologise, and in fact said it was your fault and then stalked you. Oh, but look at his pretty face. Yeah, you better have sex with him and give him exactly what he wants. Awful, awful message to send to the audience. Apparently, having sex with a man who tried to kill her is exactly what Cora needed. Apparently, it gets her over being raped before, and it was and I quote, a lot better than therapy. And, again I quote, she wished she hadn't waited so long. Now, I know everyone handles rape and sexual assault and the trauma from that completely differently. But sections of these books like this that treat it all so flippantly and downplay how awful Simon is and think that, oh, his penis is so magical, it can cure her. It's very upsetting to read. I feel it's very disrespectful. It's incredibly problematic. Then for some reason there's more sex. She asks him to stay the night, he does, and from then on everything is written like Simon is this wonderful character, something is just flipped. They act like he never did anything wrong. They act like we just need to forget about him trying to kill her and rape her. It's like, oops, let's just erase the last 2 books and like we're meant to swoon over him because, oh look, he made her orgasm a couple of times. What a great guy. No. Meanwhile, what Simon is thinking post-sex is, he was the reigning conqueror. He should be painting "Simon was here" in giant red letters on the side of her boxcar. He should have knocked on Aaron's door, awakened the barker from sleep, laughed in his face, and then walked back to his room as a champion. It's disgusting, it's childish, it's objectifying, it's disrespectful. And Simon is like annoyed at himself because he's like, maybe I do like her more than just wanting to have sex with her once. Oh, damn. Like, this is supposed to make up for everything because he's like, ooh, I might have some feelings now. It's like, great, where were those when you were trying to rape her? Too little empathy, too late. In fact, it's not even empathy. It's all about him having feelings for her, not him actually caring for her, not him actually acknowledging that she's a real person with emotions and feelings and having any respect for it. It's not enough. There's more possessiveness while he watches her sleep and thinks, she was peaceful, perfect, his. Gross. We get this weird interaction with them the next morning where Simon casually mentions killing one of his sentient, previously human puppets because she said something that annoyed him. And Cora's like, ha ha ha, oh you silly murderer you, I'd never want to change you. All these women who think they can change men, ha, I'm not like the other girls. And it's presented as though it's this like silly, lovely moment of understanding each other and not this completely messed up thing where she's like, oh babes, it's alright, you're just a murderer, I'm not going to change that. Oh, and you left your socks on the floor, it's fine, I won't change that either. But the murder thing, I can get over that too. Yeah, all good, all good. How many dolls do you have? 8. He paused. 7. Camille ran her mouth the other day for the last time. It was so nonchalant, so casual. He sipped his coffee like it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. So, you killed her. Have you forgotten who I am, Cupcake? Please. He sipped his own coffee. Don't mistake my affection for you for some kind of personal redemption. I know. Sorry. I'm shocked you haven't asked me to be rid of them all. She looked back at him with a raised eyebrow. You'd say no? I would. He grinned. Quite adamantly. But you've never asked. First of all, I'm not your boss. Second of all, I'm not stupid enough to waste my breath. And third, I don't want to fix you, Simon. She snickered. Anybody who looks at you and goes, he's just moody and misunderstood. I can fix him with a little casual sex. Need to get their own freaking head examined. She set down her coffee mug. I know exactly who you are. Do I approve of your puppets? No. But I didn't go into this naive. Whatever the hell this is. sorry, but being okay with murder and just accepting someone as an abuser and loving them anyway isn't the mature response to relationships like this that she thinks it is, like they're trying to play this off as. She is a naive, silly woman in danger who needs to get the hell out of there, and the author needs to stop romanticising this. Simple as that. And then they have more sex, because fixes everything, apparently. The author really, really, really wants you to root for them, and I'm just sat there like, how? How can anyone be okay with this? How can anyone support this? Like, the next chapter opens with, Clown watched with a smile. They were cute. What could he do? The devil and the princess, holding hands, walking through the fair and sharing secret glances and quiet laughter. They really were adorable. Young love. I'm sorry, but I don't think it's adorable to try and rape someone. Absolute trash. Meanwhile, Jack is the only character to be like, Simon isn't capable of love, she's gonna get hurt, and to actively worry about and look out for Cora, but he doesn't do it in a way that's like interfering or patronising or infantilizing, and I like that and I respect that, but for some reason, no one listens to him. In the next scene, we get what I think is one of the scariest conversations in this book. Cora and Simon are building a new set for his puppet show, because, oh, did I mention, he has planned out her entire day for her and, like, set her a schedule and tells her, you need to go here at this time and do this with me and then do this with me and then do this with me. Controlling. So they're building a new set for his puppet show and they talk. And, God, her whole attitude here is terrifying and worrying. Simon warns her that he has a dark side. What a shock, right? And he says he has fractures. You've only seen me in one of my fractures once. They come and go. You will see it again. And I might hurt you in one of those moments. I will not mean to. It's alright. It isn't. Darkness clung to him, inching in at the edges, and he shoved it away. Summoned like the whispering name of the devil, it came forward as though he had whistled, and it was a hungry dog. Well, I heal, so hey, she chuckled. It can't be worse than what you did to Barker or Clown. It could be. He leaned back to look up at her. She pulled his glasses from his face and tucked them into his pocket. She seemed to want to see his eyes. That touched him in an unexpected way. I do not want to hurt you, like that cretin Duncan. That's the guy who raped her before. I do not think I would descend to such horror in the grip of my madness. I never have before, but I've also never desired someone in the way that I do you, Cora Glass. So basically, just a warning, love. I'll probably maim and kill you at some point, definitely physically assault you, might rape you, might not, but you're pretty hot, so it can happen. And the author has the audacity to write Cora's response as this. She smiled tenderly. There's a difference. He wanted to hurt me. He was in full control of himself. And then she describes what happens, and again, won't repeat it here, but it was her partner. He was drunk. She said no. He didn't stop. And then the next day he called her a bitch and said she really wanted it, and she threw him out of the house and never saw him again. And so she describes that to Simon and says, whatever you do to me in a moment of madness will be very different than what he did. You and Duncan could not be more different. Sometimes the intention behind the act is more important than the act itself. I hope you remember that when I tear your arms off and use them to play the piano. She laughed. It was shocking to him. He would have expected fear. Instead, she leaned down and kissed his forehead. He didn't know what to say. Something in his heart had lurched at her playful acceptance of his violence, of his madness, of him. Guys, like, how romantic is this? She, like, totally accepts him for who he is, abuser and potential rapist and all. Oh, and that time he tried to rape her, it wasn't really rape because, like, it was different to her ex because her ex was angry and Simon was just really attracted to her and couldn't help himself, so it's, like, totally different, right? Like, it's different if a guy rapes you because he's angry with you than if a guy rapes you because he's just really attracted to you, yeah? Like, it's totally different, and, like, one of them you can really forgive. Like, he couldn't help it. He's a man with urges. Do I really need to explain how messed up and dangerous this whole narrative is? It angers me. It really, really angers me. This is why so many people don't understand consent. And this is why so many people get hurt. And why so many women in particular are victims of sexual assault. At this point, Simon goes on to have super romantic thoughts like it would happen soon enough, he knew. He'd be minding his own business, and then a second later he would wake up covered in her blood, and probably rutting her mangled corpse like the deviant he knew he was. I hope I'm kind enough to kill her before I maul her, so I don't have to come around and listen to her pained and terrified whimpering. I do not want to see those grey eyes look at me in betrayal and disgust. Please let me remind you that women, actual real-life women, have read this book, heard him say, I'll probably be rutting her mangled corpse, and written the review, my love for Simon has expanded to depths I didn't know could be reached. I know I'm meant to be reviewing this book, but even now, I feel at a complete loss for words. Anyway, then we finally get some actual plot happening, and one of the Faire members, Ludwig, who is a strongman, he dies because he's given up like too much of his soul, his personality, his deity to help others, and it's a sad moment. Everyone's crying except Simon, who fluctuates between bored and laughing. Totally appropriate. Definitely not the actions of a psychopath or a narcissist. There's a whole funeral, we learn some more about the side characters, we learn more about Clown in particular, and how he has these special powers to basically absorb the rest of people's souls or spirits and help them pass on and become a part of the circus or fair when there's not much left of them. All very interesting, really love this part, really like that dynamic in the story and the plot, I think it's great. And then perhaps one of the most disturbing scenes in the entire book, worse than the don't worry babes, I'll be rutting your mangled corpse soon. There's a weird three-way borderline rape scene with Simon and his shadow. Yeah, what am I doing with my life? By the way, at this point, there's no way this video is getting monetized, right? Support me on Patreon. That night, Cora goes to sleep next to real-life Simon, and in her dream, Shadow Simon gets jealous that she's had sex with real-life Simon and literally begs like a child for her to sleep with him too. I'm not exaggerating. So, once again, he gropes her without consent before she's even really fully conscious and realised that she's dreaming or that he's there or anything. He's just touching her all over and she's like, mate, get off. And then he says, I couldn't help it. I had to watch as he got to have you, hold you, love you, and I didn't get to share in it. I didn't get to feel any of it. It's not fair. Please, tell me I can. Don't tease me. I couldn't stand it. So she lets this creepy child shadow thing have sex with her, and I hate this and I'm repulsed by it because, like I say, it's written like an overly sexual child with no boundaries, and it just felt very, very, very wrong to me. I don't get the infantilization of this shadow character. It creeps me out. It's like a mix between an incel, a nice guy, and a child, and no thank you. Excuse me while I just go vomit a bit. And then to make matters worse, she's writhing around in her sleep, having sex in the dream with the shadow Simon, when real-world Simon wakes up, realises what's happening, and decides to join in. So before she's awake and conscious, he just sticks his penis in her passed out, asleep vagina, and then she wakes up and she's like, you know what, carry on. Just have no words. These books need absolutely none of this. I think my life would have been better if I hadn't had to read these scenes. And then, the next morning, Cora and Simon are joking around when out of absolutely nowhere, with no real trigger, Simon just snaps and he throws her out of his trailer, and his mood had risen and fallen like a lead paper aeroplane being thrown in the air. What do you expect? He's crazy. He's bound to have mood swings. Honestly, this is exactly what it's like dating a narcissistic abuser. The mood swings the way it can just flip on you without warning. You're constantly walking on eggshells, terrified you'll set them off because there's no logic to their triggers. It could be anything. It is absolute hell. I know, I've lived it. So I felt like this was a very, very accurate portrayal of what it's like to be dating and staying with an abuser in this way. So yeah, accurate portrayal of abuse, not romantic. Simon tells her he's going through a dark period, a fracture. He's going to black out and be crazy and probably hurt her, and she should stay away from him and all that stuff. So she leaves and he immediately starts smashing things up, and I was like, oh look, it's Johnny again. Except the only difference is Johnny used to throw things at me and then blame me for it. He didn't have the decency of asking me to leave my house first. So Cora leaves the trailer, goes and has a cry, tries to do some of her own stuff, but realises that she's so reliant on Simon and so lost without him because of how he's been controlling her and her schedule and everything, which is exactly what happens when you let a relationship like this completely consume you, and the abuser isolates you from everyone. So she's struggling, she's isolated, she's like, what do I do without him, blah, blah, blah. And she spends most of her time just worrying about Simon and thinking it's her fault that he's in this state and blaming herself. It's her fault that he's angry, it's her fault that he's messed up, it's her fault that he's throwing stuff and being violent and aggressive, which again is so accurate because this is how abusers make you feel. Very hard to read and have this romanticized. That night, real Simon comes to her in a dream and says, hey, babes, I'm okay now. Come to my tent tomorrow, see me, yada, yada, yada. So, of course, she trusts him, and she does, at which point he immediately restrains her and makes her watch a puppet show of his life. Strings snapped around her throat, invisible and taut. She gagged, but couldn't make any other noise. Her air was instantly cut off. They yanked her forward, dragging her down the aisle, until she stood at the lip of the stage. She heard wood sliding on the dirt behind her, and seconds later, the strings forced her backwards. She cracked into the lip of a bench that had been moving to the centre of the aisle, and the threads dragged her down until she was sitting. When the strings around her throat released, she coughed and tried to rub her throat. Her hands wouldn't move. She tried to stand. Nope. She tried to turn, to kick or scream, nothing happened. She couldn't even move her damn head. She was stuck. Lashed to the bench by those spider silk threads she could barely see. Simon? Silence! The word was a whispered, angry hiss in her ear. She froze. He was right behind her, hands settled on her shoulders, tense and threatening. He dug his fingers into her. She winced from the pain. She wanted to ask him to stop, but she didn't dare speak. She tried to be grateful he hadn't killed her. Yet. Time to watch the show, Cora dear. The way he snarled her name made her shudder. Fear tugged at her, threatening to send her into a panic, but she tried to hold herself together. She had to. Again, the violence, the restraining her, the terrifying her, this is not a healthy relationship to be romanticized at all, is it, Coop? It's not. You've been doing so well today. I love you. I get he's going through stuff, right? He's having one of his fractures. And I guess it's kind of like a metaphor for mental health struggles, right? If you want to put it like that. And I get it. When your partner's suffering, you want to help them. You want to stand by them. And if Simon was just sad, upset, doing destructive stuff to himself, or was just a mess, then I'd agree. Yeah, Cora should stand by him and help him and all this stuff. But regardless of if it's a mental health issue or not, the fact is that every chance he gets, Simon ends up physically hurting and assaulting and mistreating Cora. This isn't just a, oh, he's your partner, you should support him through a rough patch thing. That's a, damn, he's an abuser regardless of the reason for it thing. And with the latter, all you can do and all you should do is leave them. It's what you have to do. So he makes Cora sit there tied up and watch his entire life story, told through puppets. He was, I think I'd mentioned this earlier, but he was a man born to a rich family. He was engaged to a rich woman. They visited the fair together. He was forcefully taken by the old soothsayer, and he was turned into the puppeteer. Simon's fiancée forgot who he was in front of his eyes, and he was so sad by this that he ripped out all his sad feelings, and they became a sentient, independent shadow. It's full of melodrama. Like, I get it, it's sad, but it's no worse than anyone else's story. It's really, really not. But like I say, it's full of melodrama, like the shadows consumed him, filled him, made him theirs as they had always wanted him to be. They took the place of his broken heart and made themselves a home. There was no place for pain, for sadness, or for love. It all left him. It was not welcome anymore. Simon learned that it was not the light where he was meant to find his home. It was the darkness. It was in the darkness that he belonged. The shadows weren't trying to hurt him. They were trying to save him. Save him from the lies and pain and the sadness. Save him because he belonged there in that darkness. He was one of them all along. They were only ever calling him home. Yeah, I kind of don't care, to be honest. I know it's meant to be a sad backstory. I guess it's kind of an interesting one. Helps me understand him as a villain, I guess, but it doesn't redeem him to me as a love interest. Not at all. Like I say, there's been no redemption for him. We see no remorse from him. Nothing at all. Don't care. He starts again being kind of dramatic and being like, the old Simon's dead, he doesn't exist anymore, I'm just the puppeteer now. Isn't that right? And he's super angry with Cora because she came along, and he's like, you see the old Simon, but he is not real, and drama, drama, drama. And then he tells her, you ruined it all, didn't he? Yes. And then, in this incredibly messed up resolution, she tells him, I don't want to be with him. I'm not here for Simon Waite. She straddled his lap. His eyes wavered in equal parts uncertainty and sudden heat as she settled down onto his legs, still cradling his face. She hovered her lips over his for a moment before she whispered to him, I'm here for the puppeteer. That dramatic baby. So that's your lesson from this wonderful, beautiful romance. Love your men exactly as they are, abuse and all. If a man is a villain and tries to kill you and rape you, you love him for that. It's just dangerous. I get this idea of like loving people for their flaws, but if their flaws are he's an abusive douchebag, that doesn't deserve love. Right, Coop, you have a little paw. Good girl, that's it, you put your paw down. And say hi again. Say hello. Hello. Well done, baby. Thank you. I love you for your flaws. And your flaws are that sometimes you're a little stinky girl. But I love you. Not your fur, though. Your fur smells beautiful, like home. Then, at this point in the book, there is yet another sex scene, and this one bothered me majorly, because it is consensual, although maybe we could argue weirdly the other way around, because Simon's kind of blacked out and he can't remember this later, but there's another issue. Like, consent isn't a thing in this book, is it? At all, for anyone. Anyway, the point is, it's quite a violent sex scene, and clearly the author's trying to delve into the world of BDSM a little bit, but it fails in many of the same ways that books like 50 Shades of Grey do, in that it's a blatant misunderstanding of what BDSM is all about. And it's spreading some pretty dangerous advice and messages to the readers who may not be familiar with that world. Consensual BDSM in the real world requires everyone involved to fully respect the other participants. No one is actually belittling or disrespecting anyone else. Generally, boundaries are discussed beforehand, safe words are used, aftercare is super, super important, but in this book and the books that follow, we get scenes of Cora literally wailing and scratching at his arms, Simon laughing with, and I quote, a cruel sadistic sound thick with lust, as he literally kicks her and calls her his puppet and treats her like an object. There's no discussion of what anyone's comfortable with beforehand or even afterwards. It's all just very uncomfortable to read. And then Simon wakes up from his madness, blackout, whatever, and has no memory of anything happening. So again, you have to kind of wonder, did he really consent to that? But then again, he was pushing her to do things that maybe she would have said. Like, it's all very uncomfortable to read. And I'm not saying that this kind of sex can't be consensual and work for people in the real world. I'm sure for some people, spontaneous BDSM with no communication has worked out fine for some people. But what I have an issue with is, well, actually a number of things. So for one, this approach to BDSM is treated like the norm, with absolutely no mention of them discussing any of it before or afterwards. They never talk about boundaries or what either of them was comfortable with or liked or didn't like. There is absolutely no display of aftercare at all, or even mentions of it, to be honest. We don't even get a real sense that it's something Cora was interested in before he just, I don't want to say forced it on her, but attempted it on her without her knowledge. Does that make sense? All we get is Simon kind of surprising her by doing stuff, and then lines of, Cora didn't know what was happening but surprised herself by liking it. And then Simon doing stuff anyway, and then, like, afterwards, Simon thinks to himself, well, Cora's not actually saying no or trying too hard to get away, so I'm just gonna keep going. And if people read this and assume that's what all BDSM is, I think it could put some people in very dangerous situations where they could potentially risk harming other people or having themselves put in harm's way. If people read this and this is their first introduction to the world of BDSM, I think that could be incredibly, incredibly dangerous. Like, let's imagine in the real world a person does everything that Simon does in these books. He's violent, he's forceful, he's disrespectful to his partner, calling them names. He kicks his partner's legs open, ties her up completely by surprise in painful and uncomfortable positions, gags her, all of these things, and they didn't discuss it first. He just does it, springs it on her completely out of nowhere. Or him, or them, or, like, the genders don't matter here. I'm just using him and her because that's what it's in the story. So all that happens, and he doesn't always stop when she says no. He just has this opinion of, like, oh, well, you know, her heart's beating fast, but she said no, so therefore she's just playing coy. She really wants this, and keeps going. Sure, in the real world, there is a chance that your partner will be into it and like it, but what if they're not? This author, through Simon's actions, are teaching people that you only stop when you hear a specific kind of no. Not any no. Although how you're supposed to recognise that real no, as opposed to a playing coy no, I have no idea. Or you can stop when they struggle to get away a lot, but only when it's a lot. You know, a little bit of struggling, that's a good thing. A little bit of struggling means carry on, right? No, there's no consistency. If a person in the real world wasn't into this, they might say no, they might struggle and push back, but according to this book, they aren't reasons to stop. So what do you do? Alternatively, in the real world, a person might freeze in panic. They might not be able to speak. They might be too afraid to move. Alternatively, if they're tied up and gagged, they might not be able to say no or try and get away or struggle too much. So all these signs that Simon in the book uses or sees as consent from Cora are exactly the same ways a different person might react to not consenting. Does that make sense? And that's why it's so important to discuss these things beforehand, because if people go into this acting exactly the way that Simon does and respond in the same way to the same signals he sees, then it would be very, very, very easy for people to end up assaulting people, raping people, even if they don't realise that's what they're doing. That's why this presentation of BDSM is incredibly dangerous, and by not showing the things like discussing boundaries beforehand, having safe words, and even things like aftercare, by not showing those things and presenting this way of doing things as normal, the author is putting a lot of people in a lot of potential danger, and I have a huge problem with it. The second huge problem I have with this is that we are explicitly told that Cora wasn't into anything like this before we met Simon. And now she goes around telling people, and I quote, she's into kinky shit. Which is fine, that's okay. People's tastes do grow and develop and change over time. People want to try different things at different points in their life with different people. They might feel safer with some partners than others to explore different things. That's fine, not a problem. Have no issues with that. That's all okay, normal, healthy. What I don't like is that the implication is throughout these books is that Simon is only into this stuff because he is, quote, deranged, psychotic, and wants to hurt people, and Cora's only into it because she's broken, damaged from being raped, and angry at the world, and she's trying to find a way to take that anger out on people. In reality, there are a lot of different reasons why people might be into things like BDSM, and they're not really understood or explored in these books. It just falls back on cliches and stereotypes, which can be quite harmful to the BDSM community, if you want to put it that way. I think what this book and others like it, like 50 Shades of Grey, for example, fail to recognise is that for a lot of people, it doesn't stem from anger at all. It doesn't stem from madness, psychosis, being broken, any of these other words that they want to use. For some people, it can just be a very intimate thing. For some people, it can be a way of taking control of your life by giving up control to another person that you trust. For some people, it can be the ultimate expression of trust and closeness and understanding each other and communicating well with another person, and it can really strengthen the respect that people have for each other, and none of that ever comes across in this book. It just falls back on, like I say, old and somewhat harmful cliches and teaches people things that are likely to put them and others in danger, and for that reason I have a real problem with the portrayals of BDSM in this book series as a whole. So after this, they all go to dinner with everyone else from the fair, and Simon is like a little possessive, but not as much as usual, which is nice to see. Clown asks Cora to come outside with him for a bit, and Simon's all like, I'm coming too! But then Cora tells him to back off, and we finally get to the big, main, exciting plot point in this book, which I like. I won't go into too much detail, but basically Clown is amazing. We get a little bit more of his backstory, and he ends up passing his powers on to Cora before dying, and then she passes out and communicates directly with the circus, which is really, really cool. But interspersed with this cool scene happening, we also have Simon literally seething with anger because Clown, this little old man, wanted to borrow her for a while. It is ridiculous. Again, his reaction is so disproportionate and worrying. It was clear Clown doted on Cora. He knew it wasn't romantic. That much was obvious, but it still left a sour taste in his mouth. It still lit the fires of his jealousy. She's mine, and she'll spend all her time with me unless I decide otherwise. How do people like this? Simon also starts hearing voices in his head at this point, and we later learn that this is his shadow, and they're sort of not necessarily starting to join back together, but they're like connecting with each other once again, kind of, because now Simon's slightly more open to letting his feelings in again. It's a thing. His reaction to Cora being anywhere near another man is literally, he was seething. He wanted to punch something. He wanted the pleasure of murdering someone. He would have to go and find a victim to rip to pieces. He needed to dig his fingers into muscle and feel it fall apart. I'll say it again. This level of jealousy, anger, and violence in response to Cora talking to a little old man is not okay. This is not healthy. This is not normal. This is not something that should be glamorized in the way that it is. Anyway, Clown dies. Cora has his powers now. She communicates with the fair, like I said. Simon finds them and she's passed out and there's drama with everyone. And then later, Cora only tells Simon about her new powers, and his response is to be super, super, super jealous that she has them and he doesn't, because he's the one who should have them, because he's better than her, and blah, blah, blah. Another massive red flag, and that's it. That's the end of the book. So this book as a whole annoyed me, because they had sex, and now all of a sudden, Cora's just not afraid of him anymore. I mean, she's afraid of him, but not in the same way. It doesn't count. It's not like he's really a villain because he gave her an orgasm. It's like, 1 minute she's like, oh no, he's gonna try and kill me. And then literally 2 minutes later, she's like, la 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 la, we're together now. Oh, I want him. Isn't this great? And the author just wants us to forget about everything else that happened, with no redemption, no apology, no remorse, no change in behaviour, no nothing. And it really, really grossed me out and made me very, very uncomfortable. At least in the earlier books, Cora recognised that he was dangerous and thought that was a good reason to stay away from him. But in this, she literally just switches like nothing to, well, now we've had sex, so anything he does is totally forgivable because I want you, violent you, scary you, abusive you. And we get what I think is probably one of the most dangerous lines and lessons and teachings that I've ever read in fiction ever. And this, bear in mind, is being pushed as something that is loving and romantic and something we can all learn from. And I think it's incredibly dangerous. So just skipping back a moment to midway through the book, Ringmaster is having this like fairly serious chat with Cora, and he wants to make sure that she's safe. She's not being made to do anything against her will. He's checking in on her, and this is what you need. You need a support network like this. Obviously, later, Simon gets really mad that they've had this conversation, but until then, Ringmaster asks her, "You're with him willingly, yes?" To which she flippantly replies, "Yeah, I am. I know. She waved her hands. "I shouldn't. He's a terrible person, a piece of trash. He's a murdering psychopath. I get it. Yet this isn't the mature way to respond to someone trying to make sure you're safe around a man they know has tried to kill you twice." That said, like I say, I don't want to be too angry at Cora for this because it's not her fault. I think I felt frustration with her more than anything because I know what it's like to be her. I know what it's like to be brainwashed into thinking that you just need to put up with someone's problems because you love them, and that's what you do with people you love. So I'm frustrated with her, but I get her, and I don't blame her. The interaction goes on, and she tries to defend Simon by saying, "He tries to be kind to me. He manages some of the time, and I know some people think that my personal standards for relationships are too high, but Cora's here aren't even reaching bare minimum. If a partner can't even manage to try to be nice to you, don't be with them. Simple as that." So Ringmaster fairly maturely responds with, "I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not here to tell you to stay away from him. I'd be wasting my time. You wouldn't listen, you'd resent me. And he wouldn't leave you be. I'm only here to tell you to be careful. he'll hurt you. To which she responds, I know he will. He's told me that himself. I'm not under any illusions about who he really is. Then why be with him? Cora looked off thoughtfully. And here's where we get the dangerous bit. And my anger is directed at the author for saying this, not Cora's character. This is not something you should be promoting to your audience as being the perfect pinnacle of romance. Cora says, because some people are worth the damage they cause. Simply no. In the context of abuse, no. They are not worth it. You are worth more than that. You deserve better. You need better. An abuser is not worth the damage they cause ever. Now, if this statement was something along the lines of, because everyone can be redeemed, that would be fine. If it was, because despite having caused damage in the past, he's really trying not to anymore, then I think that might also be fine. But that's not what this is. This is he knows he's caused damage, he doesn't care he's caused damage, he's not remorseful of his damage, and he's not doing anything to change. In fact, he's told me he will definitely hurt me and damage me again, but it's worth putting up with because he's hot and sometimes makes me laugh and orgasm, sometimes at the same time. Sorry, but no. No. I know from personal experience that my abuser made me feel like I had to put up with all the crap from him. He told me and made me feel like I was the problem, not him. He was the best I could ever do. He literally told me no one else would ever want me. He told me that I was lucky he wanted anything to do with me, and he'd go on and on about how special and great he was and how I should be grateful to be with him. And in those moments after he would lie to me or hurt me or be messaging other people or cheat on me or threaten me or smash and break my things or physically drag me around or push me to the floor or anything. After he'd done those things, he would remind me of all the fun things we'd done together. And he'd make me feel like putting up with his anger was just the price I needed to pay to be loved by someone. It was just the price I needed to pay for those few happy moments here or there because I'd never get them again with anyone else, not like they were with him. And it was dangerous. It's how he got me to keep coming back every time I tried to leave. And it's why I put up with the abuse for so long. And it's why it took me so long to even see or label or understand it as abuse at all. And it was all a crap ton of lies. He was wrong. You can be happy and have that amazing magical connection and chemistry and fun and laughter with someone who doesn't abuse you. You don't have to pay the price. There are people out there who are just as beautiful, just as charming, just as fun and silly, and who you can do amazing things with and have these amazing adventures, and they won't treat you like crap in the process. No one is worth paying that price for. Absolutely no one in the world is worth the damage they cause when that damage is abusing you. I don't care who it is. A partner, family member, friend. If a person abuses you, if they mistreat you, if they hurt you, they are not worth you putting up with that. You deserve better. No one is special enough to get away with abusing you. And an author telling their audience that it's romantic, it's beautiful, it's a true love story to put up with an abuser like this because they're worth it is incredibly dangerous and irresponsible. Like I say, I would like to speak to this author because I have thoughts and words. Lines like this, parts of the book like this, are literally telling the audience, you know, that old cliche of, oh, he only hurts her because he loves her. It's like telling the audience that abuse is sometimes excusable. There is sometimes a reason for it. It's not that bad. Physical violence, controlling behavior, emotional abuse, they're not as bad as you think they are. I mean, they're kind of worth it, aren't they? It's revolting, it's dangerous, it's disgusting, and reading this line about, you know, him being worth the damage he causes and all that stuff, it was the line that kind of made me finally want to make this very, very long, in-depth video because I read it and I was just shocked and appalled and disgusted, and I couldn't allow something like this to go unchecked without correcting the dangerous message and blatant misinformation that these books are clearly pushing on the young women demographic who read them. I don't think people who've never experienced abuse or this kind of abuse for themselves necessarily realise how much statements like this do get in your head and how they do affect how you respond to abuse when you're in situations like this. They do lead you to staying in abusive relationships and situations longer than anyone should have to, and it is dangerous. And with that in mind, let's move on to book 4. Book 4 is titled The Ringmaster, and I'll start off by saying this book was a lot better than the others in a lot of ways, but that doesn't make it good. There was a lot less overt abuse from Simon, and if his behaviour had only ever been what it is in this book, then I'd say it was questionable, but not enough to make a whole however many long-hour video this is. What we see in this book is thankfully a lot less physical violence and a lot less sexual assault. There's no more attempted rape, very little touching without consent from Simon, but what we do see a lot of is premeditated emotional manipulation and control, which is absolutely a form of emotional abuse and a very serious one, and one that I think we as a society overlook far too much and need to be more aware of recognising and calling out when we see it. There is also a direct comparison between the way that Simon and Cora interact and another abusive relationship, but we'll speak more about that at the end of this section. I think it's all handled very badly, but we will discuss it when we get to it. That said, there was thankfully a lot more actual plot in this book, which was good, and there were also a lot more interactions with side characters and us learning about their backstories and their thoughts and feelings a lot more, and I thoroughly enjoyed these parts of the book. But let's start at the beginning. So this book doesn't start too badly. Cora's passed out because she is having more visions and communicating directly with the sentient fairground. It's filling her in on its history and, spoilers, telling her that the fair is actually dying and that it needs her to save it. Meanwhile, Simon is actually quite worried about her at this point because she won't wake up, and that's quite nice to see, I guess. He actually goes and asks Aaron to help wake her up, and that's new for him. That's actually a little bit of character development. I'll take it. I mean, he's still doing the bare minimum, but, you know, I can't overly criticise it. When she does wake up, Cora does this whole little thing of finally admitting to herself that, oh my god, she's like totally in love with Simon, even though he can never love her back. Oh, it's such a tragedy. She loves him, he'll never love her. What will they do? It's not that he doesn't want to love her, he's just physically incapable of it. It's, oh god, just like dating a narcissistic abuser, isn't it? I think they're incapable of real love. You know, you go through it and you kid yourself that like, oh, if you just love them more, if you just treat them better, then one day maybe they'll change. Maybe they'll actually be able to love you. But the truth is, they can't and they never will. Honestly, it's a horrible situation to be in. It's draining and scary and miserable, and even when they say they love you, they don't really. It's one of the worst feelings ever, so I do relate to Cora here. I do really, really feel for her, and I know exactly what she's going through. But it's really sad to see that she blames herself for it, you know? She basked in the comfort of his nearness. It felt good. It felt nice. It felt like home. I really do love him. Damn it. Typical me. Falling for a guy who couldn't love her back. Literally couldn't. If he did, he might shatter. Great. Awesome. I'm a genius. Like, I really thought I loved my abuser too. And in moments I thought he might be capable of loving me back. I hoped he was, and sometimes he told me that he did, but it was never real. Like, that man is incapable of real love. I don't think he knows what it is. He's capable of pretending to love and saying all the right things and acting the right way in certain moments, but I don't think he's ever really loved anyone, and I don't think he ever will or ever can. And once you realise that, and realise that you deserve more, it does make it easier for you to leave and get to safety. But that hurts. It really, really hurts. So I do get how Cora's feeling here, but it just made me want to scream at her even more that she should be leaving and trying to get out of there. We also see Simon starting to ramp up his jealousy even more. Jealousy towards lots of things, really. One, the sentient fair taking up some of Cora's time and attention and taking it away from him. And two, jealousy of Cora having more power than him. Again, typical narcissistic abuser behaviour there. Again, this is just like my abuser who would often get angry at the fact that I was more intelligent than him, more successful than him, and more money than him, despite being a lot younger, all that stuff. They were like, sometimes we'd be having a conversation with his parents over dinner, and if he was incorrect about something, then I'd like correct him in the nicest possible way, as you do, right? Like, there were statements that he'd make that were just like blatantly untrue about things that I knew about, like biology or sociology or whatever, and, stuff that I'd, like, studied at uni or that I'd been reading papers on recently for a video or stuff like that. And, if I dared to, like, tell him about a study that corrected something he was talking about, or I told him, like, oh no, actually those cells work like this or something like that, then, I'd pay for it later. It was awful. It wasn't a fun way to live. Whereas in comparison, my partner now, he's pretty amazing. I love him because he never pretends to know more about something than he does, but he feels very much my equal with everything, which is nice. He's very happy to listen to me talk at length about whatever I'm interested about at the time, and in return he teaches me about things that he knows about, and he tells me about all sorts of stuff, and I feel like we're very equally matched, which is lovely. I've never felt intimidated by him. I don't think he feels that way about me. There's never any jealousy or anything, and he always 100% celebrates my achievements. He's very supportive. It's very healthy. It's wonderful. Unlike my abuser, and unlike Simon in the story, who repeatedly says terrifying things like, I don't like sharing, he sneered, and I'm jealous of the power you have. Like, it's not subtle. It's really not subtle. And yet somehow people still romanticize this. We see this repeated so much throughout the entire book, just a couple of pages later. And why give that link to Cora of all people, he grimaced. He wanted that power for himself. He should be the one to drain the gift of satiety. Who knew what other benefits came with it? I don't know about you, but if my partner asked why a responsibility had been given to me of all people, I would be so disgusted that they thought so little of me and likely immediately dump them. Even when his shadow self tries to check in on Cora, because we know, like, they've started communicating with each other directly now and stuff. Shadow and Simon, I mean. And Shadow and Cora. All the things. Anyway, basically Simon gets jealous of himself. It's ridiculous. I dislike sharing you, as I said. Even with myself. I am a jealous and wrathful creature, and you belong to me. He is simply more irritating because I don't have the means to hurt him, nor shut him up. This is not healthy or normal or something we should be romanticizing. He even, like, goads her into saying whatever he wants her to. Like, she couldn't tell him that she loved him, but she could give him what he wanted, even if it was a little embarrassing. It was the truth. I belong to you, puppeteer, because I love you. And then he literally goes on to think. He had goaded the admission out of her. He had poked and prodded until she had finally admitted the truth to him. Not healthy. Really, really not healthy. Just not okay. Later, Cora communicates with the fair itself in a dream, and it shows her part of what Simon is dreaming of, and in this dream he's arguing with himself, the shadow of himself, and it is revealing. There's, like, the thing about how people really reveal their true selves when they're drunk and in private. He thinks he's completely alone and in private, so we can trust what he's saying, that he really means it. In his dream, he calls Cora nothing but a, and I quote, temporary dalliance, and gets jealous of the shadow again. He possibly accurately points out that Cora probably doesn't actually love him, and is just confusing her feelings of lust with love, which honestly is plausible, and I wish was the case. And then he says, who would love us? Who? No one in their right minds. Kind of has a point, I guess. Therefore, she is either a drooling moron or a psychotic in her own right. And she is neither. This is a temporary state. It will pass in time. All things pass in time. The book tries so hard then to convince us that, like, no, it's real love, honest, and Simon's only saying this because he's, like, totally afraid of his true feelings, but, I get it, like, hurt people, push people away sometimes. Simon clearly has this anxious, avoidant attachment style, which is why he is so keen to push her away one minute and then get controlling and jealous about her possibly leaving him for someone else the next. It's why he acts so jealous. I know what that's like. I had struggled with that attachment style myself a lot. It's taken a lot of work in therapy to work through that and understand what it means to build a secure attachment with someone. And it's not that people with these issues, with these attachment styles, aren't deserving of love at all. It's just that to get past something like that, you have to acknowledge that it's something you struggle with and put a lot of work in yourself, and also have a supportive partner who understands your behaviour and motivations and will help you work through it. That's important too. You can't get over issues with attachment styles completely by yourself, obviously. But it's different because none of this happens in the book. Instead, it takes the really unhealthy approach of, oh, this is just who Simon is. This is who he's always been. This is who he always will be. And therefore, instead of him working to get over his trauma and working alongside Cora on any of this, they go with the option of Cora just needs to suck this up because she loves him, deal with him because she loves him. And therefore, she has to keep dealing with him just pushing her away and being angry and violent and possessive and saying all these horrible things about her because, like, that's totally romantic. That's what love is, right? No, it's not. It's not romantic. It's not love. Accepting your partner for the way they are and the flaws they have means things like loving someone who does things differently to you. Accepting that maybe you guys have to cook different meals a couple of nights a week because you like different things. Or understanding that if they have a health problem, you might need to support them through that sometimes. That's what it means to accept a partner and their flaws. And love them because of their flaws. It's not suck it up while they physically abuse you and emotionally abuse you and make you feel like crap all the time because did something, love and whatever. He then screams at his shadow, the worst bit, which is, rage filled him like an old friend. You are nothing more than a petulant child. That is how the shadow is written, to be fair, which is why it's creepy as hell Cora has sex with him. Anyway. You are nothing more than a petulant child. I would turn her into one of my puppets before I let myself love her. I would see her maimed and mauled before I lowered myself to such a degrading position. She is less irritating to have around than any of the other family. I enjoy fucking her. Having her there to warm my bed and wet my cock is all I will ever want from her. I am Simon the Puppeteer. I do not love Cora Glass, and I never will. Obviously not realising that Cora heard this, but hey, at least he's honest, right? Cora responds with silence and tears and tries to leave, and she wakes up back in the real world and she acknowledges that it had been a long, long time since she'd been this heartbroken. Simon then realised that she's heard everything, and he's like, oh crap, and tries to wake up too. Cora, bless her though, like any victim of this kind of abuse, she blames herself. She wanted to slap him, hit him, beat him senseless, but it was a selfish need. This wasn't his fault. Not really. He'd never pretended to be anything other than what he is. He's always been honest with me. I'm to blame for this. This is my mistake. This is just like when Johnny used to throw stuff at me and then blame me. I made him throw it. I made him angry. I made him break stuff. This was my fault. Or when I'd catch him messaging sexual things to other people. And it was my fault for finding out. I was the one who shouldn't have seen the messages, not him for sending them, you know? Or like when other people like message me to tell me about what he'd done. My fault for opening and reading those messages from people and listening to them. Not his fault for having betrayed me and lied to me and cheated on me. My fault. This is what these kinds of abusers do. So yeah, I feel very, very sorry for Cora's character here. And again, it's very clear to me that this isn't romantic. This is a woman living in an abusive relationship. I don't get why people are like, oh my god, they're so adorable together, I love them. I mean, I think Cora has every right here to be upset with a man who just described her as only ever being someone to, and I quote, warm his bed and wet his cock. Like, I'm sorry, but no one deserves to be spoken about with such disrespect. I think it's disgusting. And even people who only have casual sexual relationships with people, even they should be speaking about each other with more respect than this. It's disgusting. It's dehumanizing, it's degrading, it's abusive. Cora's obviously very upset, do not blame her, and she tries to wake him up, and he responds by snapping awake, and he rounded on her, slamming her against the wood wall so hard her vision flashed white. His hand was around her throat and she couldn't breathe. She could only splutter and claw at his wrist and try to pull him away. His face was a mask of rage. Those black red eyes looked at her with no recognition, only hatred. Again, this is not okay. This is not romantic. This should not be a natural reaction to your partner waking you up. Cora scrambles away and she felt betrayed. She felt small, weak, alone, and afraid, which is exactly how abusers do make you feel. This is normal. If your partner regularly makes you feel like this, leave them. This is not something you should have to put up with. This is not a way you or anyone should be made to feel. And then I think one of the scariest, most familiar lines for me was, she didn't even realize she was crying. It happens so frequently now, she supposed she was getting used to it. And familiar, but it shouldn't be the case. Fear, crying, feeling alone, these are not things you should just be used to in a relationship. It surprised me like how different it is being in a healthy relationship to what I felt was normal when I was with Johnny. Even little things. Like Kyra's a big indicator for me for how much happier and healthier things are now. So Kyra has an issue with when she's stressed and anxious, she throws up. So things like when I've had to leave to go away for a bit, sometimes she's thrown up out of anxiety because she wasn't sure she was going to see me again or stuff like that. And it got to the point with Johnny where pretty much every time we stayed at his, or every time he would come over here, she would end up puking her guts out the next morning because it was an anxiety thing. And for a while she was terrified of men. And every time I had a man in my flat, even when it was just like a friend or a maintenance guy or something like that, she would end up puking a lot. And it was just pure anxiety and stuff. And so I was kind of like, I guess, used to this and aware of it and stuff. And when I first met my partner now, I said to him, I was like, look, Kyra sometimes gets nervous around men and she might throw up if she's anxious. Just, I guess, beware of it. And so I expected her to throw up the first time we stayed over here or the first time we stayed over at his, and there's been absolutely nothing. She hasn't done it once. She's been such an amazing, wonderful, brave little girl, and it's made me realise just how much safer both me and her feel now compared to what we were at, and how everything was so turbulent and terrifying, and it was like arguments every time we were together, and even if I tried to do everything right, he would find a reason to be mad at me and angry and scream at me, and it's nice to not have that, but it is terrifying to look back and see how normal that became and how I felt like I just had to put up with it. It gets worse and more sad when she says things like, truthfully, she was mad at herself more than at Simon. She was a fool for letting herself get sucked into believing this might mean something to him. No, she's not a fool. It's not her fault. She's not to blame. She can't be blamed for his awful behaviour and him saying horrible things. She's not a fool. She was a vulnerable person that he took advantage of and knew exactly what he was doing, because that's what abusers do. That's what they always do. Cora storms off for a while, talks to the fair again, Simon comes to find her, and he's angry that she doesn't want to talk to him, even though I think that's completely reasonable and understandable, and he refuses to apologise for what he said, like straight up, doesn't deny that he meant it, and when he asks if this means that they're breaking up, Cora asks if that's what he wants, and he says, no, yes, I don't know, and punches a tree. At this point, I was literally internally screaming for Cora to leave him, like, he's giving you an out. Please, please, please take it. But she doesn't, which is very frustrating. He hits a few more things, he's bleeding, and then he begs her not to go, because he only said what he wished was true. He doesn't want to care about her, but maybe he does, and it's killing him. And Cora realises that she can't possibly abandon him like this. Again, pure emotional manipulation from Simon, and it's so difficult to read. The next morning she wakes up and she finds Simon just cooking in her trailer like nothing ever happened, and she straight up asks him to apologise for the stuff that he said, and he just won't. He just doesn't. All he can say is, you weren't meant to find out, which again, oh my god, just like Johnny. He got caught cheating. You weren't meant to know, you weren't meant to see, you weren't meant to find out, you weren't meant to be taught. Like, typical abuser. They're never sorry for what they've done, they're only ever sorry for being caught. So Cora's been told she needs to go and speak to Mr. Harrow, as in the man in the box car that no one ever speaks to, that no one ever like communicates to. She needs to go and like speak to him, and yeah, pretty big point to the plot, pretty big thing. Okay, and again, Simon's super jealous. So like, where would he speak to you? Where was his gift given to you? Blah blah blah. He can't deal with a powerful woman because he's a weak little man, which all abusers are. Not all abusers are men, but they're weak. You know what I'm trying to say. And then Cora tells him something that the fair told her when they were communicating, and this is basically that if the fair hadn't taken Simon when it did, then within a few years he would have cruelly murdered his wife and children and painted a picture with their blood, which would have created a literal cult following, by which I mean an actual cult of people who would go around murdering and sacrificing people. So if you're in any doubt about how awful Simon was, then there you go. He's not mean because he ripped out a bit of his sadness. He is an inherently awful, psychotic, murdering, violent, abusive person. It's just who he is. Now, I think with most people, if you told them that they would be directly responsible for the murders of their family and indirectly responsible for the murders of literally hundreds of other people, most people would be horrified. But not Simon. His response is, "Oh, that is glorious! I would have achieved my goal of being a world-famous painter after all. How wonderful! It's hysterical. I have no difficulty picturing myself draining their bodies of blood to fulfill my true purpose." Absolute psychopath. Right, Coop? Yes. And then he slams Cora down on the table and uses his puppet strings to control her, telling her, "I have some frustrations to vent." Each time she squirmed or writhed, he tightened his strings and added more until she could barely move. And then he shoves his penis inside her, which is how I think all sane people react to being told they would have murdered their family, right? How romantic. Please remember that this is the character that reviewers have described as, I adore Simon. He's such a fantastic character. And his relationship with Cora is adorable on so many levels. No, please stop, get help. Later, Simon asks Cora, you aren't afraid that I might stab you in the back just to obtain this power Clown bestowed on you? I am, but what? Are you holding on to the hope that I might come to my senses in the last moment? He scoffed. No. Walking away from him towards the door, she slipped on her sandals. Because I know who you are. I know you're dangerous. But I also know that... She paused and shook her head. It was so hard to put into words. I don't know. Don't you love me, Cora? She hesitated and stared down at her feet. Taking in a slow breath, she held it, and on the exhale, ripped off the bandage. Yes! Silence. Hurt stabbed her, but she understood. I know you can't. I know you won't. I know you don't want to. I knew that even if you could love me, you wouldn't. It's all right. I get it. You've never lied about exactly who you are and what you are. This is my fault, not yours. He was studying her with such a look of evil glee that it made her shrink back towards the door. Simon? In an instant, he was across the room and had her pressed against the door. She squeaked as he grabbed her shoulders. Say it. Say the whole thing, beginning to end. You're being stupid. You just want to rub it in and embarrass me. No. She tried to shove him away, but he planted her right back where she was against the wall. Say it. No. Say it. No. I'll make you. I love you, Simon. Wait. One of these days, she was going to learn to not try to predict what Simon was going to do next. Because he laughed. It wasn't cruel, it wasn't mean, it wasn't derisive, but it still wasn't the response she was expecting, or hoping for. But her hopes were as good as dust at this point in her life. He cackled like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world, and even had to wipe at his eyes underneath his sunglasses. This whole interaction is horrifying. For one thing, the whole worrying about his betraying her to steal her powers thing, totally valid, because as you see throughout the rest of the book, that is exactly what he is planning to do and trying to come up with a plan to do. Her blaming herself for him being an awful person without feelings, absolutely heartbreaking, and Cora, not her fault at all, it's his. Him forcing her to say she loves him and then literally laughing at her is repulsive and reminded me of this clip from a Paul and Morgan video I made, and my own experience, like last week, 2 weeks, I don't know when it was now. Time has just been taken up by this video. Time doesn't exist outside this video for me anymore. I told Paul that I loved him first. You know what he said? I think I feel the same way too, but I'm not totally sure. Stop right now. Let me tell you what, I did not prepare my heart for that response. So the crash landing I talked about with you guys, yeah, I had one of those. I crashed right into a bed of rocks, and my little wings were shattered, for about an hour. He then apologised and was like, I don't know why I said that, I do love you, I know I love you, I'm sorry. And then all of a sudden my wings were healed, and I was flying off to Loveland with my man. Lol. This reminds me a lot of Johnny, and I've spoken before about the abusive relationship I was in. He was physically and emotionally abusive, but there was this one moment, no, it wasn't even a moment, it was a whole thing, it was a whole drama. He literally had me in tears after I told him I loved him for the first time, and not happy tears, because he refused to say it back, and he got really mean, and he got angry, and he pushed me away, and he was like, he accused me of using saying I loved him as a way to manipulate him. And he got angry and he started a big argument and he threw things around like he always did. And then a few hours later he came back and was like, no, I do love you, Rachie, I do, of course I love you. And after that he kind of used love as almost like a bargaining tool, but I was always walking on eggshells with him. I never really knew where I actually stood. And he was always swinging backwards and forwards on his feelings, and it was like he was playing with me, he was playing games with me constantly. And I still don't think he ever really loved me at all. I think it was all fake. Again, I think he was just using it as like a manipulation tool. And, you know, he'd be like, oh, like, you know, you're lucky that I love you. No one else will want you. No one else will love you. Only I love you. You know, that sort of thing. And 1 hour, I'd be like the love of his life and he'd never met anyone like me and I was the best person he knew. And then the next, I'd be like an effing rat and a stupid bitch and he was telling me he was going to kill me. And it was always, you know, swinging backwards and forwards. It was weird, like the love bombing stages made me feel so special and loved, And then in the bad stages, he'd tell me that no one else would ever want me and that all of the issues in our relationship were my fault and mine to deal with and fix and change. And when you constantly hear it, you start to believe it. Later, he even asks his own shadow, "Doesn't it strike you the least bit funny that she, who was so very afraid of me not a few weeks ago, is now in love with me? After everything I've done?" Yeah, it's funny, it's messed up, I'm asking that question too, but how the hell do people romanticize this? So they end up going to dinner with everyone else in the fair. She hasn't spoken to anyone but Simon and the fair itself since the whole clown dying thing. So everyone is concerned, lots of questions, lots of people checking on her and making sure she's okay and stuff like that. And she decides to not tell everyone about the powers she has and concludes that she really, really, really needs to speak to Mr. Harrow as soon as possible. So she asks Simon to create a distraction so she can sneak away. Usually you'd assume a distraction means, start an interesting conversation, maybe even start an argument, pretend to faint, spill some food, usual stuff. But Simon, being Simon, decides to painfully and immediately kill everyone in the room. But it's okay, remember? They don't die permanently, so it's not like their suffering actually matters. Seriously, anyone whose first reaction to anything is physical violence is not someone we should be looking up to or romanticizing at all. The book even tries to say, she could try to excuse it, claim it was fine because they'd all healed, but torture was torture, pain was pain, and pleasure at someone else's suffering was always going to be that. And the look on Simon's face, there was no question he was having an absolute blast. And of course, Cora, being a typical victim of abuse, blames herself for his behaviour, blames herself for what he did. It was all her fault. I did this, I'm responsible for this, they're all dead and dying and it's my fault. I told him to do it. Her hands were shaking. She felt sick to her stomach. What was wrong with her? What was this place turning her into? How could she love someone capable of that kind of violence? It's not like she hadn't known before. Simon was a violent monster. He was a sociopathic, psychopathic killer. He had been since the day she met him. She knew this was who he was. She knew, and she loved him anyway. It made her a terrible person, a horrible person. This stuff is heartbreaking to read because, God bless her, it's not her fault. Simon, meanwhile, is full-on gloat fest. Simon sat on the side lip of the upturned picnic bench and surveyed his handiwork. Oh, it truly was a work of art. It seems I've always been destined to paint with blood. It truly was a scene of gory rampage. He was quite pleased with himself. He hadn't ever managed to murder everyone all at once before. And of course, he also blames Cora for his own actions. The girl had been the one to incite it. She'd asked for a distraction after all. What did she expect? Anyway, Cora goes and finds there is no actual Mr. Harrow. He doesn't exist. It's just an empty trailer. The fair just uses that trailer as kind of like a base to feel closer to everyone, like it's part of the family. And she opens the door and she's sucked into this void where she learns all about the history of the fair again. It used to travel around and it only used to take teeny tiny bits of people's deity from them, and fair members used to be free to roam where they wanted and all that good stuff. And then the fair also tells her how Clown used to hold all of the fair's power himself, kind of like the key to it, in control and stuff like that. It's kind of like in two parts. One part is the bit that can take the life out of people and all that stuff, and they're the powers that Cora has now. And the other part is the part that controls stuff, like where the fair goes and all of that. And I'm oversimplifying, but it's all you need for this video, really. Clown was tired, wanted to pass on his powers to Ringmaster, who goes by the name of Turk, because he can't remember his real name and tried to do so. So Clown gives Ringmaster his literal key to the fair's heart and gives him that power to control it, but the Ringmaster refused to take the other power, the bit that dealt with all the souls and stuff like that. And the Ringmaster decided that the fair was thoroughly evil and needed to be stopped. So he locks the fair into one location. It can't travel anymore. He traps the people in the fair from going anywhere and traveling and doing anything and all that sort of thing. He lets it feed off people just a little teeny tiny bit, but only when they explicitly give up a bit of their deity, like Cora did when she was given the choice entering the fairground the first time. But now the fair is dying and wants Cora to save it by killing the Ringmaster and freeing the circus and taking all the power for herself and allowing it to travel around and give the members more freedom and all that sort of thing. It's a tough decision. There's no clear right or wrong here. The fair does feed off bits of people's souls. Cora likes to call it a man-eating murder circus. Maybe there's true, maybe there's not. Then again, you know, it makes the point of like, humans eat animals eat animals, all these things happen, and feeding off little bits of satiety at a time don't really harm anyone in big ways, so is it okay? It's not clear cut, there's no black or white. I like it, you know? So Cora obviously is trying to like figure out what to do. And again, it comes back to this kind of being a little bit like the trolley problem. Does she kill the fair and everyone in it to save humankind, or does she sacrifice tiny little bits of humankind to save the fair and everyone in it? Interesting dilemma. As a part of trying to figure out what to do, she gets way closer to the other members of the fair, tries to get to know them, try to figure out what they want without just overtly asking them if saving them is worth it and stuff like that. She's also like, oh, I don't know about killing Ringmaster, that's tough, I don't think I'm a murderer. She's like, I've never intentionally killed anyone before, don't think it's in me to do that. Meanwhile, Ringmaster has like a pretty good idea of what's happening. He's willing to give Cora some time to think about it and figure out what she wants to do. There's also a time limit on all of this because the fair is super close to death now and it's really, really weak. And okay, that's about all you need to know in the main plot. Let's move forward. When Cora comes back from the void and speaking to the fair, she finds Simon being tortured by the others for killing them. And I get it. Normally I wouldn't support torture, but in this case, I can let it slip because screw Simon. And Cora's like, oh no, free him please, and then later she decides to tell him absolutely everything that the fair told her, and while she's mid-panic and in need of some like desperate support, he just laughs in her face. It's like, this is going to be fun, and he then throws her down on the bed, pins her down, she shouts at him to get off, he won't, she tells him again, get off, he won't, he demands she kill Ringmaster and tells her he won't let her go from being pinned down, and I quote, until you agree that this is the appropriate course of action. Oh, isn't it lovely? Using physical violence to get what you want. Couple goals. Again. It's not romantic. He then tells her his plan, and it's all about him and what he wants and him trying to get power and control. Nothing about her wants or needs or what she can do or anything like that. Simon only ever thinks about Simon. You kill him and we take over. You take over. But really it'll be me. And then of course he tries a little emotional manipulation to get what he wants. He raised one hand to stroke across her cheek. I would like to think you have some small reason to protect this life you have. She shut her eyes to avoid his stare. She lowered her head. I don't want to hurt you, Simon, I don't. Condemning me to a slow death is fairly painful. Don't guilt me into this. She struggled until he let her go, and she scooted off the bed to walk across the boxcar. Cora ends up in floods of tears and says she doesn't know what to do and she doesn't think she's capable of murder, and Simon's response is, I know, Clown should have given this power to me. No compassion, no empathy, no nothing. This man thinks about no one but himself. Cora asks him, if you were given the option to kill me and take this link to the fair from me, would you do it? Would you kill me to spare yourself? And his response is, that depends entirely on your decision. I do not wish to die, Cora. I do not wish to die very vehemently, and if I must protect my life by destroying yours... He sighed, red eyes flicked to hers. I wouldn't enjoy it. If that's any consolation. It's not, mate, it's really not. And when she's upset, he tells her, don't blame me because you didn't like my answer. The lack of empathy of this man. He is so damn selfish. How do people call this a cute couple? Cora goes to get some rest and he starts plotting again. Cora was a lonely thing. She'd lost her life, her friends, her family, everyone. And if he wasn't enough to convince her that murdering Ringmaster was the right choice, then perhaps ensuring she had a new family was the next best thing. Step 1. Convince Cora to murder Ringmaster and take over the fair. Step 2. Take over the fair from Cora. Ah yes, that hallmark of all good relationships. When you see your partner struggling with something, think, how can I exploit this vulnerability? It's sickening. So as his part of the plan, he pushes her to get to know everyone else at the fair a lot more, which is ironic considering he spent the last 3 books obsessively following her around and stalking her and not letting her be alone for any amount of time and watching her constantly even when she didn't realise it and putting down every other single person who tried to be her friend and literally killing other men for talking to her. Oh, but it's different now, he can get something out of it, right? Thing is, Cora recognises this as manipulation and just accepts it. That's precisely why you need to spend time with the others. You need to see the value of this life, of us, since I'm not enough to convince you, since your love for me is not enough. She cringed. Simon, I understand. Love is such a weak emotion after all, he sneered. Please stop. She shut her eyes. You're asking me to kill a man for you. This isn't fair. So at least she recognises that, which is a good thing. He also tells her that he plans to take her power from her, and she thinks, he wasn't mad at Simon for wanting to take the power from her. Of course he did. It was Simon. She wasn't surprised, and she certainly didn't hold it against him. Better chance of getting regret out of a wolf for eating a rabbit. You're a wolf. No, she was upset and afraid. Not because she wanted to keep that link. Not because the idea of Simon in charge of the fair was a terrible mental image, but because she was pretty sure she knew how he would take it from her. By killing her. To take the link to the fair away, she would have to die by his hand. And I'm afraid he'll do it. I mean, he's already tried to kill you twice. What's the third time when you're in love, right? Right? Thank you. I love you. When Bertha asks Cora later in the day how she is and how things are going with Simon, her response is to say and think, yeah, I promise he's not that bad. He might just be plotting to kill me. And at this point, I think it's appropriate to read you another review of this book from another young lady. I love seeing Cora and Simon together. Their craziness/twistedness seems to balance each other out. This is what I've been missing in all my relationships, this balance, you know? She's afraid he's going to kill her, and he wants to kill her. The perfect balance. And there are some really nice moments of her actually exploring the fair more and getting to know the others, practicing her act a little bit more, her opening up to some of the others, talking through some of her predicaments with them, and I like this stuff. I want more of this stuff. Less Simon, more magic, more interesting characters, and more tiger moose, please. And then there's a scene where she talks to the fair and it tells her that every person who was chosen to be part of the fair was chosen because it stopped them from doing something to harm people in the real world. So Simon, we already know, would have killed his family and then gone on to basically inspire and form a cult. It gives the other example of Jack, who would have accidentally burnt down an asylum that he'd in the future have been committed to. And then it tells Cora that she herself would have killed someone and then taken her own life. So it's trying to prove to her that she does have the ability to take another life in the right circumstances. And then Cora wakes up from the dream and finds that the fair has come out of the inversion and is back in the real world. And even though it's only been about 2 weeks in inversion time, it's been about 6 years or so in the real world. This whole fair time thing really doesn't make sense to me. Basically, the premise is time passes quicker outside in the real world than it does in the inversion. But when they tell people their ages, they tell it in real world time and say they've been with the fair however many years in real world time. So if 2 weeks in the inversion is 6 years in real life, Simon was apparently 31 when he joined the fair, and 130 of our years have passed since then. So he's like, yeah, I'm 160 years old. But then convert the whole 2 weeks, 6 years thing. 6 years from there. Let's say he's been with the fair in the inversion for okay, if it was in the inversion the whole time, it would probably be closer to a year, but they weren't in the inversion the whole time, they were out of it. So I would say, at most, he's probably been with the fair 5 years. I don't get how this time thing works. It makes no sense. I don't think the author thought this through. As they wake up back in the real world out of the inversion, Simon takes one last opportunity to try and manipulate Cora into doing exactly what he wants. She enters Simon's tent to find that he is tortured and killed and pulled apart all of his sentient puppets, which contained the souls of real people, and they could feel like real people. And as we learned earlier, they could feel pain. And he absolutely could not care less about having killed them. And it turns out he literally did it to manipulate her. He did it on purpose because he wanted something from Cora. He actually killed human people who aren't coming back because he thought it would make her feel bad enough to give him what he wants. You killed them all? Why, Simon? I'm going to die in a week's time. I will meet the void. I no longer need them. It seemed like the humane thing to do. He paused, and a slow grin spread over his features. I was also very angry. She chewed her lip and winced. That was a punch to the gut. She almost physically felt it. If I thought perhaps you might listen to reason, if you honestly loved me as you say you do, I would have kept them for the coming war. This is textbook manipulation. If you really love me, if you honestly love me, you do what I want. No. No. I wouldn't have killed these people if you loved me more. I only killed them because you don't love me enough. It's manipulative, it's horrible, it's cruel, it's abusive. This is not romantic, and it should not be glamorized in the way that it is. Cora then opens up to him about how she's actually scared of herself and what she might do, what it will mean if she goes ahead and actually kills the ringmaster, a man that she did consider starting to become a friend, a man who has been nothing but nice to her, and a man who tried to protect her, and a man who honestly is just trying to help humanity as a whole. Cora admitted her deepest feelings. She's upset, she's vulnerable, and Simon once again responds by just laughing in her face. It's cruel. I'm afraid of the monster I think I am, or what I'll be if I agree to kill Ringmaster. He furrowed his brow. Then he laughed. He sat back on his heels and cackled in laughter. It really was the funniest thing he'd heard in a very, very long time. It isn't funny, Cora glared at him. That only made it worse. He laughed harder, wiping his sleeve across his eyes. She was glowering at him with such a ferocious hatred that he couldn't have stifled his amusement, even if he'd tried. He had to hold on to the bench behind him to keep from falling over. Now, I know this isn't as bad as the violence and the rape and attempted murders and all of that stuff, but it's still horrible. And all these things like him laughing at her, opening up to him and stuff like that, it all adds up to him just being an abusive partner. It's horrible. Horrible. Anyway, so the fair comes to life again. Visitors come back. Cora performs for the first time. It's brilliant. And then in the crowd, she sees her rapist with the woman who used to be her best friend, but obviously now can't remember her at all. And she follows them around, and she sees that he's not changed at all. He's still physically abusive, just this time to her friend Emma. And he tries to sexually assault Emma in the middle of the park. A little unbelievable, but I understand why they put this scene in, and yeah, they needed to get Cora angry enough to make her act and protect her friend and show that she would kill in the right circumstances. So while it's unbelievable for the real world, I get why the author did it, even if it is a little heavy-handed. Spoilers, of course. Cora manages to save her friend before she is actually raped, and she basically sucks out and eats most of Duncan's soul, but leaves him just enough that he's alive, but he's like a shell of his former self, and he's crazy, he's insane, he can't remember anything about himself. Basically, they say that she murdered him because he might as well be dead at this point. And then the book ends with her feeling super, super empowered and saying she'll kill Ringmaster, and then Simon whispers that he loves her while she's asleep, but she doesn't hear it. But call me a cynic, but I don't believe him. It's clearly a mix of like lust and him being happy that she's finally giving him what he wants, but then that's it. Yeah, end of the book. Now, I do quickly want to talk about the parallels between the scene in which Duncan abuses and attempts to rape Emma and everything that Simon has done to Cora. Now, some of this is going to be quite graphic, and I don't necessarily want to, but I think I do have to read some of these bits out to show you the similarities, so this may be hard for some people to listen to. I get if you want to skip on to the next bit, this is fine. There are identical actions and behaviours between the two couples, but in this book, when Duncan does it, it's called abuse and it's shamed. But when Simon does it, it's treated differently, and I don't know why. I don't understand the twisted logic in this author's brain where she can justify any of this. It doesn't make sense. And it's a dangerous thing to be portraying to an audience. 100 feet later, and Duncan tugged Emily aside and off the main path. Cora furrowed her brow. Emily shook her head, laughed nervously, and tried to pull away from him, but Duncan was having none of it. He tugged her harder, and she stammered as he yanked her between two of the game stalls. Does this not just remind everyone of all those times Cora has said no to Simon, and he still bound her with his strings and pulled her around, and was also having none of it? It's identical. Duncan had Emily up against the wall. He had her pinned by her shoulders, and he was roughly kissing her. She was pushing against him, trying to get free. Just like the scene in which Cora tried to yank back from Simon, but his hand in her hair tightened into a fist. She pushed against his chest, but she might as well have been shoving against a wall. When she tried to rip away from him, he gestured a hand, and suddenly she couldn't move. He had her in his strings. Identical. You'll like it. You know you do. Duncan grabbed Emily between her legs. Emily whimpered and shook her head. Please, not here, not right now. No, it's gonna be here, it's gonna be now, and you're gonna like it. So you mean like when Simon snuck into Cora's trailer and kissed her, forced her legs open, pinned her down, and tried to have sex with her while she was unconscious, and when she woke up and tried to push him off, I quote, he chuckled, oh no, he wasn't going to take some false show of dignity seriously. He heard her, she wanted him just as much as he wanted her. Duncan turned her around, smashing her against the wall face first. He ripped off her coat, and that was when Cora saw the bruises on her arms. Oh, what's that? Bruises are now bad? Are we forgetting the bit from the last book where Simon grabbed Cora's arms and wrists, and she was glad she healed quickly now? She'd have a bruise otherwise. The bruises weren't bad there, but it is when Duncan does it. Every bit of behaviour that Duncan displays is exactly what Simon has displayed, and more. There's a double standard here that makes no sense, and it's disgusting. Both of these men are abusers. One isn't better than the other, no matter how much the author tries to pretend one is. It's disgusting. But anyway, that's the end of book 4, and I think we should swiftly move on to book 5, the final book, which is just simply titled The Fair. Okay, so book 5, The Fair, was actually my favourite book in the series. It had the most happening in terms of plot. Cora actually ended up being a pretty strong and great character, and honestly, she spent the least amount of time with Simon in this book compared to all the others, which might be why I liked it best. I actually found myself not hating him as much for the first half of this book. He was pretty normal, he was okay, he seemed to get on with everyone, he wasn't that controlling, and I thought maybe the author had actually gone some way to actively trying to redeem him and make him act better, but then I realised that no, actually I think I just liked him more because he was unconscious for most of the first half of the book. What did annoy me in this book is that even though the last book showed that the Ringmaster actually has a pretty sound reasoning for doing what he's doing, and that there should be no black and white, right and wrong, blah blah, in this book, just for no reason, she turned Ringmaster into a complete villain for funsies, I guess. Up until this book, like I say, his reasons for everything he did were completely valid, and I felt like there was no real good guy or bad guy, and that kind of upped the tension a bit because there was no clear right or wrong. It was very much like real life, and I really enjoyed that, and I loved seeing the character struggle with this moral dilemma. However, this book decided to throw all that out and undo any character development that the Ringmaster had had up to this point and make him a full-on villain with no redeeming qualities just because drama, I guess? It also annoyed me that Kathryn Ann Kingsley made the one and only Middle Eastern character in this entire book series, and the only character to ever mention Allah and religion and the fact that he's probably Muslim. He was the only one that she explicitly made a villain, and in this one she kind of painted him as... I would say there's an implication of like borderline terrorist, of like wanting to kill everyone for the greater good sort of thing. Do you see where I'm going with this? It made me uncomfortable. I felt it perpetuated some really harmful stereotypes, and I felt it was thoroughly unfair to the character who up to this point was pretty great, had some great points, had done some great stuff, was very, very caring, and who had very clear and understandable motives. And I'm not the only one who actually picked up on this. It turns out at least one other reviewer found the same thing. I found this review where someone said, would have loved this series and this book in particular if the author didn't make Turk, the villain, so blatantly Muslim. Like he was doing everything because he was righteous. Religion wasn't mentioned in this book except to explain Turk's actions and motivations. Saying things like prophet cursed them isn't accurate, and that saying doesn't even exist anyway. Anyway, it reeked of anti-Muslim sentiments and was extremely unnecessary to the storyline in my opinion. One of my favourite authors, but this left a bad taste in my mouth. I have to agree, and I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw it. It was very unnecessary and uncomfortable and just a bit of a mess. So we're going to quickly skim through a lot of the plot points in the first half of the book before we get on to analysing any of the Cora-Simon interactions, so bear with me, let's skim. I am getting exhausted at this point. Sorry, but I promise, we're close to the end, we're getting through this together. Gonna do it, aren't we, Cubes? She's been an angel, I love her. After Cora sort of but not quite kills Duncan, Turk, the ringmaster, gets a few of the muscly guys together from the fair and essentially arrests Cora and Simon and ties them up in his tent. By the rules of the fair, they should get a trial, but Ringmaster knows if they do that, then Cora will tell everyone what's happening, and he decides to say screw it and throw them in the tower, which contains the heart of the fair and in which no one but Ringmaster has any power anyway. He then tells the rest of the fair that Simon and Cora were plotting against him, which is true, but he doesn't say why or how or any of those things. Kind of a lie by omission, you know? Inside the tower, Simon is hung up by his ankles and dangled from the ceiling, and he keeps throwing up and passing out and dying and waking up and dying and waking up over and over and over and over again. Meanwhile, Cora is falling into a pit, impaled on this giant statue, where she bleeds to death and then comes to life and bleeds to death and comes to life over and over and over and over and over. And obviously she can't free herself because she's impaled. Cora is saved by Simon's shadow, who, I quote, burns himself up, manifesting in a physical form so he can lift her off the statue she's impaled on. This bit annoyed me because it felt like a really poor plot choice to me, because if there's no magic or power in there except Ringmaster's, then why could Simon's shadow even go inside, never mind use magic to transform himself and manifest his power and all of that stuff? How does that work? There's also this bit before where real Simon and Shadow Simon are chatting with Harrow Faire itself in a dream, and I thought this would be how they ended up saving Cora. Simon would travel into someone else's dream and tell them what was going on, and they would come in and save them all and stuff like that, sending for help from Bertha or Rudy or someone, because it's been established throughout this entire series that Simon has these powers. He can manifest in people's dreams. Clearly the tower isn't limiting this, because him and Shadow can do their dream talking and Harrow Faire can do the dream talking, so why can't he talk to someone else in the fair? That would make more sense than this, because this came out of nowhere. But no, instead Cora is saved using this power that the Shadow apparently has, that has never once been hinted at before, or anything. In fact, it has been a point for the Shadow to go on and on and on about how sad and lonely he is, proper incel stuff. About, he hasn't touched anyone in 130-something years. Oh, I'm so lonely and sad, and touch me, Cora, touch me, and all that kind of thing. So the fact that now all of a sudden he can physically manifest, where has this come from? Why? But it's okay. Well, it's not okay. They kill him. It kills him. It burns him up. He uses all his energy. There's this whole dramatic, oh my god, I love you, Cora, and then he dies thing. Look at me, I'm finally doing something right. I don't care. I really don't care. Honestly, I hate both halves of Simon's character for different reasons, mostly because neither of them understand consent, and it really bothers me. Yeah, okay, I didn't care that the Shadow died. I'm gonna be honest. Call me heartless. No, I didn't care. But anyway, this Shadow lifts Cora off the statue she's impaled on, leaves her on the floor. She comes back to life, and then she opens up the heart of the fair, the literal heart of the fair, and she steps inside and joins a part of herself with another part of the fair. So now she's got more of its powers, but she's given up another part of herself, and she's like, who am I? But now she's more powerful than ever, and as powerful as Ringmaster, and she has these new powers, and she uses these magical powers to save Simon where he's hanging from the roof, and she's like, look, I can control shadows too now, woo, and yeah, okay, the powers are kind of cool, I'll say that, I like it. So yeah, she saves Simon, even though if it was me, I would have totally left him hanging, but there you go. And he's not overly awful in this interaction, I'll be honest, except in this one bit where he's almost self-aware, but no. He says, I spent all those years convinced I could not feel those things because I'd thrown them away. I spent all those years convinced I couldn't love because it would destroy me. Goodness, I really am a megalomaniac, aren't I? The family was right about me this whole time. I'm an egotistical madman. I suppose I should apologise to them. On second thoughts, no, they can rot. He snickered again. He couldn't help it. Lovely. And then here's where his character starts going downhill. Can we not just keep him unconscious? I liked him then. So they burst out the doors using Cora's super cool magical powers, which, like I say, I do kind of like and I'm jealous of. And I'm like, yeah, that was a good bit of the book. They did a Anyway, they go storming off and they find everyone else in the fair and they show them what to did to them, because they're literally, like, disgusting. They are covered in blood. They're like, oh, look at my open wounds healing. Covered in sweat. Simon's covered in vomit because he's been vomiting down himself and stuff. It's grim, wonderful, love it. Turns out at this point they've been strung up in the tower for like 3 weeks, which, let's be honest, is kind of the same length of time she was in the fair for before she was strung up, so there you go. And they do the big reveal. They're like, hey, everyone, this is what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Turk's trying to kill you all. And everyone's shocked, and Cora's like, but I'm better than you, Turk. I'm not like you because I'm not deciding for everyone. We're going to let the people vote. Democracy! And all that good stuff. And so they decide to have a vote on what's going to happen. And if Cora wins, then the fair is free. Turk can either hand over the key to her, or she will kill him and take it. And anyone else who wants to go free can do, or they can stay. And the fair will start travelling around again and all this good stuff. And if Turk tries to double cross her, then Cora has these like cool magical shadow powers now and stuff like that, and she can overpower him and kill him anyway, especially if the majority of the family are on her side. But if he wins the vote and everyone's like, no, we'd rather the fair die, then she will let the fair die as they all wish. So all good. Great plan. Wonderful. What's wrong with that? So Cora and Simon go and get cleaned up, wash the blood off themselves and stuff. Cora has this big cry in the shower. Completely understandable. And Simon's actually sweet for, like, genuinely the first time the whole series, where he actually, like, just lets her cry and cleans the blood off her and stuff. And I was like, oh, this is quite nice. Maybe he's going to end up a good character. No, he doesn't. He ruins it all. So Simon goes to visit Turk and make a little deal with him, and I think I should, for the sake of this analysis, spoil the big twist at the end of the book for you now, because I don't care. And I think Simon's motives are messed up anyway. So Simon, of course, doesn't trust Cora with anything ever. He doesn't like her plan, and he thinks Turk needs to die regardless of the outcome of the vote, and he thinks Amanda, who is Turk's wife, should also die and be punished, and he thinks Jack, the rigger, who is like on Turk's side, even though he just found out about this morning, he's like, yeah, actually, no, I agree with that. He thinks he deserves to be tortured and killed for siding with Turk too. Nice. So Simon goes to see Turk with the intention of double-crossing him later. And he tells him, I would like to make one thing very clear, Ringmaster. I am only out for my own ends. Now and forever. I come first in all things as far as I'm concerned. Then you'll understand why I'm here. I do not like to gamble with my life, fat man. I do not want to place my continued existence in the hands of anyone. Not you, not Harrow Faire, not even Cora. Funnily enough, I thoroughly actually believe this. I don't think he's lying here. I believe him. He says, the concept of a vote is a ridiculous insult to everything I have suffered to protect her and our combined interests. She should have killed you when she had the chance. But no, she wants to be noble. Simon scoffed. What a childish concept when it comes to things like us. How anyone can talk about their own partner like this is just beyond me. Like, calling her ideas ridiculous and childish. It's just a sign of an awful, unsupportive partner, and it's not nice. So the deal he tries to make with Turk is this. Keep Harrow Faire alive as long as I walk this earth. Keep it on the edge of starvation, I don't care. But let it limp along for however many years it takes for me to burn out and fade away. Then, do what you like. Turk shook his head. You're asking me to let this creature survive, to let it continue to live. For now. And what do I get in exchange? Cora Glass as a porcelain doll. Simon's smile split into a vicious grin, as she should have been from the very moment I saw her. So this is what he promises, but remember, he's not actually planning to kill her. He's just pretending to, although the reader doesn't know this yet. Although I think it says a lot about him that this is so easy to believe. I mean, he's tried to turn her into a doll already twice. Why wouldn't he do it a third time? So Turk agrees, but in return, Simon says he should get to turn Turk's wife Amanda into one of his puppets. One of his dolls. And for some reason, despite this point, Turk's whole thing being, I love my wife, he decides, yeah, okay, you can have her. Why are all the men in these books terrible? Why? Also, I find this absolutely horrible because, like, I get it. Simon thinks that Amanda needs to be punished, right? That's very clear. And he's trying to emotionally torture Turk by doing this. But Amanda, despite their differences, is Cora's friend. And Cora's very adamant that, like, whatever happens, even if she wins this vote, like, she's going to keep Amanda alive. She's going to look after her. It's all good. Like, Cora specifically said, I want her spared, and that she forgives her and all this stuff. So Simon just sneaking around behind her back to basically torture and kill one of her only friends. That's not very nice, you know? If a partner of mine killed one of my best friends for revenge, I wouldn't be with them anymore. They would be dumped without a second thought. Anyway, Cora doesn't know that Simon has turned Amanda into a doll, and she doesn't know that he is planning this like whole double cross thing, and that it seems like he's betraying her, but he's gonna turn out not to. She doesn't know about any of this. So, later that night, they decide to get intimate again, because what is wrong with these books without a poorly written, dangerous sex scene? This time it is slightly different from the other times they've had sex, because for the first time in the entire series, Cora knows she actually has the power to physically stop Simon if she needs to, and this is all that keeps going through her head the entire time they have sex. On the one hand, it's interesting to see that the dynamic has changed, and it's nice to see that Cora isn't just completely vulnerable to him anymore and she isn't constantly in danger. But on the other, if I was with someone and my thoughts were constantly flicking back to these things, I don't think that's a good sign. She knew she could stop him if he got too rough. She knew she could get free. She could. The power that came with her link to Harrow Faire was right there, just at the edges of her mind. If she reached out, she could tear his limbs off. Still, the nagging truth hovered in the back of her mind. I can stop him, I can get free. Call me crazy, but if you're having to remind yourself of this so much while you're intimate with a partner, then surely you don't actually trust your partner. And that worries me and terrifies me a bit. Once again, there's a lot of her begging him to stop and him not. And I fail to see how this isn't just a mirror image of the Duncan rape scene. I really don't. Except the author makes it so that each no is followed with a wave of pleasure type line, which totally makes up for it, right? And this is such a dangerous way of presenting sex and consent in fiction. Physical responses to touch and sexual activity don't equal consent. Many actual victims of rape have physical responses. Male victims of rape can have erections even when they don't want it, and all victims of rape can sometimes orgasm during the assault. Physical responses like this do not mean there is consent. These can be involuntary actions. It's your body reacting to something that your mind doesn't want. Physical responses are not the same as giving consent. So when books like this show constant, repeated scenes of a woman repeatedly saying no and being ignored, but then it being okay because she shivers a bit, it's such a dangerous message to send. These next few scenes are incredibly hard to hear and read, but I think it's important to exemplify my points. Again, feel free to skip forward a bit if you need to. Thin strings, nearly invisible, snapped around her wrists and yanked them up over her head. She yelped in surprise. "Simon!" "Shush, don't make me gag you." He flicked his wrist. Strings caught around her throat, her waist, her knees, her ankles, everywhere. She could do little more than whimper as they hefted her from the bed, suspending her a few inches over it, knees bent and spread wide. "Simon, put me down this instant." "What a glare," he laughed, flashing his best and most fiendish grin. Slowly he began to undo his tie. He was taking his time again, making her watch as he undressed, leaving her suspended over the bed like a plaything. She was writhing, squirming against the strings as much as she could. "Simon, please." "No." He kissed the inside of her thigh. "I said you were going to pay. Did you think you weren't going to suffer? This is only the start of your penance." These blurred lines around consent really, really, really bothered me. And as I've said earlier in the video, I have absolutely no issues with BDSM or sex scenes when they're portrayed correctly and healthily. But honestly, it thoroughly bothered me to keep reading about a woman saying no over and over and over and being ignored by a man because he thinks he knows her and her body better than her. If a person says no, it means no. And then it gets worse. And again, this bit is hard to listen to, but I should clarify that the 5 years earlier, when she was raped by Duncan, it was anal rape. So obviously she has an extra layer of fear around that in particular. And so Simon decides that now they've known each other for a whole 2 months, even if half of that was spent unconscious in the tower, he deserves to be able to stick it up her bum. Trauma be damned. Because in his words, and this is sickening, "Do you think I'm ever going to let a man have a part of you that I also haven't shared in?" So, he literally ties her up with his strings, bends her over and pours a bunch of lube on her and tells her to relax. He's doing it anyway. There's no discussion about if he's ready. He doesn't even tell her what he's going to do. He doesn't ask if she's comfortable, if she wants it, nothing. He just does this physically to her. And here's a tip for everyone watching, and this might sound crazy. This might be, I don't know, a little bit controversial, but how about before you stick any part of your body into anyone else's orifice, you ask first. It's not difficult. And this is obviously about control for him, because he tells her, you're mine, Cora, every part of you, your heart, your body, your soul, mine. She's clearly not ready for it or into it, because when he pressed a finger to a part of her that was not where she was expecting, she jumped against the strings and struggled. She wailed, no, no, please. Shh. He leaned over her, swirling the tip of his oiled finger around that spot. I'm not Duncan. I'm sorry, but this is rape. She says no, she's begging you to stop, and you do it anyway. Rape. When he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, then we get, she shut her eyes tight and struggled to regain control of her breathing. This is a woman in the middle of a panic attack, clearly. She slowly let go of the sheets she was clenching in her fists. She nodded, barely, but she did. Good. Now relax, will you? He sat back on his heels behind her. She did her best to do just that. She was shivering. I'm sorry, but this is not enthusiastic consent by any stretch of the imagination. This feels like coercion. 100%. This feels like a modern version of Lie Back and Think of England. You know, I don't see how a woman shivering, begging him to shop, eventually having to regain control of her breathing and try her best to let a man shove something inside her bum is sexy or romantic or ever got published. And then after this incredibly uncomfortable scene, where basically he full-on anally penetrates her several times over, and she's like, actually, I guess it does feel quite good, even if I didn't want it. The author has the audacity, again, to try and justify it by saying, and again, this feels so disrespectful to all rape and sexual assault victims. She thought when she let the puppeteer touch her, she was healed. She thought when she'd let him tie her up, she was healed. She thought when she'd killed Duncan, she was healed. Even now, it wasn't the act itself that was rewriting the damage that had been done to her. It was the fact that each deep thrust into her sent pleasure, not agony, crashing through her. It wasn't the bliss she reached time and time again as he sped up, working himself like a piston inside her eager body. It was the trust. Duncan had taken it from her, and Simon had given it back. That was why she loved him. If anyone ever asked her again why she loved Simon Waite, it was because he taught her how to trust someone with her heart again. I find this so hard to read, and it thoroughly bothers me. Back to the main plot, and Simon spends hours in his studio finishing and perfecting the doll of Cora, which I have some questions about. One, why did he keep it when it's surely got to be a reminder of how he tried to kill her twice? Unless he's using it as, well, he's keeping it as like insurance or a threat for the future if she doesn't do what he wants. Why is he keeping this doll if he supposedly loves her and wants to be with her? I don't get it. And two, if he's not actually going to go through with this plan to trap Cora, why is he spending so much time alone working on perfecting this doll? It's not like Turk or anyone would notice if she was half finished or not perfect. If he's not going to actually trap her, why is he doing this? He then goes to meet Cora for the vote, but not before immediately judging her for her choice in clothes and deciding for her what she needs to wear. Again, I know this is a small thing compared to everyone else, but it's just a thing that abusers often do, trying to control what women wear and picking out clothes for them and stuff like that. So it was another big red flag for me. And the response that Cora says to all of this is, it wasn't worth arguing about a damn coat. This is a woman who is so used to being abused, she's just accepted defeat at this point, and it is heartbreaking to read. So the fair votes, everyone votes, Cora wins, yay, everything is going to plan, this is brilliant. She should take the key from Ringmaster, done, brilliant, end of story. But no, Simon decides to still go through with his plan because I don't know why. Turk's like, no, I'm not accepting this, and Simon's like, lol bitch, snapping your neck now, Cora, and he snaps her neck. Obviously, she is completely angry when she wakes up, understandably so, and then this whole part is just bizarre to me. When I first read this, obviously I didn't know there was a twist. I didn't know he was going to double cross her, so I was like, oh my god, this is great. This is the perfect ending to the series. Showing that abusers never change, and warning women about the dangers of staying with abusers. I thought the author was playing a long game here, and she was going to teach a lesson at the end of this, and it was going to be great, you know, and, you know, Simon's going to prove to be evil, and you can't trust him, and then Cora's going to fight back, and she's going to kill him, and it's going to be a happy ending in that way, and she's going to be on her own, and it's going to be brilliant. I was really excited, and then no, they ruined it. It all had to disappoint me, like this entire series did, time and time and time again. Let me read you some sections, and then we will discuss it. Won't we, Cuckoo Bean? Yes. Hello, little snoot. You little snooty snoot. You've been amazing today, and I love you. I've been filming for so long, and you're doing so well. Cora woke up tied to a chair. She couldn't see what was keeping her wrists bound to the armrests or her legs to the frame of the chair, but she knew precisely what was keeping her there. Simon's strings. A hand clamped over her mouth, a head was close to hers, whispering in her ear. Shush now, Cupcake. She clenched her fists. Instantly her darkness was there at her command, boiling just at the surface. She was going to rip him to smithereens. God, do I wish she had. She watched him flick his wrist just out of the corner of her eye, and something small, tight, and probably invisible cinched painfully around her throat. You're in my web, dear. One wrong move from you, one tiny bit of ink seeps into your eyes, meaning using her powers, and you'll finally learn what it's like to be killed by my strings. I don't need to keep you alive to rip out your deity. It's just more fun if I get to watch your eyes when it happens. Damn it! Damn him! I should have known. I'm such a fool. Every man I've ever loved has betrayed me, and I am the common denominator. That bit broke my heart, because that is exactly how abused women feel, and it hurts like hell. Tears pricked her eyes. Her treachery stabbed at her like knives. She relaxed her hands and let the darkness simmer. The strings around her throat loosened enough that she could breathe. Now that's a good girl. She bit back a sob. Terror boiled up in her, and she jerked against the strings holding her in place without meaning to. She let out a frightened whine. His strings instantly tightened, and she gagged in pain. He stroked her hair, and she tried her best to yank her head away from him. He tutted and walked in front of her, crouching down by her feet. Oh, now, don't be like that. You knew this was bound to happen. You know who I am. I've never been anything but honest with you. Just because you tell someone you're going to hurt them doesn't mean you're blameless when you hurt them. Yes, it could be bear. No, it doesn't. He stood and leaned over her, one hand on the back of the chair and the other around her throat. He tilted her head back to look up at him. His voice lowered into a husky growl. It was sexual, even as it was vicious. Do you love me, Cora? All that I am? Simon the puppeteer? The devil, the madman, the fiend, even now, even as I'm about to rip out your deity and stuff it into a piece of artwork, even after I've betrayed you. She looked into those black, red, white eyes of his and knew she was a lost cause. She knew she deserved to die because she was too stupid to live. She whispered to him, unable to speak much louder than the rock in her throat. If I survive this, I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to bash your head open on a rock. I'll do it 100 times if I have to. I'm a fool for not having seen this coming, but it doesn't change how I feel. She swallowed thickly. I'll always love you. This isn't romantic. This isn't beautiful. This is heartbreaking and sad, because this is how victims of abuse feel. This isn't glamorous and romantic and, oh my god, it's so sweet, it's the greatest love story ever. No, this is a heartbreaking reality that literally millions of people, mostly women, go through every day because they love their abusers and they feel like it's their fault. And they can't get away because they love them or they're tied to them or they're scared to leave. Women who do leave their abusers are the most likely to be killed. And it's horrific, and I can't believe people are sitting there romanticizing this situation like this. Simon chuckled and leaned his head in close to her. She turned away, and he kissed her cheek by her ear before whispering, Do you trust me, Cora? Do you really trust me? You said you did. Now I want to find out. And then he brings out Puppet Amanda, but there's so little of her left that she doesn't recognise the people who were her husband and friend. She doesn't recognise Turk. She doesn't recognise Cora. Cora's sad. Simon promises Amanda that you'll have a sister soon. And he tells her that he's also hung Jack up in the tower, and Jack's busy dying and being tortured and all this horrific stuff over and over and over. Cora's obviously incredibly angry. Who wouldn't be? And hurt. Who wouldn't be? And she somehow blames herself and calls herself a monster, bless her. And then Simon says, "Kiss me one last time before I do what I've wanted to do since the moment I saw you." When she growled at him, he grinned. "Please, you love me, don't you?" God help her, she did. She hated him. She wanted to rip his face off. But she did, in fact, still love him. I'm a monster, just like they say. And then, oh my god, shock twist, it was all a game. He's not really gonna kill her, he's just testing her. What? I hate this. I hate this twist, I hate this plot point, I hate all of this. He broke the kiss slowly and moved his lips to her ear and whispered, "What I've wanted to do since the moment I saw you, Cupcake, is this." The strings around her loosened and were gone. "It's been to tell you that I love you." It is the biggest cliche. It's gross. He's an abuser. No. I hate this. Like, oh my god, he totally loves her. That makes him breaking her neck and making him think that making her think that he betrayed her all worth it, right? It's not worth it. This makes me angry and upset and I hate it. Ooh. If he loved her, he wouldn't have done all of this. He wouldn't have treated her this way throughout the whole 5 books. He wouldn't have attempted to rape her. He wouldn't have anally raped her. He wouldn't be torturing her friend Jack in her tower right now. He wouldn't have killed her friend Amanda and turned her into a doll. He wouldn't have done any of this. He wouldn't have broken her neck. Him saying that he loves her does not make up for any of this stuff, for any of the abuse. Anyway, long story short, Cora ends up killing Ringmaster. Amanda dies too because there's like nothing left of her basically. Then Cora goes and frees Jack, and we end up in the same position we would have been if Simon didn't do all of this weird double-cross bluffing, pointless stuff. It's very annoying, so what was the point? Because, oh my god, Simon was testing her, of course, because that's the sign of a healthy relationship. Testing your partner. He just had to threaten her life to see if she really loved him, right? I know, Coop. What? I did it all for you, he coughed. Why are you mad at me? Cora laughed, a dark, sarcastic laugh. Oh, for me? Do tell. Explain how double-crossing me, betraying me, and playing that sick, fucked-up game was for me. I knew you would be too nice to exact revenge. They needed to pay for what they did. Amanda and Jack betrayed your friendship. Turk broke his own rules when he threw you in that pit. They needed to suffer, Cora. You're too sweet for that. And then a little later, Cora, I'm sorry I didn't trust you. I needed to learn the truth. She glared up at him. You didn't trust me? He frowned and looked out at the circus. Why would you love me? Why? You could have your pick of every available wretch in the family, and even then you could probably convince the unavailable ones. I'm a terrible man, Cora. I did those things to Turk, Amanda, and Jack because I wanted to, because I enjoy their suffering. I thought it was because you wanted revenge for both of us. That too. He sniffed dismissively and still kept his gaze out at the circus, but mostly because it was great fun. And then, I love you, Cora. I love you more than I love myself, and I have for a long time. Yeah, like 2 weeks. I just didn't know how to say the words. And if you decide I should die, that's your right. I betrayed you. I played a sick game. I'll probably do it again someday. He picked up her hand and kissed her palm before placing it to his cheek. He shut his eyes. Go on. Save yourself from the pain I'll keep causing you. Because I am what I am, Cora dear. I always will be this. I will always be the puppeteer. It's so needlessly dramatic. She replies with, I can't imagine my world without you. I love you. You know I do. And you need to stop trying so hard to prove that I don't. I know, I'm being dramatic, aren't I? I know. He kissed her knuckles and carefully put the roses down on the floor. Mwah! Well, if that's how you truly feel. He pulled out a small box from his pocket. Bless you. That is exactly how I feel. Why don't we make this day just a little more overwhelming for you? And then, because of course he does, he proceeds to propose. And that's basically the end of the book. Some people leave the fair, some people stay. Simon and Cora get married. Of course, she takes his name because he owns her, remember? The fair goes travelling, people are happy. Yay, happy ending, the end. The thing about her taking her name really annoyed me, because on the one hand, like, I get that some people want to change their name for marriage. That's fine, whatever. It's not something I'd ever do. I like my name, it's me. But in this, like, her name was so iconic throughout it, because, like, there's this whole thing of her being the contortionist, and it being like, she's the unbreakable Cora Glass, which is cool because it's like a play on the whole glass thing, and it's about her being strong and unbreakable, and, like, her name was a huge part of her identity and who she is and all that stuff, and then she just changes it to Oates. Cora Oates. Doesn't really have the same ring to it, does it? The unbreakable Cora Oates. The victim Cora Oates. The abused Cora Oates. Yeah, no. I really, really hated how the pinnacle of this story was Simon basically just being like, oh my god, I'm just testing you, babe, see if you really love me. And yeah, I'll probably do it again while abusing you and hurting you and probably raping you. I hate that. And I hate the whole, like, and it's only a real love story if the man proposes to the woman at the end. It's so traditional and heteronormative and, like, steeped in misogynistic gender roles and hello baby, hi. It's just not really for me, but I'd have forgiven it if it was any other couple than this. Wouldn't I, baby? Hi. You give me a paw, thank you very much. Oh, look at you, you're tall. You're so tall and beautiful. This is... Thank you. And also I think the fact that he proposed after knowing her for like 2 months annoyed me as well. The timelines in this book are so messed up and weird and make no sense, and I hate it. Anyway, ultimately, this story annoyed me. It upset me, it disgusted me, it angered me, and it had horrific double standards for different characters, especially the men. It was offensive, it spread dangerous misinformation, and it was just a big, frustrating mess. And the more I read of it, like, the more times I've reread the books for this video and the more I talk about it, the angrier I get. Like, I think it just gets worse every single time. But remember, it's okay because they were, like, totally in love. But no, they weren't. I hate this. Remember, there are reviewers who say of this book, it was nice of Simon to remind everyone that despite his feelings for Cora, he's still very much a villain. I love that guy. I wouldn't change a thing about him, and I'm happy that Cora didn't even try. You can't make this stuff up, can you? These are real people writing these things. It's very alarming how much I adored Simon, and I kind of want one. I find that very unsettling. Oh well. I loved Simon, and obviously his shadow too. I loved how he was unapologetically himself, and how Cora loved him all along with all his crazy. Ah yes, I too love unapologetic murderers and abusers, and all their crazy. While I was writing up the script for this bit, I actually realised what a lot of these fans who wrote these reviews remind me of, and it's, you know, that horrific trend of people who are obsessed with serial killers and they idolise them somehow and they, like, fetishize them to some extent, and they're like, oh my god, he's so hot, and I'm gonna write a letter to this serial killer, and if only he'd fall in love with me, it would be different, because, like, I'm special, and he's so hot, and, like, I would totally be the only woman he didn't kill, you know? Reminds me of that. Anyway, I said I would end this video by running briefly through Dr. Ramani's quiz question list of traits and characteristics of narcissistic abusers and seeing how many of the criteria Simon and his shadow check off. I know this has been a long video so far, this part is not going to be very long, don't worry, but thank you for sticking with me if you've made it this far. Thank you for putting up with me, I appreciate you so much. If you have liked this video, they're not normally this long, but I do in-depth book reviews and all sorts of stuff like this, and I have had a little bit of trouble recently, I guess, because YouTube removed one of my science videos for misinformation. I was debunking anti-mask propaganda, essentially, and they flagged it for misinformation because they thought my video was anti-mask when it wasn't. It was very much pro-mask. Since I had that issue with YouTube, I tried to appeal it a few times, and they said no, and then a few of my fans were like, oh, be careful, because, like, YouTube might end up suppressing your channel if you kick up too much of a fuss. And I was like, conspiracy theories. That won't happen. Don't be silly. But kind of, yeah. If you look at my analytics since all that happened, the amount of new people seeing my channel has dropped to about 1/3 of what it was before that happened. And so I kind of feel like there is a little bit of suppression going on there. It's more than just a normal up and down trend, and it's really worrying me a little bit, bothering me a little bit. Views from my existing subscribers, fine, normal, that's all the same. Engagement's still really good and all that sort of thing, but It's just my videos aren't really being pushed out to new people. So what I will say is that if you are new here and you're seeing one of my videos for the first time, it would be wonderful if you would subscribe, please. And it also really helps if you want to do things like share my videos on social media. It's great if you want to leave a comment, because that really helps with engagement and helping the algorithm know that my videos are liked by people. Leaving a like helps as well. And if you do want to support my channel at all and help me keep making content despite YouTube being a little bit difficult sometimes, then I do have a Patreon where you can go and see some like exclusive photos that I've taken. I post all sorts of stuff of my dog Kyra and other photos of like nature and gigs and all sorts of stuff that I do like that. And I often post script notes on there. I also have exclusive like stickers and photo and art prints that get sent out to my subscribers every 3 months and fun stuff like that. So shameless bit of self-promotion out of the way. Let's have a look at this checklist. Like I say, this is from the book Should I Stay or Should I Go?, which really, really helped me after I left my abuser. And that book helped me sort my head out a lot, put a lot of things into perspective. And honestly, I would say it helped save my life. I am very, very grateful for Dr. Ramani and the work she does. Absolutely. So let's take a look at this. Does Simon seem cold or unfeeling in the face of Cora's feeling or the feelings of other people? Or does he seem to have difficulty understanding the feelings of other people constantly throughout the entire series? Does Simon talk about his life accomplishments and work in an exaggerated or larger-than-life way? For example, having an impossibly good job, how he is going to have the greatest of everything? Is your partner arrogant and convinced of his superiority over other people? Constantly. Remember his whole, I was going to be a world-famous artist thing? Yeah. And of course his whole, I should have the power to control the fair, not anyone else. Why does Cora get it and not me? So him. Completely him. Does Simon believe that he's entitled to special treatment in all areas of his life? Does he become angry when this special treatment is not accorded to him? Constantly. Look at how he kills people when he's asked to stick to the same rules as literally everyone else. Look at how he was trying to break the rules to turn Cora into one of his dolls in the first 2 books. He has an issue with authority, absolutely. Does Simon manipulate people and situations to get his needs met with little regard for the feelings of other people involved? Constantly. You just saw this video, right? Does Simon become intensely angry very quickly and usually out of proportion to the situation at hand? Again, constantly. Is Simon able to hand out criticism easily, but does he have a hard time hearing even the slightest feedback without becoming defensive and even angry? Again, clearly. Look at his interaction with any authority figure. And also look how he takes the mick out of the others constantly and puts them down and calls them names. But the minute Aaron like gave him a jab of little like, ooh, do you have a crush on Cora? He literally ripped him to shreds. Is Simon frequently jealous of Cora's friendships, relationships, successes and opportunities? Yes. He kept her away from other people for the first 3 books and he was plotting to take Cora's power. Simple as that. Does Simon do bad things and not feel guilty about them, or even have any insight into the fact that these were not nice things to do? Yeah, constantly, along with his, it's just who I am, I'm never gonna change, stupid narrative. Isn't that right, baby? Does Simon need constant admiration and validation, such as compliments, awards, and honours? Does he seek it out? Yes. Does Simon regularly lie, leave out important details, or give you inconsistent information? Yes. Is Simon an expert showman, making a big show of everything he does? Yeah. He's the puppeteer. What I didn't talk about in this video is there's this whole scene where Cora watches one of his puppet shows and it's all very dramatic. There's the private puppet show he puts on for her. He's a showman. They're my puppet strings. Does Simon regularly project his feelings onto Cora? For example, accusing her of being angry, but I feel like maybe he does this to some extent, but not a huge amount actually. This is going to be my first no. This is not too bad with this. Is Simon greedy and materialistic? I'd say yeah. There was a whole scene that I didn't mention in this video where someone else in the fair got something. It was like a coffee maker or a dishwasher or something like that in their trailer, and Simon went outside and literally screamed at the sky for 4 hours until he got one too. Yeah. Is Simon emotionally cold and distant? Does he become disconnected at particular times when you're experiencing or showing strong emotion? Yes! This is literally like most of what his character is, isn't it, baby? Oh, right on the lips, thank you. Does Simon frequently second-guess Cora or doubt her to the point she feels like she's going crazy? Constantly. Is Simon cheap with his time or money? Is he a person who will only be generous when it serves his interests? Serving his interests, yes. I wouldn't say it's about money, but in terms of time and attention, yeah. He spends a lot of time alone and thinks most people aren't worth his effort, you know, that sort of thing. Does Simon regularly avoid taking responsibility, and is he quick to blame others for his mistakes? Constantly. Is Simon vain and absorbed with his appearance? Yes. He goes on and on about how hot he is and, ooh, I have style and all that sort of stuff. Is Simon controlling? Does he attempt to control Cora's behaviour? Does he appear almost obsessive and compulsive in his need for order and to control his environment and schedule? Yeah, like I say, in one of the books, I think it might be book 3, Simon literally plans out every moment of Cora's day, and he's like, you're doing this, and you're doing this, and you're doing this, and you're doing this. Controlling. Are Simon's moods, behaviours, and lifestyle unpredictable and inconsistent? Again, you watched this video, right? Does Simon take advantage of Cora and other people on a regular basis? Yes. Like, even in just the last half of the book. Yes! Oh my god. Does Simon enjoy watching other people fail? Does he take glee in the idea that someone's life or business is not going well, especially when that person has typically done better than him? Constantly. Does Simon find it hard to be alone or spend time alone? Actually, this one's a no. Simon spends a lot of time alone before Cora gets to the circus, so I'll say no for this one. Does Simon have poor boundaries with other people? Does he maintain inappropriate relationships with friends and co-workers? I would say regularly killing your co-workers is probably poor boundaries. Maybe that's just me. Has Simon ever been sexually or emotionally unfaithful? Again, this one was actually a no. Props to him for that, I guess. Does Simon tune out when Cora's talking? Does he yawn, check his device, gets distracted, blah, blah, blah? Yeah, he was constantly zoning out and not listening to people he thought were lesser than him, which is pretty much everyone. Does Simon become vulnerable or sensitive at times of stress or when things are not going well? Yeah, look at his book 3 breakdown, his fracture, as he called it. Is Simon regularly neglectful or just not mindful of basic communication and courtesy? I think this one's obviously a yes. Does Simon frequently use his appearance or sexuality to get a lot of attention? Yes. Obviously, yes. So if for some reason you weren't convinced before, I think it is safe to say that the character of Simon Oates in the Harrow Faire book series is a raging narcissist and a narcissistic abuser. And I do not use this term lightly. He is absolutely abusive, he is vile, he is cruel. This does not deserve to be painted as a romantic love story. This book series is 100% a romanticization and glamorization of an abusive relationship, and for that reason I think it is incredibly dangerous. I don't get why these books are being sold. I don't get why they have so many positive reviews of people being like, oh my god, he's so adorable together, you're perfect. I think they're dangerous and vile, and that's why I'm making this video. I hope if you've managed to sit through this entire very long, very exhausting for me video, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. I hope you can take something away from this that helps you feel stronger, more empowered, and also helps you identify this kind of abuse in other people, maybe in potential partners that you have or had. I hope it helps keep people safe. I hope I can do some good with this. This was, like I said, an incredibly emotionally draining video for me to make. I have spent literally whole nights awake until like 5:30 in the morning, reading these books over and over, writing my script, working on all of this, and now today I've spent 7.5 hours filming. Yeah, it's been long, hasn't it, baby? It's been long. I had to refilm a whole section, I've had to empty out my memory cards constantly, I'm on my 4th camera battery. Oh, it's been tiring, hasn't it? But we're done. Now we just have editing to do. Oh, and at this point, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for giving me so much of your time, of your attention. I appreciate you so much. Like I say, I would love to hear your thoughts on this video and all the topics I've covered down in the comments below. If you can, it would be wonderful if you want to support my work over on Patreon or with a one-off donation over on PayPal, you can do as well. I have new merch out now if you'd like to check it out. I have these amazing beetle prints made from actual watercolour paintings that I painted myself. If you'd like to check out any of my other stuff, I have a website, racheloates.uk. It's full of photographs, art, poetry, cool makeup looks, all sorts of fun stuff like that. If you want to follow me on social media, Instagram is where I'm most active. And I think that's pretty much everything for now. Make sure you subscribe to check out my new poem that I've got coming out hopefully in the next couple of days. It is called Misery Symphony, and it touches on some of the topics I've actually covered in this video. If you also want to hear another one of my poems, which is about kind of dealing with... Basically, it's a poem about how having faced child abuse it kind of colours your view and makes you a little more susceptible to other kinds of abuse and domestic violence. And it's quite a hard poem to listen to, but it was one that was quite cathartic for me to write and get my feelings out there, and it's one that I hope helps people. It's called Heroes, and if you'd like to watch that, I'll leave a link to it at the end of this video, probably on screen right now. So, I've rambled so much. Thank you for watching, thank you for your time, thank you for any comments you leave, and I will see you guys again very, very soon with a much shorter video than this. Can't even get my words out. Oh, I'm gonna go eat so much food now. I might order a curry. Okay, so I know that was a lot. I know that was a big video. This has been one that's taken me a long time to make. The planning, the filming, the editing, everything has been very, very time consuming and quite emotionally draining. But having put the video up in parts, I've had a lot of comments from people. I've read a lot of comments from people. Some of them don't get why I was making this video series. They don't get why I had the criticisms that I do. And I just want to respond to a few of those people because, in summary, I thoroughly disagree. I genuinely never thought there would be controversy around me labelling fictional abuse as abusive, but here we are. But on a lighter note, before we jump into the bulk of this, let's have a glass of wine together. I have a new wine to try today. This is one I've not tried before. This is a Peth Riesling. I do love a good Riesling. Not tried this brand before though, so it's been a very long day, a very long couple of weeks. So let's try a nice glass of wine together, relax, enjoy, and then have a chat. Oh, I've been working so much recently and so many late nights as well. I can't remember the last time I just sat down and had a glass of wine. I am exhausted. I like this. It's sweet. Not as sweet as you might expect a Riesling to be, but I like that. Very crisp. Kara's having a drink of water as well. We're in this together, me and her. Yeah, it's good. It's quite sharp when you first take a sip, and then it has like a sweet aftertaste. Very fruity, which I like. I'm a fan. Would buy again. Absolutely. You'll also have to excuse if I seem a little off today. I thought I could kind of like get away with hiding stuff, but people always seem to notice. But I got my period early, and it's a really bad one, and I've been a bit of a mess. Plus, my hip pain is playing up again, and I'm struggling to walk at the minute, so I am in a little bit of pain. If I seem a bit off, that is why. But let's jump into the content of this part of the video. So, I fully believe that society as a whole, and specifically a lot of media that we consume, has a huge problem with excusing and downplaying violence against women. And this is something that I'm not just going to sit back and watch happen. I want to speak up about it, I need to speak up about it, and I'm going to continue to speak up about it. And that's why I started making this video series in the first place. I think it was in the third video I made the comment of what it was that prompted me to make this video series, and it was the line of like, you know, some people are worth the hurt they cause or something like that, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but in the context of violence against women, they're not. No one is worth putting up with abuse from. Simple as that. And I think the fact that this sort of thing is said so nonchalantly, it's like, oh, well, you know, they're worth it. Oh, it's just violence. Oh, it's just, like, no. It's absolutely not true at all. Hi, gorgeous girl. Good girl. So I think we should have a look at a few, specific criticisms I got and address them. And the first one is more of a personal one. Some people said to me that if these books were so hard for me to read, then why did I choose to keep reading them and make a video on them and keep rereading them for the video? And I think the answer is very, very simple. Because for me, using my platform to help others is more important to me than a few weeks of personal suffering. I think the outcome of me making these videos and the potential they have to help people is worth me having a few uncomfortable and tiring and exhausting weeks. What do you say, Coops? Yeah. Yes, these books were very, very difficult to read, and I actually continued to read them all the first time through because I was hoping that Simon would get some kind of punishment at the end, he would get his comeuppance. I was hoping him and Cora would break up and it would be like a nice overall commentary for abusive relationships. I thought that might be pointed out in the end, and I thought there was still a chance that these books might become a commentary on abusive relationships and that the abuse would be pointed out in the end and called out accordingly, but it wasn't, and that upset me. So then when I went on to read lines like, because some people are worth the damage they cause in book 3, I really realised that I do need to talk about this stuff, because on top of that, there were other things like the lines in book 2 where Cora's screaming at Simon, "You attacked me," after he attempted to rape her, and Simon responds with, "No, I was flirting with you." This is absolutely a product of and perpetuating rape culture. These are the lines which take this book series from what some people argued was just a sexual fantasy that totally isn't real, to what I think they actually were, which is something which is ideologically dangerous and a product of a really misogynistic society that is absolutely fine with violence against women. These books repeatedly blame women for sexual assault and violence against them. They make excuses for the perpetrators of that violence and sexual assault, and they romanticize and normalize abuse in general. This isn't just like, oh, it's just a kink thing. This is a problem with violence against women thing. So I feel like if I, being in a very good place right now, can put up with a few weeks of feeling hurt and upset by these books in order to make these videos, then it's worth it, because I feel like by making these videos, I have the potential to help thousands of people in terms of helping them identify what abuse is, what it can look like, making sure that this kind of violence against women isn't normalised and it is called out, making sure people realise that there are all kinds of faces to abuse. It can happen in all kinds of situations to all kinds of people. Hopefully, I want people to realise this is abuse, to not romanticise this, to not think that some people are worth the damage they cause, and all that really dangerous stuff. I want people to know that they can leave abusive relationships, and they should. If I can prevent even just one more woman being hurt or killed by an abuser, then it will be worth it. I know that sounds like an exaggeration, but it's not, because the problem of violence against women and domestic abuse and sexual assault against women is so common. It's such a danger for so many people, and this is an issue that affects absolutely everyone, regardless of race, background, income, age, absolutely anything. It can affect everyone, and I think it's something we need to talk about more. It's a very, very serious issue. The next lot of criticisms I got were along the lines of, these videos are kink shaming. These books are just fiction, so it doesn't matter what's in them. And Rachel, you're the bad guy, because by calling out the abuse in these books as abuse, I will be shaming women who watch these videos and have similar fantasies about consensual non-consent. One commenter even repeatedly tried to tell me that 50% of women have abuse fantasies, so I decided to look this up. I should also mention before we start, these books are not consensual non-consent, because they're missing the consent in the first place. They're just romanticised non-consent. But anyway, I decided to look up these statistics of women with rape fantasies and so on. Most of the studies I looked at, including one very prominent one from about 2009, they actually used a very, very broad definition of what rape fantasy meant. Mostly it was about these women wanting to feel submission, wanting to give up control rather than to actually be raped or actually thinking about being raped. Most of these women said they fantasized about acts like having clothes ripped off, acts where they feign non-consent, and very few said they fantasized about the motive for these acts actually being from anger or from someone actually wanting to hurt them. So I'd argue that women have submission fantasies, not rape and abuse fantasies. That said, many studies and charities who work with sufferers of domestic violence and violence against women and children, they say that often women who have things like rape fantasies, for them it's a way of coping with the very real threats of violence against us. It's only normal because violence against women is so normal. For example, studies show that some people have physiological responses to rape, such as producing lubrication, because the body has evolved to want to keep us safe. And we produce lubrication not because we're turned on by it, not because we enjoy it, but because it's the body's way of saying, crap, this is how we stop tearing and trauma and bruising and risk of infections. A body producing lubrication doesn't make the rape any less bad or serious. It's the body's way of protecting itself, and that's also why some people argue some women have rape fantasies, because by having these fantasies, it's a way for some people to try and take back control of the things that they fear, so that they can think through, what would I do in these situations, and try and take control of it and try and be in control, and so on. It doesn't make actual rapes less bad, or real or awful or anything like that. Does that make sense? I think the difference for me is that these books aren't portraying a rape fantasy. They're portraying a real rape that is then romanticized. Even though it's fiction, there's a difference. I think the difference for me is that, like, these books aren't portraying a rape fantasy and saying it's okay to have these fantasies. They're portraying an actual rape, excusing the rapist, and being like, oh look, isn't this love? That's very dangerous. There's a huge difference between playing something over in your head and something happening in real life. So when you have a fantasy in your head, even a non-consent fantasy, there's still actual consent there from you. You're still safe, you're still in control. It's like what I said about BDSM in video 3. There's nothing wrong with wanting to engage in those acts and things like submission in a safe, consensual way. You just need to discuss boundaries first, listen to each other, have a safe word, and stop immediately if your partner wants to, and make sure you take aftercare very seriously, all of those things. At the core of it, with any kind of submission or BDSM or like whatever, is still consent and respect and communication. And in fantasies that people have, there's still respect and consent and communication, because that's what's happening in someone's head. The problem is with what's happening in these books is that there's no consent, respect, or communication, and it's still passed off as being okay. Some people kept coming to me and saying, like, but aren't these books just a fantasy then? And I have to say that the way it's portrayed, no, I think it's very different for a number of reasons. One is that fiction and art and media are a reflection of our lives, our real lives. We learn about the world around us from fiction, and our experiences in the real world influence what we put into fiction and see in fiction as well. Fiction helps us understand people and their experiences and their backgrounds that we'll never experience for ourselves. Even something like a fantasy novel has elements which hold up a mirror to our world, and so when we see something's okay in fiction, we start to internalize that and think, oh, well, it's okay in the real world too, even when that's on a subconscious level that we're not aware that we're doing. And as I keep saying, these Harrow Faire books aren't a representation of a character having a fantasy. These books are a depiction of a character who is in an abusive relationship and that being romanticized. These books aren't sending the message of, hey, it's okay to have this fantasy. They're instead sending the message of, it's normal and hot when he abuses you and laughs at you afterwards. And that is what's not okay. That is what is so dangerous to the audience. Two is that people said, oh, well, maybe it's okay if she puts like trigger warnings on this and she like puts this, and they're like, but there's none of that. There is absolutely none of that. Nowhere in these books does it ever say or give warnings about the type of content in the book, or say that the author is just playing out some fantasy of her own. Nowhere are the actions of Simon in this book ever labelled as abuse or rape, as they should be. There are no disclaimers about how this should not be encouraged or promoted or seen as okay in real life. These books aren't ever even labelled as rape fantasy. They're labelled as romance. Villain romance, sure, but still romance. And I think to call any type of abusive behaviour romantic is problematic. Nowhere in these books does the author say, hey, it's bad if your partner actually does this. And for that reason, she is normalising violence against women. She is excusing it. She is romanticising abuse. And that's not okay. 3 is that these books aren't just a kink thing. These aren't just about sexual fantasies. These books portray the whole relationship, including really awful things like name-calling, physical violence, jealousy, anger, controlling behaviour, stalking, sexual violence, isolating the victim from others, and Simon is consistently rewarded for this behaviour. Cora ends up marrying this man. This isn't just a, ooh, it's a silly little kink thing, ooh, it's a consensual non-consent fantasy. This entire book series is portrayed as an idealised whole relationship from meeting to marriage, and it said, this is okay, this is something to aspire to, this is glamorous, this is beautiful, this is what love is. And that's the problem. And 4, I think that when you create this fantasy and romance around something which is very real and that people actually suffer from, it's just very disrespectful and dangerous, and you need to be very careful with how you do that, and this author isn't. I think it's good to portray serious issues in fiction. I think it's good to have abusive relationships in fiction because they show people what signs to look out for and why it's bad and the effects it can have on people and so on. But that's when the abuse is called abuse and called out as being bad, you know? This isn't. Violence against women is a terrifying problem for so many women, and to portray that as romantic is just awful. Imagine if this book series was about any other crime. And I think I said this in the review of the 5th book, it's like when we romanticize and sexualize and fetishize serial killers. It's so disrespectful to their actual victims and their families. Or to use other crimes as an example, and I think I said this in a comment to someone, like, what if we wrote a story about a school shooter who finally gets the girl after he shoots all of her classmates in front of her, and they kiss over their bloody corpses? Or what if we have a story about a paedophile who, at the very end of the book, he finally rapes and gets together with the toddler of his dreams, and that's where the book ends and the paedophile is rewarded for all his disgusting behaviour, and it's portrayed as this beautiful love story where the toddler and paedophile were just meant to be. Would people read those books and say, well, they're just a fantasy too? Or would we actually recognise that these are incredibly disrespectful to the victims of those actual crimes? Would we be saying, no, you can't romanticise and normalise this kind of violent behaviour? Because I'd like to think we would. But it just seems to me that as a society, we're so quick to excuse violence against women more than anyone else, and that worries me. Take a look at a book like Lolita by Vladimir Nabokov. Yes, that covers horrific topics about a man who is obsessed with and grooms a young teenage girl. That is written from Humbert's perspective. That is written from the bad guy's perspective. And so we do get this warped, unreliable narrator. And he tries to convince us that it's a love story, that it's meant to be, that he's the good guy. But we know the author doesn't believe that. We know that from where the plot goes and the story goes. We know that from how it's written. We know that from what happens to Lolita herself. We know that Nabokov is never saying, hey, paedophilia is good. This is a relationship to glamorize and romanticize and aspire to. There are ways to tackle difficult topics and talk about what happens within those, dangerous relationships without okaying them, without saying, hey, yeah, this is something you should aspire to. Kathryn Ann Kingsley does not do this in a safe way at all. I got comments telling me, and I quote, don't yuck someone's yum. But I would personally say when that yum includes romanticized portrayals of domestic violence or rape, that sentiment goes out of the window. And I don't care if I make you feel yuck. If you get off on domestic violence, that's not okay. If you excuse domestic violence, that's not okay. In the same way people sexualizing children shouldn't be glamorized or romanticized, I don't think domestic violence should be glamorized or romanticized. I'll say it again, if you read a book in which a man lusted after and raped a child and they got married at the end and the author portrayed it as a totally great love story and someone came back and said, this normalizes child abuse and that's not okay, would you turn around and say, yeah, but don't yuck someone's yum? Because for me, it's just as bad. Violence against women, violence against children, sexual assault against women, sexual assault against children. None of it is okay to romanticize or glamorize or normalize. So no, I'm not kink shaming because I don't care what people think about in their own heads. I don't care if you're into consensual non-consent. I don't care if you're into BDSM. I don't care if you're into submission. I don't care what fantasies you have. What I care about is romanticizing an abusive relationship. That's what I'm shaming. I'm shaming the portrayals of domestic violence and assault as something beautiful and glamorous and romantic, because they're not. There is an argument to be made in general about the issues with increasingly violent pornographic media and portrayals of violence against women glamorized in media in general. So in the book Violence Against Women, Myths, Facts, Controversies, Walter S. de Kesarady Basically, Walter writes that increasingly pornography is becoming more normalised and mainstreamed, despite being more violent and racist. He then goes on to provide the example of the game Rape Play, in which players have to stalk and rape a family of women. In Rape Play, gamers direct a character to sexually assault a mother and her 2 young daughters at an underground station before raping any of a selection of female characters. The game was intended for release just in Japan, but was on offer to British buyers through Amazon Marketplace, the section of the online store's website to third-party sellers, but Amazon has now withdrawn the game after complaints from users deeming it to be inappropriate. Many studies conducted across North America support the finding that pornography often serves as a training manual for assault, but does pornography directly cause violence against women? On the one hand, it may well be that for men who physically and sexually abuse women, pornography is just one more weapon in their arsenal. In a somewhat related argument, it might very well be that the same factors that cause men to abuse women also cause him to view and purchase pornography. In other words, the abuse comes first, followed by an interest in pornography. Walter then goes on to write that a few studies have found that the contribution of pornography to violence against women is related to male peer support. Some men learn to sexually objectify women through their exposure to pornographic media, and they often learn these lessons in groups, such as at pornographic film showings at fraternity houses. Contrary to what some evolutionary scholars assert, over time men have not been biologically programmed or hardwired to sexually or physically abuse women. If this were true, then all men would be violent towards women, but most are not. Those who are choose to act violently and choose to associate with men who encourage and support such actions. However, violent male behaviour towards women and male peer support dynamics do not operate in a vacuum. Men learn a substantial number of actions, values and beliefs from growing up in and being part of the larger North American culture. Their values and beliefs are micro-social expressions of broader social forces, which in Canada and the United States are 2 often patriarchal forces. So, I know that was a big long section, but basically the point is, while violent pornographic materials might not be the direct cause of violence against women, that is to say, a man isn't going to watch a violent video or read a book like this and immediately go and abuse women. No one is saying that. However, there may be some correlation between the 2 behaviours. And I would argue that books like this, the problem is less about encouraging men to be violent against women. The problem is more with encouraging women to put up with that violence against them and normalising it. Content which normalises violence against women in the way that these books do does add up to being a bigger problem in society as a whole, which can encourage men with already violent tendencies to feel safer and more likely to get away with what they're doing. I honestly think the problem is less that these books encourage men to be violent, and more of a problem that these books justify abuse to women and don't tell them to leave abusers. When stories like this are normalised and romanticised, the women reading it are more likely to think, well, they're in love and married, and this is portrayed as aspirational, so it must be okay and justifiable if it happens to me too. If these actions aren't called what they are, rape and abuse, then women just accept them and don't realise how bad they are and don't feel like they can properly leave. When you have this message of Simon hurts Cora but only because he loves her, so when my partner does it to me it's because he loves me, right? That puts women in danger. So while there are arguments to be made about how content like this affects perpetrators of abuse and related crimes, I think the much bigger issue is how content like this affects how victims and potential victims see themselves and the crimes committed against them, especially because, let's be honest, the main audience for these books is women. But let's say, for argument's sake, that my videos do make the handful of women who have fantasies about actual non-consent feel bad about themselves. These do make people with full-on rape fantasies and abuse fantasies, and people who like the idea of domestic violence, this makes them feel a little guilty about enjoying that. I think it's important to remember that I, as a content creator, can't please everyone with my content, and sometimes I need to make decisions about where do I stand on this and which group do I need to speak to and appeal to and want to please. Try as I might to please everybody, it's just not possible all the time. And so if I have to choose between making someone feel okay about their domestic abuse fantasy and speaking up against violence against women, then I'm gonna pick the latter every single time. While a book series like Harrow Faire might seem like nothing but a harmless fantasy to some people, that is absolutely not how it reads to myself and many, many, many others. I saw a lot of comments telling me that surely adults know this isn't how relationships should be in real life, but I don't think that's the case. If that were true, then why are so many people still in abusive relationships? The fact is that in the real world, spotting the signs of abuse, especially narcissistic abuse, can be incredibly difficult, especially when you don't necessarily know what you're looking out for, especially when you're living it in the moment, and even when you know something is wrong and you're upset by it. Labeling it as abuse is a huge and very difficult step, and how the media portrays abusive relationships and domestic violence does not help. I grew up with books like Twilight that told me that it was normal for a man to stalk a woman when he loved her and watch her sleep and be possessive and, physically assault her when they had sex and all this sort of thing. And it's easy to say, but adults should know abuse when they see it. Adults know this stuff isn't real. But when you're consistently told that this is normal, it becomes very hard to see it any other way. I was 27 when I was abused, and I didn't label it as abuse until someone else told me that's what was happening, because I didn't see myself as being someone who could be abused. When I was a kid, I saw abusers on TV, and I saw these portrayals of drunk, fat men coming home from their factory jobs and beating their wives for not having dinner on the table, and the women only stayed because they had kids and they were scared and they had no money of their own and no other option, and that's all I thought abuse was. So when I was a kid, in my mind, and I saw my dad, who was a small man who could be funny and charming at times, and he did all the cooking in my house, and he didn't drink very often, so he couldn't be abusive, right? Those couple of times when he did drink and he would get angry and violent, or when he was the one smashing plates and breaking things, when he was the one screaming in our faces and making my mum cry, I was taught to think, that's not abuse, that's just how men are, it's fine. Or when my brother, who was a grown adult man, used to hit me so hard he left these swollen handprints on my body, that wasn't abuse. No, it's just how men are, right? And then when I was 27 years old and I met Johnny, and he was attractive and charming and small, and he got drunk on wine, not beer, and he had a degree and he was artistic and he made me feel good sometimes, so those times when he would shout and smash things and break things and lie to me and cheat on me and drag me around by my wrists or throw me on the ground and kick me, or he'd drive dangerously in the car to scare me, they couldn't possibly be abuse, right? Because that's just how men are. And I saw myself and I was like, I'm not some scared, silly housewife with kids. No, I'm an intelligent, well-educated woman. I'm grown up. I've got my own business, I've got my own money, I look after myself. Look at me, I'm put together. I can't possibly be the victim of abuse. But I was. And all of those men were abusive. I just didn't know how to label it as abuse until I got given the tools to do that. Anyone can be an abuser, and anyone can be the victim of abuse. And a big part of teaching people about this is to make sure that they can identify all the warning signs of abuse. And just one way to do this is through having accurate portrayals of abuse in fiction and not excusing it. As I've said before, we pick up things from fiction all the time. Fiction holds up a mirror to our world. We want to see the bad guys get their comeuppance. We want to see the hero get their happily ever after. We look for characters like ourselves and we learn about those characters who are different than us. We learn what's right and wrong from fiction consistently, even when we don't realise we're doing it. It's not just kids and teenagers who are affected this way, but adults are too. It happens on this subconscious level all the time. So, when I see a story like the Harrow Faire series, which normalises and romanticizes an abusive relationship and makes it look aspirational, then I worry, because what this story is teaching us repeatedly is that 1, sometimes abuse is worth it. 2, rape is defined by what the rapist was thinking and not if the victim gave consent or not. 3, you should stay with your abuser if you really love him. 4, abusers shouldn't have to change their behaviour. 5, it's the woman's job to stay with the man regardless of how he treats her. 6, consent isn't important, not really. And 7, controlling behaviour, stalking, jealousy and physical violence are all signs of love, according to this book series. And all of these things are wrong. And these things don't just stay in the book. These lessons and messages and teachings and this overall ideology does transfer to our real lives and how we view the world around us and our experiences. And honestly, it affects the women more who don't realise what an impact this has on their subconscious. In the book Intimate Violence Against Women When Spouses, Partners, or Lovers Attack, Bobby K. Burns writes in the essay Emotional Abuse of Women that media campaigns targeting relationship violence have attempted to eradicate the mindset that this type of behaviour is acceptable. But one of the biggest obstacles to this goal is the portrayal and promotion of violence in the media. Many of the highest grossing movies feature heroes or anti-heroes for whom violence is a way of life. The music industry is not without its culpability. Music videos that show women as objects of ridicule or physical pleasure abound. And there are videos with explicit violence against women, some made by women themselves. They go on to write, television talk shows have encouraged verbal, emotional, and physical abuse for the pleasure of the viewing audience. There are many other areas in our society in which the promotion of pro-violent messages needs to be addressed. The individual who has been victim of emotional abuse must acknowledge the maltreatment for recovery to begin. It is now being proposed that this same revelation moment must be reached by society. We must agree to address the problems as a whole for each of us to begin our own healing journey from a culture that condones and even rewards aggression in all its forms. We must provide a healing environment and support to empower survivors to fulfill their potential. Abusers must be given the message that there are consequences for their choices and that abusive behaviours will not be tolerated at any level of severity. Only when an abuse or violence becomes socially unacceptable, when perpetrators are treated with the disgust and swift condemnation they deserve, will we begin to see a brighter tomorrow for the victims of today and the victims who will otherwise inevitably follow. By reading these Harrow Faire books, there are going to be a large number of people, especially women, who internalise this stuff and see it as okay. It does excuse domestic violence against women. It does perpetuate rape culture. And if we want to stop violence against women altogether, we need to start by not normalising it, by not romanticising it, and calling it out when we see it. If by making these videos I can reach even one person, woman, non-binary or man, it doesn't matter, but one person, and show them that these things are not okay, then it's going to be worth it. If I can get just one person to recognise signs of abuse that they weren't aware of before, if I can help just one person leave an abusive relationship before they are hurt or killed, then it'll be worth it. But I greatly believe I'm helping more than just one person because, yeah, despite a few criticisms from a handful of people who want to justify domestic violence because it's just fiction, just fantasy, just a kink, just whatever, for the handful of people like that, there are hundreds more comments from people who have been affected by domestic violence or abusive relationships, and there are hundreds more comments from people who also see the problems, who also find this disgusting. And as I've said, I can't please everyone, and if I have to choose between the handful of women who want me to validate their sexual fantasies and the tens of thousands who are at risk from domestic violence, sexual violence, and intimate partner abuse, then I am going to pick the latter every single time. It's as simple as that. As I've said in a great number of comments, I'm not going to sit here and tell this author what she can and can't write. Sure, she can write the stuff all she wants, just like anyone who wants to read it can sit there and read it and enjoy it, and I'm not going to tell them to do otherwise. But I also feel like it's my responsibility to not just sit idly by and watch that happen without calling out each bit of dangerous misinformation spread by these books. So that's what I'm doing with this series and what I'm going to continue to do. If you want to read these books, you go for it. But I'm also going to sit here and say, this is dangerous, and this is dangerous, to make sure the people who need to hear it, hear it. Kate Harding writes in her book Asking for It that many people think being criticised is the same as being censored, and that someone calling out their heroes for being unnecessarily cruel and unfunny is an enemy of laughter. She's talking specifically about comedians making rape jokes in this comment, but honestly this can be applied to any media. I'm not trying to censor anyone by calling out this stuff and labelling it as harmful, but I am going to keep calling it out as the harmful trash that it is. Another critique I saw over and over and over was people saying, yeah, this seems gross, but it's like so common and widespread now because just like in insert book here, it happened there, why are you so bothered about it still? Which kind of highlights the problem, doesn't it? It's so widespread and normalised that this is exactly where the problem lies, and therefore we need to keep calling it out in every book. Weirdly, people seem to be angrier that this stuff happens in books like Twilight than it does in this Harrow Faire series, even though the abusive behaviour in the Harrow Faire series is so much worse and more common and more prevalent, and to a bigger degree than it is in Twilight, for example. I don't get why people are more angry about Twilight than this. Other people said things like, why didn't you research the book more beforehand? To which my response is, because I don't like to find out the ending of a book before I read it. I read the synopsis and thought that was enough. The synopsis for this book is, come one, come all to Harrow Faire and greet your sweetest nightmare. Cora Glass's humdrum experience as a bank teller flips upside down when a long-abandoned circus mysteriously returns to life. But the entry fee to this big top show is more than Cora bargained for. A deal struck, a soul stuck. As Harrow Faire shines the spotlight on Cora, she discovers there are far more secrets in that three-ring nightmare than she could possibly imagine. Trapped in the world of the fiendish and alluring man known as the Puppeteer, Cora finds herself caught in a war between him and the reclusive Mr. Harrow. Both parties will stop at nothing, even murder, to get what they want, and what they want is her, which I think sounds like a pretty good book series, hence why I picked it up. Nowhere is there a mention of, by the way, we glamorize an abusive relationship. Even all the reviews I've read since, none of them actually label Simon as an abuser, which he is. And even if I did know what these books were before I read them, I'd still have exactly the same complaints. About the content, I mean, like... Amazon lists these books in the horror and fantasy sections, not in the normalising abuse genre, which people apparently keep telling me is a thing that I should be okay with existing. I mean, it's not labelled that, but let's be honest, it clearly is. The fact is, this isn't a romance book or series. This isn't erotica. These aren't fetish books. These are let's excuse and glamorize domestic violence books. No matter how much you guys tell me I'm missing the point or offending your taste in literature, I am always going to think the content of these books and the portrayal of this kind of relationship in this way is dangerous and disrespectful and deserves to be heavily criticized. I think one of the most worrying comments that I saw was from someone who said that because this was a fantasy book and there was magical elements and stuff like that, there were no direct comparisons between Simon's behaviour in the books and an abuser in real life, to which I thoroughly disagree. There are parallels to everything. I think I said in some of my videos that one of the things I found scariest about Simon right from the very first book was how he is just like a real life abuser. He reminded me so much of my abuser. He was so realistic. The portrayal was so accurate. Simon wants to make Cora one of his dolls and ultimately make her part of the fair, and he tries to stop her from getting to know anyone else in the fair. This is clearly a parallel with how abusers will try and isolate you from your family and friends and make you completely reliant on them. Simon's puppet strings magically control Cora. That's a parallel with how he's physically stronger than her and can do what he wants with her. My abuser had this habit of grabbing me by the wrists and dragging me around to the point where I'd end up with finger-shaped bruises all over my wrists. I see Simon's strings as being similar to that. Simon trying to kill Cora when the fair offered her the deal to leave the fair, for me, is directly comparable to how when women leave their abusers, that is the most dangerous time for them, and the time when abusers are most likely to kill their victims. Simon's abusive behaviour being excused by his madness and his blackouts, his magically ripping out a part of him, they're, in my mind, directly comparable to how many abusers use their mental health issues as a way to get away with the abuse. My abuser knew he had an alcohol problem. He called himself an alcoholic. He was in denial about his cocaine problem and still lied to me about his usage of that. But he straight up told me he was an alcoholic. And so I read books on the topic and I tried to implement strategies to help him drink less. I offered to arrange like doctor's appointments for him and stuff and make appointments with his GP, and he refused all of it. He refused to get help. And then when he'd get drunk and he'd get mad and break things or hurt me or whatever, he'd always blame it on the drink afterwards. Parallels and so on. There's so many more throughout this entire book series. I do think this book series is one of the most accurate portrayals of abuse and domestic violence I've ever seen in a story, and the fact that that is glamorized is terrifying. Okay, but this is where I'm going to end this because I'm very tired, I'm very worked up, I'm very emotional. If you would like to find out more about the issues surrounding violence against women, then I'm going to be listing a selection of books in the video description, many of which helped me personally after I left an abusive relationship, and many of them help explain why relationships like the one portrayed in this book and book series are not healthy. The book on violence and on violence against women is a great one because it covers a lot of often overlooked areas, for example, about violence against trans women and women of colour. Dr. Ramani, Should I Stay or Should I Go, taught me a hell of a lot about narcissistic abuse and is a big chunk of the reason why I actually felt strong enough to stop going back to my abuser and leave him for good. Intimate Violence Against Women features some really useful lists and descriptions of what abuse is, and it does a great job of combating a lot of myths and misinformation on the topic. And for more on this exact topic about media portrayals of domestic violence and abusive relationships being glamorized and normalized, I really recommend chapter 9, Pop Rape, in Kate Harding's book Asking for It, The Alarming Rise of Rape Culture and What We Can Do About It, which includes fantastic lines like, reframing consent as a grey area that's always open to interpretation, affords plausible deniability to pop culture makers who present criminal assaults as normal sexual behaviour. Before describing the rape scenes in Crank and Observe and Report, which are both passed off as lol, lack of consent was just foreplay while you wear a woman down, Kate Harding says, nope, sorry, that really doesn't make it all okay. Playing a rape scene for laughs doesn't turn it into something other than a rape scene. All it does is add more normalised imagery of sexual violence to the cultural stew. And I particularly appreciated the section Life Imitates Art and Vice Versa, which opens with, you can say whatever you want, but you'll have to own it. The same goes for artists in other media. Think about what you're doing, take responsibility, and try not to make society noticeably worse. And I think that is a damn good place to end this video. I am exhausted, it's very late at night, but thank you for watching this. Thank you for slogging through this very, very long series and how I've been putting it out and everything. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for being here. I'd love to hear your thoughts down in the comments below. But for now, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you again very, very soon.